Ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know that the World CIO Summit 2023 is about to begin. Please come through and take your seats. We're about to begin in about 2 minutes' time. Please come through and take your seats. Thank you.
Mic check, 1, 2. Music.
Ladies and gentlemen, just to remind you, we're just due to start the World CIO Summit 2023 in the next 30 seconds. If you'd like to make your way through and grab your seats, we're about to begin. Thank you. There we go. Very exciting. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. About 3 claps in the room. Everyone else is just staring. The great thing, by the way, being on stage, is now we've got these incredible spotlights and floodlights. I can't see anything. So if I fall off the stage, just be gentle, okay? My wallet is not on me, so don't bother looking. So let's go back to that again. Before we do anything today, I did have a look around the room. It's great to see some familiar faces as well, but we need to make sure that because we have got a lot of spacing in here, it's like when we had social distancing, but no need anymore kind of thing. So what I want to make sure is we make a lot of noise to make sure we have an amazing day. So what I'll do is I'll get you to learn to clap again and make some noise, because for every speaker, not every speaker is loud and offensive like me. Most speakers are, first of all, smarter, better looking, and have something interesting to say. But they do need your encouragement. So let's practice what it's like to make some noise. So everybody start clapping now. Not bad, not bad. All right, stop that, stop that. Let me just say, we're going live onto YouTube. So all my potential sponsors and events of the next 12 months are watching, so let's do it properly. Otherwise, I'll never work again. So the way to clap is you start off by just clapping like that, and then you stand up and you cheer, and it looks like a standing ovation. Let's just get that. I know we're faking it. Just do it for me. Okay, so let's just do that again. Everyone start clapping. Clapping. Now stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, and cheer! Thank you. Oh. It's just my ego, no other reason. My name is Dave Crane. It's an absolute pleasure to be here with you, by the way, and welcome to the World CIO 223. The thing is, before you know who I am, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what I am. What I am doing is going to host this event. It's incredible. We had everywhere the branding of the big eagle. This is the year of the eagle. And last year was a year of a lion. And we always get these incredible animals and symbols of action and technology and making things move forward. We haven't planned Year of a Sloth. That would be my choice for me, but it's not for everybody else. So you're probably, how many people have ever heard of me before? Put your hands up if you have. Okay. How many people have never heard of me before? Right. How many people never care if you never see me again for any event in the future? Right? Yeah. More people put their hands up for that than anything else. Let me introduce who I am. In fact, better than that, let the video do it. If you want to show the video, and I'll come back to a massive round of applause in about 30 seconds. I have to press play. Press that button there. Again.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've hosted over 1,000 events, and there's nothing more exciting or nerve-wracking than getting to introduce one of the best in the business. He's an award-winning international motivational speaker and coach. He's worked with celebrities like James Brown and Bruce Willis.
And I'm Jack Canfield. And I'm Brian Tracy.
And I'm John Gray.
I'm Jared Robin.
And I'm Perry Marshall.
Hi, and I'm George Regan.
To audiences of over 1 billion people. He's sharing how to become unstoppable in business. It's my honor to introduce to you Dave Crane.
Let's do it again. Thank you. And as you can see, we're super slick today. Oh, yes. We've been rehearsing that for at least 2 seconds before it went live. Did you notice? No? Seamless. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed CIOs, good welcome. Welcome to the World CIO 2023. This is a UAE edition, by the way, brought to you by Global CIO Forum and organized by GEC Media Group, who deserve a round of applause for this anyway. They're doing an amazing job. There you go, amazing team I've known for a very long time. We have an exciting agenda lined up for you today, filled with insightful discussions, keynote speeches, and the prestigious World CIO 200 Awards. And so without further ado, let's get started. Now the thing is, how many people went to the event last year in Thailand, the big event? Quite a few people. How many people didn't go? You notice how my hand is still up? Apparently, there was an incident a couple of years ago, which is why they didn't invite me. Looked like it was female, I'm saying nothing, but all I'm saying is the next one that's coming up, I'm invited. So there you go. I look forward to seeing you there as well. Now, a big round of applause for all of our partners. I'm going to mention them in a moment. In fact, some of our partners should be here representing. If you haven't had a chance to connect with them, they're incredible. They have stands out there, and see how you can do some business together, because they're brilliant. So our platinum partners are 0 and 1, Oracle, Dell Technologies, Ingram Micro, Darren Box, and HPE Aruba. Round of applause. And it's behind me as well. There you go. Our gold partners, Logitech, Eviden, Paisler, CloudHost, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, Ingram Micro. Round of applause. Silver partners, Infinidat, SecureNet, NorEdge, Zozo Day. A round of applause for them. It's all up here. There you go. And our supporting partners, Positive Technologies, Cloudbox, Peripherals and Parts, Plus 971 Cybersecurity, and Finesse. There we go. And our global strategic partners, CAS, OPX Technology. Round of applause for them. And our media partners, Enterprise Channels MEA, Business Transformation, Cyber Sentinels, and Titans. A round of applause for our media partners. Very important. Let me just tell you about the media partners. If you don't clap for them, they don't feature you on anything. So unless you are hiding here, then you want to make a large amount of applause for those people. So with that being said, it's great to be here. Really excited to see so many amazing thought leaders and decision makers in this room. I really think that right now, and I've said it before, but I don't think we've ever had a situation like right now where tech is driving every single thing on this planet. The old way of doing stuff is changing dramatically. AI and all the things that you're working on as well have put you guys in probably the most important driving seat in any organization at any time that I can remember, and I'm very, very old. So give yourselves a massive round of applause. You're in an amazing position for an amazing group of people. So now we need to bring on the big boss, who's a co-founder and CEO of GEC, the media group, who's going to share with us his welcome note and join the stage to give an incredible day of learning and networking. Please put your hands together as we bring on Mr. Ronak Samantaray. Ronak. I need the details of your tailor. You look amazing. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave, and thanks for hosting the CIO 200 Roadshow 2023. A very good morning to everyone, to all our guests, all our partners, all our sponsors, because as we all say, without you guys, we are nothing. So my name is Ronak Samantaray. Means I'm sure most of the people know us, know me, but again, you know, GEC always take a step ahead, and I'm very, very proud that in GEC the DNA that we always talk about, and that always has to be right from the top to the bottom, and we are always fortunate to have our MD and Chairman Tushar. So let's have a big round of applause for him, because he's the one who always keep pushing us. And we are very fortunate to follow that dream as well. GEC Media is, I'm sure most of the people know, like we are one of the most fastest growing media houses in this region. And now we are expanding into the Southeast Asia, to the Europe as well. And we've been there in US, but now we are making a strong presence by penetrating to that market as well. CIO 200 has always been one of our flagship events, and with the support of our team, we always try to raise the bar. And each and every year, if I remember correct, we started with one country, which is UAE, and now this year, we are touching 50 plus countries in 2 months' time. So again, like this is only to make sure we create that right ecosystem for the entire IT fraternity and the business to happen together. So our efforts have always been very precise. Like we are very bold and brave to take that steps which no other competitions takes in this region. So CIO 200 again, like as Dave correctly mentioned, with regards to what happened last year, like again, it was a big jump for us. It was a big risk for us as well, because as you know, like we are not the multi-million-dollar vendors or the hedge funders things, you know. But still, we took that challenge. We made sure the vision is aligned, the team is aligned, and the industry is aligned by making sure we took the first big step last year by taking 200 CIOs across this region to the grand finale in Thailand, which was, I'm sure people who attended, they still remember that and how great it was. And trust me, this year, as Dave mentioned, it's our symbol is eagle, and the tagline is Rise of the Power. And the Rise of the Power is purely that we learned from the pandemic, like how after the pandemic, like each and every single department, each and every single person in every small steps are trying to raise their bar, to raise the game, to make sure the IT industry is functioning seamlessly. And that's what we have seen during the pandemic and post-pandemic. So a big round of applause to you guys for doing such a fantastic job. And then I think in Thailand, we did launch CAS, so CIO as service, and we had all the CAS leaders. And very interesting enough, like how our vision is aligning so fast. So before the event starts, I was having a chat with Alan and Mario Foster. And the best part was, in that 2 minutes discussion, they both, if you take 30 days back, Alan was in Australia with his family and having his time off, whereas Mario Foster from Al Nabuda, he joined, I think, Al Ghurair. And with such a big experience, he's still talking about how he's still starting from the scratch and making the infrastructure and the governance, you know? So this exactly what CAS is trying to do, is where it gives freedom for CIO to have their time, the family time, their work time, and then do something for themselves, which is more important. So, so without further ado, thanks to all the sponsors. And before I leave the stage, can we have the sneak peek of 2023 CI 200, please? Wow, thank you. So yes, so this year, please block your dates, so which is in September 17 to 19, and this time we are in Azerbaijan. And like every year, we will reveal on the last day of the finale that what's the next place for the next year. So we are already excited. Means I'm sure, like we didn't even start Baku, right? But I'm sure we are excited. You guys should be thrilled. And we are really, really hoping to put up a good show for you guys over there and make sure that becomes one more memorable day in your life. Thank you so much, and let's have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronak. Amazing. Very exciting. Now, I did mention about Thailand last year. And some of you went, so you experienced everything. Some of you didn't. I'd like to show you a short video of what you missed, so you know that what's coming up in Baku. So we've got the video ready up there. We good to go? Thumbs up? Okay, can't see the thumb, but I assume it's a yes. Let's have a look at this video. We can edit this bit out. Look at that. Give yourselves a round of applause for that. How good was that? Did you recognize yourself on that video? Did you watch it and say, I wish I'd been there too? Looks amazing. Well, that looks incredible. Imagine what we're going to be doing in Baku in September. So make sure you get yourself registered and join everybody for that. Okay, we're going to have a bit of fun right now, and I want to teach you a new way of networking if you haven't come across it already. Now, a couple of years ago, I came onto this stage. It was in Ras Al Khaimah at the time, and I shared a really good technique using LinkedIn of connecting with everybody in the room. Well, typical for technology and typical for LinkedIn, they've changed the technology, but I'm going to do something different with you today using WhatsApp. So if we're able to get the screen up there. No, don't show my video again. My ego isn't that big. It's not far off. Do I actually have a clicker for this? I probably have to run to the other side of the room to do this because it's going to go back to my presentation up. Okay, before we start anything, I'll just tell you when, you bring it up. Here we have a special free gift for everybody in this room. If you want to get your phone up and just click on the QR code, I will give you a special free gift, thank you so much, which is 10 strategies to use to fast-track your career, which I think is especially great for everybody with the skill sets in this room, because it goes through how to speak on stage, how to grow your brand, how to use technology and LinkedIn, and also how to position yourself to be able to boost your career and your connections and your network. And it's all free for you. All you have to do is take a copy of this QR code and then just register, and then it should be sent to your phone immediately. Check your email, okay? So that's my gift to you. Everybody got it? Anybody still trying to get their phone to work? Didn't charge it properly this morning? Fantastic. So with that, I'd like to share with you how to connect using WhatsApp. Now, as you've probably worked out by now, WhatsApp is one of the most easy ways to be in touch with everybody. Everybody likes it. It's straight from your phone, and it means you don't have to give too many details about your registration. What most people don't know how to do is the easiest way to be connected to people in this room, like we're going to do right now. So to do this, all you have to do is this. Now, we don't have to do it right now, but we will be doing it afterwards. First step is taking a double selfie. A double selfie is like a selfie, but with two people in it, in case you're wondering how that works. So a double selfie is you and the person that you want to connect to. And feel free to take a copy of these slides, by the way, just in case you want to go through it and work it out. So you take a double selfie with this is somebody who's a really top trainer in strengths. And the ability to reinvent yourself, and she works with lots of different companies. I'd met her a lot online, but I met her for the first time a couple of days ago at a networking event. So we took the photo, so that's what you do. You put it in your phone, take the photo first. So around your table, if there's anybody that you like, then you take a photo of them. That's how it works. Next thing you do is this. You look through your WhatsApp, and at the WhatsApp, at the bottom, it should say settings. Now, this is set for an iPhone. I don't know what it's like on an Android, so I apologize in advance. How many people are iPhone? How many people are Android? Okay, how many people have no phone at all? That's kind of cool technology too. There you go. So on an iPhone, that's where it is. So that's the next slide. So what you do is once you've got that, you press that bottom to open up that button. Okay, the next thing you do, once you've got it, is you go to the top. There should be a little blue QR code. So once you've got that, you press on that. Okay, everyone should be seeing how to do this. Right, and then the next thing you do is you should have the QR code, which is your own personal one, on WhatsApp that shows up. So then you hold your phone out to the person you want to connect to, and that person scans your phone, and you get a little yellow box that moves around all over the place. And it's like that game Whack-A-Mole. Have you ever played Whack-A-Mole? Which you probably haven't, but I have. It's like that. The yellow moves around when you press it, okay? And what it does then is it connects you on WhatsApp. So this is the bit where it gets tricky, if you haven't worked out so far. So you scan the QR code, and then you send the image that you've just taken with them with your name. Now, not everybody has their name on WhatsApp. Sometimes you just have a squiggle, or you leave it and just say busy or something like that. So you connect with a photo and your name. So later on, they know who you are. There's nothing worse than getting business cards from people, and you look through them a couple of days later, and you say, I have no idea who that person is. This means that you've got them directly. So they send you this message, and you send one back saying hi. And that way you are connected. So part of your mission today and beyond, to be connected to strangers or people who are friends but they don't know it yet, is to do this exercise. And the great thing is, when you do take that photo, you can post it onto LinkedIn to prove you were at this event, to prove that you're connecting with other people in the industry, and also to get a load of comments and a load of people who want to connect with your actual profile and become your friend as well. So then you put it onto social. So just to make sure that everybody's got how to do this, another thing I'm going to give you before I give you this is I run a WhatsApp group to teach these skills to everybody. We've got about 250 people in it. You're very welcome to join. It's free. I showed how to do business storytelling last month for free. If you'd like to join that, then just take this QR code, and then you're very welcome. Just request to join. I'll put you in straight away. Okay? That's every 5 days at the end of a month, we do an online test. It takes about 5 minutes or so just to get you there. So this is a screen that you want to make sure you've got. First of all, you take a double selfie. You go to the settings in WhatsApp. You press the QR code. You scan their QR code. You send them the image. And then this is another thing, number 6. You might have to restart your WhatsApp because sometimes it freezes. So you might have to close it and start it up again, otherwise it looks like it hasn't worked. It has worked, but sometimes the technology freezes. If you want to take a copy of this, this is how you do it, and then you put it onto LinkedIn. Is everybody clear with this? Yes? Fantastic. So what I'm going to give you now is a few moments just to take a selfie with somebody in the room. Hopefully at your table, otherwise this is going to get ridiculous. And then you can connect with them after that and then become lifelong friends. That's all you do. It's so simple. You've been amazing. Give yourselves a round of applause. There you go. Lifelong friends from now on. So back into the conference, back into the summit, and now to show you some incredible stuff all about the rise of power, which is our theme for today. And it's our first panel discussion delving into the rising power of CEOs in today's fast-paced digital landscape. Now, a very dear friend of mine is here to moderate it, and he will be introducing all his guests as they come onto our first panel. In fact, are we putting chairs on for this? Do we do chairs? Or is everyone going to stand? I'm not sure. Do we do chairs? It's you, yeah. You have to put the chairs on, yeah. There's 500 chairs we have to bring on the stage before we start this panel, because we're going to play musical chairs before we start. There you go. I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think. Okay, let's play a bit of background music while they sweat. There you go. I would give a hand, but it's not my contract. There you go, so 1, 2, 3. Have we got enough chairs? Does anybody mind standing up for the rest of the No, we've got enough chairs. Okay, just bring it round. There we go. That's fantastic. Look at that. One in each hand. It's like He-Man. I'm the only person in the room who remembers He-Man. Okay, fair enough. So as I was mentioning, our first panel starts with the rise of power. And to bring it all together, I'd like to introduce onto the stage somebody who you know and you love almost as much as me. He's the Chief Research Officer at CAS. Please put your hands together for Mr. Jayakumar Mohanachandran. Good to see you. Fantastic. Have you got a microphone? Can we get a hand mic, please? Oh, we've got 8,000 hand mics. There we go. Pick any one you want. There you go. And we're going to start off with karaoke if you want. Nope. Okay. I'll leave you to introduce your panel and to take over.
Morning, everyone. How are you all doing? No noise at all. Fantastic morning. We have the CIO 200 UAE edition today. So we have a brilliant panel today with the theme of the whole CIO 200, which is the rise of the power. And with me today, there is a brilliant set of panelists who would be joining. I would like to welcome all of them to the stage. First is Aditya Kaushik, the CIO for Sakir Marine International. Give a big round of applause, please. Next one is Amir Khan, Head of Enterprise and Data Architecture, Altair Group. Then we have Mohammed Amin Saliha, Masafi. He's the IT Director for Masafi. Then we have Ahmad Shakwi, Regional Director of Information Technology, Millennium Hotels and Resorts. Give a big round of applause, please. Great. So we have a brilliant panel to start with. And as I mentioned, the theme is Rise of the Power. So as we all know, it's no secret that the CIO role has changed over the years. It's evolved it has evolved from, being an infrastructure help desk, managing the operations and so on and so forth, into managing the technology, the growth, and the revenue of the organization. So more of the C-suite and boards are nowadays looking at IT as a value creator rather than just as an operator. To support and propel IT as a value creator is what our roles are, and today into the future, CIOs must hone and master new competencies. So that's the whole theme for today, and probably, we'll just get into the questions straight away, because everybody knows you now, and without wasting much of the time, we'll get into the questions. So the first question is, what are the non-negotiable skills for successful technology leaders help to fortify the strategic role in the organization, maybe to build strong, resilient teams and cultivate loyal clients? So what do you think, Aditya? Start from you.
Good morning. Thanks,
Morning.
Jay. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here again. So for me, I would say among the skills that you've mentioned, it would be adaptability and agility. When you're working in a role that's bringing transformation in an organization, even your own role is transforming at the same time. You start off with a roadmap. Everybody here is familiar. You start a strategic roadmap, you align it with the business objectives, and you get a team together, you get the project shortlisted, and then everything changes 6 months down the line. You actually realize that your focus has shifted. The business sometimes shifts focus, companies get acquired, business models change. So I think if you are able to adapt and be agile, willingly being able to modify your plans rapidly, scale up, make sure that you have the right resources, and you're able to sort of embrace that change, which we do say when others don't change, we complain, but we ourselves find it too hard to change at times. So I think these two skills actually help you to stay in the rhythm, because when we are bringing transformation to an organization, you need to make sure that you yourself are willing to transform through that journey. And very often, for the colleagues that I have here, is that you would find that what you start with is not where you end. You start off a journey, but then you evolve and you come up with something which is better and much stronger. So I think those two skills are really crucial, I would say.
Brilliant. I think, that's a wonderful way of putting that. As you rightly mentioned, it's often not the place where we start, where we end. So adaptability and agility is the key, going forward in any of the organizations. So what do you think, Amir, in your perspective, what are the non-negotiable skills?
I don't know if this mic's working. That's good news. I think what's been said is very valid, being agile, being adaptable. The other factor is have a strategy. You've got to have a strategy. It doesn't matter what it is necessarily. It doesn't have to be right, but you have to have a strategy. That gives you focus. And once you've got that focus, you can adjust it and adapt it. Once you present it back to the board, doesn't mean that's it, set in stone. You can go back. You can change, you can adapt. Markets change. Political, socio-economic circumstances change, and you need to be able to adapt to that and have a strategy which gives you that vision. But the only way to execute that strategy is by collaborating. It doesn't work any other way. You have to collaborate. You have to work as a team. The team is really key that can help you facilitate that. And in my humble opinion, you're only as good as the 5 people around you, so that team needs to be good. The team doesn't have to be the same people of the same type. It's good to have a very diverse type, of people involved in your teams that gives you an understanding of the different views that you need to succeed. That collaboration is key across all parts of the group. You can't have a strategy in isolation. How many people in this room have got about 15 different strategies within each of their groups? That happens. Everybody's got their own mind and other way of communicating. But the other aspect is communicate. You have to communicate that vision, that strategy, that collaboration. That gets airing. So you're not doing the same thing twice in the same group. You collaborate, you make one, you work closer in a collaborative way, which helps you to get to the end vision.
Thank you. Thank you, Amir. I think without strategy, we all know that we'll be sailing without any direction. So I think it's very, very important to have the right strategy, and which is completely aligned with the business strategy. And at the same time, the second one which you mentioned in terms of collaboration, relationship building, we know that how diverse nowadays the organizations are. Organizations are embracing diversity, and it's very, very important to be very, very collaborative and make sure that we build that relationships across different departments or different entities wherever we are working with. Great. So going ahead with Mohammed, so what do you think in your organization, in your perspective, what would be the non-negotiable skills?
Good morning, Jay. Good morning, all. It's a pleasure being here, and thanks for having me on this panel. I think from last 5-10 years, with the onset of digital transformation, with the onset of a lot of projects, I think emotional intelligence plays a big role for any CIO. Whether it is having your empathy and sympathy on the front end, conflicts within the team, stakeholder management, relationship with your vendors. I think it's very important to have a cool head with all the amount of transformation, all the amount of projects that's going on. To have a cool head and also use your empathy and sympathy across your teams, across the vendors, and across your stakeholders. Having those relationships built, with your C-level executives is very, very important. Having said that, with the amount of pressures and with the amount of projects and timeline that is going across, emotional intelligence plays a huge role. And I think this is going to be this is going to be more and more important going forward. So yes, for me, we have to be a human first. We have to ensure that your team, other teams, and even the vendors are a part of your extended team. So being a human first is half the battle won. And as you move the projects, timeline change. The amount of tasks also change. Sometimes we go in a tangent. And for all this to cover, I think emotional intelligence plays a big role. Thank you.
Amazing. I think, what I loved most is that being a human first. I think that's the key, as we all speak, as we all say. We have this topic of emotional intelligence coming up. We'll talk about it a little more deeper. But Ahmed, what do you think, in your perspective, the most non-negotiable skills?
Good morning, Jay. Good morning, everyone. I can see that same like what I'm totally agree with Amir, because he said the strategy vision. So strategy, it is a very important skills, and also he should be learning, continuous learning, and innovate. So a strategy should be supported from the entire management. If he has a strategy, he should implement it and supported by his management team. I can also just say that when we started our cloud environment, before, the hospitality business, it is all individual. You have data center, and in your data center, you have all servers. And then we started to move to cloud. So everyone was against cloud because they don't understand. In the IT side, they feel that they will lose their job. And others, they thinking that cloud, it is not safe, it's not secure. But because we supported by our management, we could implement. So we should have our strategic vision and supported by our management. Innovation, it's there because, every day we have different technology, different system, different requirement. Even in our field also, hospitality, every day you are getting different requirement from your guests. So your guest is looking for different things. Before, you just only booking through reservation or through any channel. Now the guest is required mobile app to manage his all his stay during the stay in the hotel. He wanted to have digital key. He wanted to manage his TV through his app, also air condition. So you should be there with continuous learning and innovate.
Perfect. I think, you know, with business now getting more into the technology space, they knowing more than what we know as technology leaders, or at least onto the same level, with the level of information that's available on the public forums, I think it's very, very important to have that, you know, continuous learning.
Right.
That's something which is very, very essential going forward for any of the technologies. Brilliantly put. So, great. I think we'll move on with the next question. You know, again, as you know, Mohammed touched upon the emotional intelligence piece of it. You know, I really like that particular topic. So how do you see, maybe we'll start with you itself, Mohammed, you know, in terms of the emotional intelligence, can you just elaborate that a little bit? And also maybe you can touch upon how diversity and inclusion is happening within your organization. Is that something which is a priority nowadays? And do you see that any relation between EQ and, emotional intelligence and diversity and inclusion for that matter? So can you just please elaborate?
Yeah, sure. You know, from last 10, 15 years, you know, the amount of changes that is happening within the organization, within technologies, and, you know, from legacy applications to the newer transformed applications, more digitized applications, from, you know, people with lesser knowledge in technology. And, you know, those changes are the one that the CIO has to, you know, ensure, you know, it gets transformed. So the entire gamut of people in your organization, from top to the bottom, have to be transformed, have to be changed. And for this, you just cannot, you know, have a stick and a carrot kind of rule. It is kind of an in between, where you need to talk to them, you know, put in your relationships, you know, in front of them, and then it is a complete buy-in. So you need to buy in for your projects with the C-level, and for the change, also you need to do a buy-in with your people who actually use the technology. We would actually make those decisions, but the people who are using it also should make the decision to move ahead. So I think, I think in all of this, you know, from A to Z, this factor plays a lot. And you cannot just, you know, rush ahead, steam ahead, roll ahead, and say that this is the change, go ahead. Because at the end of the day, whether it is a $2 million project or a $200,000 project, if users don't use, it is a definite failure. So for me, I think it is only the end users who make it a success or not. So take care of them, take care of the emotion, you know, of their emotions, take care of your team's emotions. You know, they are the ones who really push hard. And if you don't do that, you know, people can just stand up and raise their hands and say that, I'm sorry, I'm not a part of the change. So, you know, you need to be ready for that.
Yeah, yeah. So I think I totally agree. And, you know, in terms of managing the emotions of, you know, the different stakeholders within the organization, I think, I'm sure that all of you will also agree that it's something which is very, very critical these days. We talked about change management a lot, you know, in our past. But it's not just change management, it's about managing their emotions to a greater extent and making sure that we have that, you know, ability to do that. Great. So, Aditya, I mean, what do you think from your perspective?
So, I mean, just taking on from what Mohammed said, emotional intelligence obviously is quite in focus these days. But we need to understand that when we are working, as much as we have our own level of motivation, everybody across the organization works in different levels of motivation. They're all not the same, they're not looking for the same thing from their jobs. And I think to start, if you really want to establish a strong emotional intelligence approach within an organization, you have to start with a self-awareness survey for yourself. You need to know where you stand, where your motivation stands, and how do you get to the point where you allow every person, even though they may appear in a benchmark as less in motivation, are actually still extremely critical to your projects and to your outcomes. So you got to sort of allow that, and that's where empathy kicks in, because you need to be able to allow people to function in their own skin, allow them to perform to the ability that they feel they are doing at their best, but give them the recognition which is due, not compared to others, but for themselves. And when you talked about diversity and inclusion, I think the one key thing that empathy does, it allows you to confront your biases. We all are born with a lot of biases. We have a lot of biases for different groups of people, for ethnic biases. We have cultural biases, and even on the gender. And if you want to really succeed in inclusion and diversity, you need to be able to confront those biases, recognize them. And if you're operating from understanding that everyone's working at a different motivation level, you'll be able to actually recognize it, appreciate it, and then allow them that space to perform. It doesn't matter then, and that's your way of getting diversity and inclusion in an organization.
Brilliant, brilliant. I think, the point which you rightly mentioned in terms of self-awareness, I think it's very, very important. I don't know how many of us would be dared to do that in our own organizations when we are getting into a new role, or when we are already working in an organization for quite a long time. There are organizations who does, or allow us to do the 360-degree feedback, that gives a lot of visibility in terms of what's our benchmark, within the organization, whether we need to change something. And I think it's going to be very important going forward to make sure that we know ourselves, where we lack, what all we need to improve. So this gives us that visibility as well going forward. Brilliant. So I think going back into Ahmed, what do you think in your perspective? Do you think that D&I is something which is playing a big role in your organization, in the hospitality industry or from the hospitality industry?
Totally agree with you. And what I can see, the importance of intelligent or emotion intelligent and diversity inclusion, it is allowing us to listen to others, and also allowing us to listen to others, and we should also be able to control our emotion reactions. Okay, and this will drive us to stop afraid from change, and listen to others also as well.
Brilliant. I think, once we are aware about ourselves, that will give us that visibility in terms of what needs to be done, what needs to be changed, So, I mean, that fear goes away. Completely agree. Amir?
If you look around you, look how diverse we are as we stand in the room. We're from all over the world, different cultures, different religions. You've got to adapt. You've got to adapt and conform and be part of, but bring all of yourself to work. You are who you are. Bring all of yourself to work. You've got to invest in your people. It's very important to understand they are people. I bought a CD. The first CD I bought was Rhythm Nation, 1814, Janet Jackson. And in the interlude, right at the end, she says, "In the darkness, we're all the same. It's our knowledge and wisdom that separates us." I was very surprised she said that. So actually it's a very valid view. But investing in your people is very important. Give them responsibility. Allow them to be innovative. Allow them to make decisions, and allow them to execute on those decisions. That spells pride. Give them pride when they come to work, and they'll give something back to you as a team.
Great. I think that's very, very important, again, in terms of being connected. Just a while back, Dave helped us to connect, all of us, who are sitting in this room. Once you're able to connect with your audience, be it top-down approach, which you want to drive, be it with all the different stakeholders or the cross-functional departments, then you're half one, that's how we drive this. I think we are coming towards the last question of this panel. It's all about, these days, we are talking about the CIO roles, which has been changing over a period of time. We talk about this in such a manner that, the role is more and more digital and innovation focused, compared to managing the operations and the efficiency and so on. I mean, it's still important. I'm not saying that it's not important, it's still important. But at the same time, it's more digital and innovation focused. And there's a lot of requirements. And we have got that visibilities right now. We have got that authorities right now with the board to, manage and drive those changes. So how do you see, say, for example, that the role has shifted from managing a traditional way of IT into a change maker kind of a role? Do you think that that's something which is happening? Maybe I'll start with Ahmed from you and goes all the way here.
For sure, it is already started. Before the IT role, he was just only supporting the admin or supporting and also supporting guests from our side. But now, everyone is required many things. And when it has come to top management executive team, they are looking for dashboard. They are looking to have the data on time. When it has come to marketing, revenue, finance, all of them, they are looking for systems which will allow them to access from anywhere and also consolidated reports. So the call, it is coming digital transformation. Everyone wanted to have his systems on cloud solution, access from anywhere, easy to manage, easy also to provide you consolidated reports. So now it's not only supporting admin or supporting the guest. No, it has become a big role in on the organization and one from the top important role in the organization. I'm totally agree with that.
Okay, so you think that you are being more consulted than earlier in terms of driving any changes, any transformation within the organization?
Right.
Great. So what about you, Mohammed?
Yeah, so it's a huge change, huge change. So 15 years back, we were not even a part of the table. We were not even a part of the leadership team. And we were a kind of a sub-department, sometimes reporting to finance. Now we are a part of the leadership team. Earlier, the budgets were very, very less. Now it's huge. Any discussion that happens within the leadership team, anything that is required, all the heads turn towards us. How can you do it? How can you be more agile? We want this on the mobile. It's all about agility and mobility. So yes, it has changed a lot, and this would exponentially grow. The teams would grow, the budgets would grow, and this would definitely have a huge impact on our bottom lines and top lines. So definitely yes.
Do you see that, even in the budgets and all of those things have been consulted and approved to that level?
Absolutely. The chief executive officers of all the companies that I have interacted with, they are very, very tech savvy nowadays. Sometimes they send me, messages of all the tech happenings. They are aware of what is happening. Can we do this now, or do you think we need to wait? So these are the kind of days where, everybody is tech savvy, they know the news, and, and they need to, there is a strong need for them to apply that within their roles, because they know the ROI is huge. It's great, and for them it's just a kind of a screen, and they need to get those information. And gone are the days of intuitive decisions, I might think, or this may happen. No, it's a full stop to that. And decisions are made on data now. Data is the truth. Nobody can sit on the table and say that this might happen, or, the sales might go up. Stop all that. Put the data in front of you, and the decisions happen.
Great. I think, any new technology that's coming into the market, we can see the adoption happening in a very, very fast pace. Especially the ChatGPTs or, anyone which we talk about, we know that, including our business, our other stakeholders, they are all adopted to it, and, anything is available online. So basically, I'll go back to the earlier point of continuous learning. If you're not able to kind of learn and adapt and, be agile, then it's going to be very difficult. So I think that change in role is something which is very, very critical these days. And if we are still an old-fashioned CIO, then probably this is time to shift the gears. Great, thank you. Amir.
On this point, it's quite interesting, because everything people are saying, the roles are changing. 30 years in tech, in all honesty, infrastructure as a service, you've got platform as a service, you've got software as a service, but in all honesty, it's CSaaS. CSAS is common sense as a service. Common sense is really, really important to understand. So you don't put something on a technology that you want to put on your CV that looks good and it's a buzzword. Who remembers blockchain? Yeah. So at the end of the day, it's important to know technology, but common sense as a service is really important. Lessons are free of charge. We're all certified practitioners. So at the end of the day, you've got to really use your common sense. Look at what's going on. What do we need to do? Where are we in the market? And prioritize. You'll be surprised when you collaborate and prioritize, you realize that printer is not important right now. I think it's better to get a customer experience which allows us to build revenue. So common sense as a service. Once you get that credibility as a team, people come to you. And that allows you to be agile and innovative.
Brilliant. I think we have one more takeaway today, common sense as a service. So I think, we talk about customer experience, we talk about anything and everything, but it's always important to put ourselves into the shoes of the customer, So then probably I can very well relate to what you're saying in terms of common sense. It's just pretty common to understand that what the others will need and so that act like that, rather than, using the jargons and using or trying to drive something in a completely different manner which nobody understands. So Aditya.
Obviously the functional roles, and as Mohammed talked about, we are still responsible for the core and whatever the functional role that we have. But I would say we are sort of, with the common sense doled out. We are trying to, I think, we are evolving into what I would like to call a board whisperer, right? Our value is not from what we say in the boardroom, but by what others seek from our function in terms of innovation. And when their projects and when their success and their growth or the transformation that each function is trying to achieve has got this sort of, collaboration with technology and innovation, then we are speaking and our voice is traveling. It's not so much how much you speak or how much time you get on the boardroom, but it's more about acting like a whisperer to everybody in the boardroom, being able to sort of, adopt that role which is somewhat in the background but has tremendous value. And I think that's the kind of transformation which we're achieving from where we were functionally as CIOs.
I really like that. And I mean, do you mean that it's all about persuading and influencing? You mean the right set of stakeholders to make sure that you are able to drive?
Yeah, and the reason I said the word whisperer is because you don't need your voice to be heard too loud to get your point across. As long as you've got the buy-in, as long as you have people collaborating with you outside the boardroom, as much as they would speak for you or they would endorse or they would support the initiatives. And that's the role, because almost everyone is, like I said, working towards their own motivation, their own goals, their own progress. But if you adopt that role, more than just advisory, not just to give sound advice, but act as a whisperer, let their words reflect your advice.
Brilliant. I think there's nothing better than this to summarize this. I think we have two very, very important takeaways. One is being a human first, just to make sure that we understand what the other side needs, and common sense as a service. I think that's my takeaway. I hope you guys all enjoy the panel. I mean, I think we have time maybe for a few questions, Have any questions, please, from the audience? Be happy to take that. Anyone? Brilliant. So there's no questions. We'll summarize the panel. So thank you so much, gentlemen. It was an amazing discussion, and we concluded the rise of the power in a very, very, amazing manner. So looking forward for the grand finale over here, and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jai Kumar, and also our amazing panel, sharing so much about what's going to happen in the future. It's happening right now. I find it fascinating to find the conversations about common sense as a platform for people to work on. Not seen that before, but it's brilliant. So, a couple of things to make as announcements, housekeeping things. First of all, our team will be sharing with you these. If you haven't got them on your table, then you should have them soon. That allows you to go around to connect with each of our different sponsors and each of our different booths. Make sure you go around, chat to them, find out what technology they have, the potential partners that you can have as well, and then you fill it in. There's a little, it's like a treasure hunt. We'll just call it that, to go around and get everything ticked off or stamped as you go around everywhere. Has everyone got, hold them up in the air if you got them, so I can see that everyone's got them. Anybody not got them? We can send our team over to find you. If you haven't got one, don't worry, we'll find them, we'll share it with you. Okay, one of the things I've got to announce as well is a thing called a Mentimeter. A Mentimeter, and that's on mentimeter.com. If you haven't already gone there. So after every speaker that we have on stage, not including me, every speaker we have on stage, a code will come up. And if you go to mentimeter.com, first of all, get the Wi-Fi for the hotel, which I don't know what it is. Or you might, if you've got loads of data, you probably have got loads of data. But you can do it directly like that. And what you need to do is vote for your favorite speaker and give them a score. It will all come up at mentimeter.com. You won't see my name on there because of the time I sued them last time. So you'll see all the other names of the speakers, and then give a code. It will come up after every speaker, so make sure we've got that. Thank you very much. It's Mentimeter, MENTI.com, menti.com. Okay. Anybody not hear that? Everybody got it? Good, fantastic. Okay, so with that being said, it's time now to move on to one of our amazing keynote speakers. And the topic is prepare to be inspired, which is very important as well, to make sure that you are feeling inspired, because this is the stuff that shapes the industry and every organization around the world, and so much of it is following what happens in the UAE. To deliver his keynote speech to shed light on an important topic that will surely leave you all with incredible and valuable insights, I'd like to welcome on stage the regional sales leader for Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. Please put your hands together for Abrar Hussain. And just to let every speaker know, there is a timer, and when the lights are flashing, it's not a disco, it means your time's up.
Time is okay.
No pressure. Brilliant, thank you.
A very good morning to all of you. I heard some great things today, common sense as a platform and being empathetic. So I hope, I'll be able to use both of them to deliver the keynote. Can you bring the slides? So I'm Abrar Hussain. I'm the regional sales leader at Oracle, managing the Oracle Cloud business. So here we are. 46 years of innovation. We launched our first database product 4 decades back, and since then, we are at the forefront of innovation, helping our customer deliver value to their customers and to their employees. $59 billion we invested in last 10 years itself in the R&D, again, to help and innovate. We developed our first autonomous database product, which is the first in the industry, auto patching, auto upgrades, everything, to give a better performance to the enterprises. We have also developed our award-winning SaaS application for most of our business applications to help customers on your procurement side, HR, finance side. And then we have developed a modern cloud infrastructure platform providing 100+ services in 42 data centers across the globe. Now, coming to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure Platform, most of us in our daily lives are already using Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. Imagine going to office, we have video conferencing calls. 50% of world's video conferencing calls runs on OCI. 8 out of top 20 automakers design their cars using OCI. Now let's come to healthcare. We help US healthcare system deliver care to more than 100 million patients every year. Then let's come to the retail side. Imagine this number. We help process 27 billion transactions on a yearly basis to run 16 of the top 25 retailers. Now coming to the banking side, Again, imagine the top 10 banks of the world with $35 trillion in assets using OCI to deliver services to their customers. And we heard a lot of buzzwords about AI and what AI and machine learning can do. We as Oracle provide enterprise-grade AI and machine learning services. And we process 200 million voice commands when people drive Mercedes, Hyundai, etc. And now again, staying connected. The 9 out of top 10 telcos runs on OCI, and we help them reach to 3 billion subscribers on a yearly basis. Now, this is our landscape. 42 regions from where we deliver more than 100 services to our customers. Coming to the region, we have data centers in UAE, 2 data centers. We have a data center in KSA, and then we have data center in South Africa, and a public region in Oman. So this helps customer to run their workloads, critical workloads, compliant to the regulations of each country. Now, we say that Oracle Cloud Infrastructure is a complete platform. We heard some of the numbers, which, the largest banks, the largest retailers using OCI. We say it's a complete platform because we can provide all the services, integration, compute, storage, IaaS, database services, analytics. We have even one of the best application development platform called Apex. So providing the end-to-end services on Oracle Cloud Infrastructure platform. Now, when we interact with the customer, these are the few things we hear. When we are interacting with the CIOs, CEOs, and the boards, we heard about 4 things. First of them is the customer are saying that one cloud is rarely the answer. Customers have SaaS, customers have different workloads which can run on different cloud platform. In some cases, they are not ready to move to cloud, and they want to run things in their own data center, so we have different options. So one cloud is really the answer. And second, we heard from some panels as well, and from our customers as well, is that innovation is very critical to kind of provide better services to the customers, to innovate. And then data. I mean, data is very critical, and still people are not able to solve the data problem and get maximum from their data. And the fourth is cybersecurity is a big concern, as a concern for the board, concern for the CIOs, and concern for the CEOs. Now, how we can help solve this? One cloud is really the answer. This is where keeping customer centricity at the heart of what we do, we provide different options to the customer. So the customers who are ready to move to public cloud, we have data centers in UAE, and again in KSA, in South Africa. So we provide our public cloud options. We also partner and work with other platforms. For example, Azure, we provide interconnect. We have database services which can run on Azure. So we kind of exist with other cloud vendors as well. And then the private cloud. We still see that there are a lot of customers, because of regulation, because of data sensitivity, they are still not ready to move their workloads to the public cloud, and this is where we provide an option for them to run cloud behind their firewall in their data center. So we have Exa Cloud at customer, which is a great option to run cloud services in the data center. And then we have another version which is called dedicated cloud for critical customers, large scales, to run all the cloud services which are available in the public data center inside the data centers of the customer. So it's like providing all the options to the customers. Now, getting more from the data. This is what we heard. Data is very critical. Different sources of data, different platforms, applications running on cloud, things running in the data center. Now, how we can help is we can help consolidate all your data platforms on a single cloud platform, Oracle, and then these data can be provided in a streamlined way to the employees and to the customer. You can develop applications on Apex and provide data to the customers and to the employees in a very seamless way. Now, coming to the innovation. We talked about that innovation is critical and is important to survive and thrive. We have our autonomous data warehouse. We spoke the industry's first product, which is it's auto runs and auto patches, and it's at least 6 times faster than any other product available in the marketplace. So we can help you and your customers get insight faster using the Oracle Autonomous Data Warehouse. And then the low-code and serverless. We have our Apex platform, which is our application development platform. We can help you build applications 20x faster, and the cost to deploy on a serverless environment is or will be less than 50%. And then coming to the HPC and supercomputing. If you have critical workloads where you want to use AI or machine learning data models which requires supercomputing or high-performance computing, we can provide that. We have a partnership with NVIDIA. We run their GPUs in our data centers, so which can help you provide our supercompute performance using our data centers. And then coming to the AI, a lot of buzzword, and we always say that we at Oracle provide enterprise-grade machine learning and AI capabilities. We have ready-to-use image recognition use cases. We have voice use cases which can be deployed into your application. So enterprise-grade AI and machine learning. Now, security. So, security is one of the biggest concern for the CXOs. And we say that we take a very robust approach on security. In our data centers, one of the important things is that the full stack is by Oracle, infrastructure by Oracle, applications, databases by Oracle, so which provides an enhanced layer of security. And then we do monitor our cloud environment for posture changes. We have security embedded at all the levels in applications, at infra, and at the database levels, which provide enhanced security to all the customers. Now, I'll take these 3 or 4 examples where the customers have used Oracle Cloud to get a lot of advantage. One of the cases, Deutsche Bank. So imagine 10,000 databases Deutsche Bank moved to Oracle Cloud at customers. And while they did that, while they modernized their platform using a better database product, using modern functionalities, AI capabilities, they were able to save more than 100 million euros in doing that. And at the same time, they were able to save 50% in energy consumption. So again, becoming more sustainable, taking care of the environment and being more responsible. Vodafone, one of the largest telco provider, again, they had 40 data centers across the world, and the challenge was how we can consolidate. So we helped them consolidate 40 data centers into 6 OCI regions where they can run all of their public cloud services in their data center. So again, complying to regulations and using the cloud platform and using a better platform. Same again, CIA. I think everybody knows, and this is a testament of our security. The CIA has selected Oracle Cloud to provide security-first cloud services to 17 intelligence agencies in US, and we will be providing them IaaS, SaaS, and PaaS services. So this again kind of summarizes what Oracle is capable of and what cloud platform, how secure it is. Now, this is my last slide and how we can help you. So first, a distributed cloud strategy for your data center exit. So if you have a plan to modernize your data center, modernize your infrastructure, we can help you with distributed cloud strategy. What does that means is, in UAE, we have public cloud, so you can move your workloads to UAE data center. If you have operations in KSA, we are the only one who have data center or a hyperscale data center in KSA, so we can help that. And then coming to countries where no hyperscaler has a presence, we have private cloud option, Exa Cloud at Customer, DRCC, so we can provide you cloud capabilities behind your data center. And when we speak to the customer, we also hear that there are many workloads, critical workloads, which they are still not comfortable to run the same in public cloud. So we can, again, provide our cloud customer behind your firewalls with cloud capabilities, and you can still modernize your data platform. The second is consolidating your data sources, consolidating your data platform, and having a single view streamline your data sources and provide better view to your CXOs, provide better services to your customers. And third is, again, AI and ML services. So we have enterprise-grade, ready-to-use AI use cases which you can deploy on your applications. We can help you develop your own AI and machine learning models, which you can, again, deploy on your applications. And the fourth is modernize your security and your estate. Oracle can come and help you modernize your security, modernize your database landscape, modernize your applications and your data centers. So, I mean, that's all from my side. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much indeed.
Right
Perfect.
on time, yeah?
And the timing was great as well. You got another 1 minute and 51 seconds. If you want to do some karaoke, you just, no? Okay. So, is everybody okay? Learning stuff? Good. Excellent. You're very excited. You've got that same look on your face that I had when I was at school with a teacher I really liked. And this is a trick I'll share with you as somebody who teaches people to do public speaking. When people like you and you're on stage, they do this. And when they hate you and you're on stage, they do this. When they decide they want to work with you because you're the most exciting person I've ever seen, they do this. And when they're just about to call the police and pull you off stage and take you into a little room and go like that, they give you a pre-warning. And the pre-warning is this. So it's fantastic to see everybody enjoying and joining in. We've got a number of things to go through, and the next thing we do is really exciting because it's time to give out some awards. Give me a cheer. Yes. We've broken the awards sessions down into small, manageable parts of about 50 different sections. No, it's not really. This is part one. I know that. I've just got a list like that of all the different awards, so we're going to be giving them out to everybody. Before we do that, I'd like to invite on somebody really famous to do all the hand shaking and handing out of awards, because when I do that, then everyone just goes, oh. But this guy, when he hands it out, the entire industry knows. So please put your hands together as we invite on to join us again, the CEO and co-founder of GEC Media Group. Put your hands together for Ronak Samantaray. Ronak. He was busy there, weren't you? You were doing Candy Crush. No, you wasn't. All right, so we've got the awards coming in. I will read out the names, and I'll stand out the photos. I used to be in the photos before, but then they use Photoshop and just get me out of them, so I'll just stand here. It's much easier. Saves on that time. So let's bring on, for the next generation, bring up our first winner, which is Bajesh Pereira from Lacrame Business Group. Bajesh. There you go. And we've got our photographers ready there. Wonderful. Social media people. Big smile. YouTube at the back of the room is watching as well. So the entire planet is finding out where you are. From the entire group, congratulations. And the music's beautiful too. Next up, representing DB Schenker for our next gen. Put your hands together for Braveen Otieno. Braveen. We can wait? No, Braveen? No? Okay. In that case, we'll move on to the next name. For Zurich Insurance Company, Walid Salim. Walid Salim. There you go, Walid. Well done, Walid. By the way, when I read out a name, if that person doesn't come up on stage, but you see them later on, tell them that they can collect the award from me, but it costs them 1,000 dirhams. Just just tell them that. Okay, next up on stage for our leaders, for Transport Authority and Ajman, put your hands together for Amna Al-Daheri. Amna Al-Daheri. Well done, Amna. Next up, representing Waha Health, our leader, Assam Abu Marie. Assam. Very good. I love the use of the flashing lights. Reminds me of being stopped by the police on Sheikh Zayed Road with the lights flash. Anyway, it's another story. Next up on stage, I'd like to invite up from Alpago Properties LLC, Deepu Vagis. Deepu Vagis. Next up from Driven Properties, our leader is Dinesh Kumar. Dinesh Kumar. No? Okay. Next for Occidental Al Jadaf Hotel, our leader is Jasir Kaipancheri Thudi. Excellent. Next up, representing Otis Elevated Company, our leader is Mihir Gajar. Mihir Gajar. No. I'm trying to look around for people standing up, but the lights are freaking me out as I'm looking, so not to worry. Next up, from the Gulf Medical, Mohammed Hamza Sheikh. Mohammed Hamza Sheikh. No. Okay. Next up for Ghassan Abood Group, the leader is Mohammed Mudassar. Mohammed Mudassar. See, every time somebody walks around, they get excited, then they sit somewhere else, and they were just moving. It's not you, is it? No, it's not. All right, then. Next up for International Modern Hospital, our leader is Mudassar Ali. Mudassar Ali. It's like playing bingo, really, isn't it? You just read out the numbers and see if somebody says house. Okay. And our next one for Ratana Hotel Management Corporation. Oh, sorry, for Royal Continent Hotel and Suites, Mohammed Nufel. Mohammed Nufel, Royal Continental Hotel and Suites. They're probably next door getting the cards stamped. That's what it is. No? Oh, you're here. Give a round of applause! Hooray! I've actually got a webcam here. I know exactly where you've been. Exactly where you've been. Excellent. So what I'm going to do is, would you like to have a rest now? We'll get up the bra. So a round of applause for Ronak. Thank you very much, very patient, standing there. I'd like to now invite on stage the Regional Sales Leader for Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, who gave us an amazing presentation earlier, Abrar Hussain, if you'd like to give some awards out as well. Abrar? Is Abrar here? You're not telling me he's got to hand out the awards. Ronak, we might need you back again. Abrar's not here. I should text you that, really, shouldn't I? Where's Ronak gone? We might need you back again, sir. Sorry about this. But you get a massive round of applause when he comes back on stage. Give it up for Ronak. Look at that. And you smell amazing today, by the way. I'm just telling you. Not in a creepy way, in an admiring way. Just telling you. Okay, so don't leave. Next up, our leader from Ratana Hotel Management Corporation is Rabi Murhi. Rabi Murhi. If you want to grab a chair, it's all right. Rabi. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Excellent. Can you imagine if the Oscars were like this? And the best picture goes to Steven Spielberg. What is a McDonald's? Seriously? Doesn't he know? It'd be like that. Fantastic. My pleasure. Our next leader is for Emirates Hospitals Group LLC, Rahul Cherivelli. Rahul Cherivelli. Next leader for the Grandeur Hotel is Rijas Edakandan. Rijas Edakandan. Ah, there you go. I was starting to take it personally then, that it's just me. You just don't come up when I'm here. Thank you. Yeah, in Thailand, everybody came on stage, but as soon as I turned up, no. Our class hospitality leader from the Elsevier Group is Sabine Subramanian. Sabine Subramanian. Subramanian, that's it, Subramanian. No? Okay, next up from Kofi App, C-O-F-E App, is Shahud Siddiqui. Oh, coming, oh, there you go. Sabine, right. I think everybody who's about to come up and get their awards stands right at the back. So it's like the red carpet at the Oscars. So we just give that extra feeling of applause. Excellent. So next up from Kofi App is Shahud Siddiqui. Shahud Siddiqui. No. Okay. Next leader from Sharjah Documentation and Archive Department is Sheba Hasnain. Sheba Hasnain. Our next leader from GEMS Education is Srijit Chakrabarti. Srijit Chakrabarti. Ah. Thank you. Fantastic. If our photographers would like to be further away, that's okay. They're normally here, aren't they? They've just moved all the way back. Not to worry. Must be the lighting. Yeah, is that what it is? I can't see if he's nodding. Anyway, next up from Al Ain University, Abu Dhabi campus, our leader is Sunil Kumar Nair. Sunil Kumar Nair. I have to wait a few seconds just in case they're doing a lap of honor before they come up. And our final leader for this section, GPAS World's leader is Yunus Changoff. Yunus Changoff. There we go. And a round of applause for that gentleman there. Thank you, Ronak. Excellent. A round of applause for all our winners, all our awardees today. And most of all for you guys. You keep clapping. It's amazing. I know you're going, I am not a seal, Dave, but I'll just do it for you. I appreciate that. That's fantastic. Okay, our next keynote speaker is going to share with us the CAS journey and roadmap ahead. He's a founding member of CAS. Please put your hands together for Mr. Venkatesh Mahadevan. He won't come up if that's all you're going to do with clapping. Venkatesh Mahadevan!
Hello, good morning, Sat Sri Akal, Salam Alaikum, and welcome to all my friends from UAE. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the international edition of CIO 200 in the United Arab Emirates. It's so nice to see all of you here this morning. I'm sorry I'm not able to make it today for the event in person as I'm traveling in the US right now. But I promise you, I'm missing every bit of not being with you guys. Thank you very much for giving me your attention. I want to talk to you about CAS. What is CAS? CAS is CIO as a service, the one-stop revolutionary platform that we launched at the Bangkok event last year when most of you were there. We went on stage and we spoke about CAS. The 5 founding members of CAS were there and we introduced CAS to the world. What does CAS do? CAS is essentially a platform that brings together all of us and gives us or acts as a catalyst to be able to collaborate, deliver technology solutions, carry out market research, speak to relevant contemporaries in the field, work with each other and deliver top-of-the-line, state-of-the-art solutions for our clients. Of course, we will work with our distinguished partners, our collaborators, our vendors, our product players, and all of them as we get along. The objective of CAS was to bring all of us together on a more formal platform and ensure that we uplift or empower the ecosystem for all of us as CIOs. What is in it for us, you ask? Very good question. This platform will act as a one-stop solution for us for any of our needs. Whether you need a part-time CIO, whether you want to implement a solution, whether you want to carry out research for introducing a product in the market, whether you want a solution for your existing pain points, or whether you want to talk to a subject matter expert. CAS will give you all of this and more. And who are our subject matter experts? People like you and me who are actually on this platform. We are the subject matter experts, my dear friend, and we run this platform. So it is a platform built for all of us, by us, for us. It is essentially a powerful tool that is the future. There have been a lot of attempts by different people on this. We've been doing it on WhatsApp, we've been doing it on SMS, we've been doing it on phone calls. But this is the first time that we're doing something on a platform and leveraging on technology, which obviously we must because we are CIOs. So it gives me great pleasure once again to introduce CAS to you. And as I said, we will use this platform to work with each and every one of you as we go forward into the future. We introduced CAS at Bangkok, and what have we done since then? We've done a lot of work. As we speak, we are working with 3 potential clients on different areas. One of the areas we're working on is in the enterprise application space. We are implementing a solution for a client who needs an application for a functional area. Please bear with me as I'm unable to share the names of the clients right now. As you know, confidentiality is paramount. Second, we're carrying out market research for a large partner who is entering this market and wants to see whether that product or solution they are bringing to the market has scope and what is the depth of the scope. And you are aware that we've been speaking to some of you to get enough information. The third project is in the video surveillance and infrastructure space, and we're trying to work with a very large company in Egypt to bring this solution to them. They've been very kind. They've given us an opportunity, and as we speak, we are working with one of our principals and partners to deliver the solution to them. So I have already told you about enterprise applications, I've told you about market research, and I've told you about infrastructure space. What have we done other than that? We have taken CAS to Saudi Arabia. Yes, my dear friends, as we speak, CAS has been launched in Saudi Arabia. So we now have a CAS Saudi Arabia edition. Thank you very much, Mohammed Manishi and the team who helped us and who were so supportive. I spent about 2 weeks in Saudi Arabia working with the team, and it has been so productive, I cannot tell you. Their hospitality was absolutely top of the line. So thank you, Manishi. CAS Saudi Arabia is a reality. It's born. The baby started walking, and very soon we will have it run. CAS Egypt is also a reality that is going to happen very soon as we are working on this client and this portfolio and this product. The client has requested us to come and establish a presence in Egypt to ensure that we are able to give them better ground support and also work with other potential clients. So CAS Egypt is also happening. I've spent the last 3 weeks here in the US of A talking to people, talking to partners, and some of whom I've been speaking to, even you are aware of. They have promised that CAS has a lot of potential in the US, and they are wanting for us to come here. So they're just waiting for us to introduce and implement CAS in this part of the world. So very soon, my dear friends, you will hear about CAS United States of America. Yes. As we speak, there are discussions going on about opening an office in CAS Qatar. CAS Qatar, there have been a lot of discussions, and we are working closely with somebody to do something in the enterprise application space. I'm sorry, it may appear like I'm talking to you in cryptic language, but as you understand, client privacy is paramount for us. So this is the update, and it's been a huge update, and we have been progressing on every front. We have got the pillars set right. We've had some people from you actually come across and give us their full support. That has been so encouraging. We have received a lot of feedback on the platform. We have received a lot of inputs from you on where we need to do, what we need to do, how can we do this better. And as we speak, the platform is undergoing one more revision, and very soon we'll be launching the updated version with more countries in it, and you will have a state-of-the-art technology platform that will work for all of us. Believe me, my dear friends, we need to work together. The idea of launching CAS was for all of us to collaborate, for all of us to work together and take our discussion to the natural conclusion of delivering an optimal, high performance and effective solution to the client. All our clients have spoken to us and have told us that they are very excited about CAS. They are, of course, waiting for us to deliver on the promised journey, which is what we are doing. So I want to thank all of you for having worked with us, having walked with us so far, and helped us bring together something that is a reality. CAS, my dear friends, is a reality. It is a one-stop shop. Does it help the client save money? Yes. Does it help us deliver a more optimum solution to the client? Yes. Does it improve effectiveness in the workplace? Absolutely yes. Does it help us deliver a more effective implementation? Yes. Does it help us bring subject matter experts to the solution? Absolutely. Can I speak to a subject matter expert? Yes, you can and you may. Do I get share of mind with a CIO for 1 hour? Absolutely you do. Can I as a client join your platform? Of course, please welcome. Can I as a partner join your platform? Yes, please do. It is an open, revolutionary, collaborative platform for all of us. And it will not be successful until and unless all of us get together, all of us hold hands, and all of us go on this journey. We are technologists, we are great minds, we illuminate this room, we illuminate meetings, we talk to our own companies, our own clients, we talk to vendors, we talk to our partners, we talk to our peers and give them solutions. And now, here is an opportunity for all of us to formally get together and bring all of these discussions onto paper. We will be writing a lot of white papers as we speak, and as you're all aware, CAS has also launched RAS, which is Research as a Service, which my colleague Jaykumar will speak about after me, so I don't want to steal the thunder. Maheshi will come and speak about CAS Saudi Arabia. But my dear friends, you just heard all of us speak, and the idea of CAS is now a reality. And I'm hoping that as we get into Baku, which is the finale for the CIO 200 event, we will probably have more successes to share about us. So thank you very much for your support. It has been a delight talking to you, and very soon I will be landing in the Middle East and talking to all of you in person, having a coffee with all of you. But meanwhile, if you have any questions, please do reach out to me. You have my coordinates, you have my numbers. The team is there on the ground. Let's make this happen. We cannot do this alone. This will only happen if each and every one of us in the room hold hands, put our hands up and say, hello CAS. Let me hear all of you say, hello CAS and welcome to CAS. Thank you very much. Have an absolutely awesome evening and a day, and see you soon. Cha-cha.
There you go. Yes, Venkatesh, for clapping. Excellent, thank you. And thank you for sending a presentation. And he's watching us now on YouTube. Cheers, buddy, take it easy. Yeah, he couldn't make it, unfortunately, because he's now in Silicon Valley. And if you noticed, when he was talking to camera, he kept looking away and then coming back. It was Elon Musk. He's taken CAS to save Twitter. So that's a beautiful thing to be able to share the time with us there. And also, he's been working with Keanu Reeves on his martial arts. I don't know if you noticed that. It's very good. Maybe you can learn that too. CAS as a martial art. Okay, so with that being said, it's time now for our next panel. We're going to be talking about eliminating data debt and replacing legacies in this panel discussion. We're going to be exploring the strategies and best practices for eliminating data debt and replacing legacy systems. We've got an amazing panel coming up, and our panel master will be joining and bringing everybody up on stage. Please put your hands together for the head of IT at the Government of Abu Dhabi entity. Remember, we're going live across YouTube, by the way, so anybody who can't see us now will be watching us online. I've been told that there's about 100,000 people watching us around the world, which is very good. Hello, Mum. Okay, so our panel master is the head of IT at the Government of Abu Dhabi entity. Who's going to be moderating this discussion. Please put your hands together for Jacob Matthew. Jacob, come and join us. Round of applause, give it up. There we go.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for coming. And I would like to start by requesting the esteemed panelists to introduce yourself. Raisat, if you could start from yourself.
Yeah, my name is Riyasat Ali. I'm heading the IT department in Ras Al Khaimah Ports, Government of Ras Al Khaimah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Gigi Thomas. I'm Group Director of IT and Digital Transformation at Etihad International Investments. We are a group conglomerate holding based out of Abu Dhabi. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sunil Paul. I am the co-founder and managing director of Finesse. We are a company who provides secured digital transformation to our clients and especially specializes in supporting in their data journey. So we've been here for about 13 years and working with most of those enterprises over here. Thank you.
Good morning to all. I'm Naufal, heading the IT operations, Royal Continental Hotels and Suites in Dubai. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So briefly about myself, I've been in the country for 25 years. And those of you who are not connected, I'd love to connect with you, whether on LinkedIn or if you could follow or connect, and that'd be really appreciated. So let's start with the first question that goes to you, Gigi. we have a very interesting topic where we're talking about eliminating data debt. So why don't we just talk what is data debt and why is it important to eliminate it?
Thank you, Jacob. As fancy as the term sounds, data debt, I believe we've all faced this scenario at many a times in our careers. Just to give it in very simple words, data debt is the accumulation of data-related problems. So whether it be in terms of data collection or data classification, whether it be in terms of categorization or data security. So the cumulative of these problems translating into a dollar value or an effort value is data debt.
Thank you very much. Let's move to you, Naufal. So what strategies have you implemented, observed, which we can use to eliminate data debt?
First of all, thank you so much to bring this topic, when we are having some initial discussion. I think it is a new headline, actually, data debt. We are talking about digital transformation, infrastructure updation, automation, a lot of things. But this word, I think itself, the heading itself, it's a new discussion point, in my opinion, actually. Connecting to hospitality industry, we are one of the leading team who is handling with lots of data. We are managing very critical information related to the guest, their payment, their profiles, a lot of things. But still, I have a doubt. After this COVID time, we did a lot of digital transformation projects. We easy to make the guest living in hotel related to their experience, using the different amenities and all things. But we still has to focus more on the data management, because I'm sure that tomorrow's winner, who is not collecting more data, who is managing the data very legacy way. So we are implemented a lot of new systems as the part of our digital transformation. I can say that word, the contactless concept. Still, we dumped a lot of data, either it is in cloud or on-premises systems, which is still not utilized in good way. So all our new projects, our next projects, we are planning to centralize all the data and use it in the proper way. So in this way, I think if we focus on more on this project, we can retarget our repeated guests and all things.
I'd like to add to what Naufal mentioned. So I believe establishing a data strategy is paramount to this. So most of the organizations, most of our colleagues over here would have involved at a stage of having centralized master data, or we've been in some stages of initiating a data classification project. So it all are critical elements as part of this data strategy. In the long run, this would be paramount in eliminating, or rather minimizing data debt. One other area which I would like to throw out there is dark data. So we are all sitting on top of heaps of data. Now we're talking about pandemic, and we have the cloud journey. We've been at some stages of our digital transformation journey. So we are sitting on a huge, huge facets and heaps of data. Now, in all of that, there is a big subset of data that we are not using. So this is the dark data. So now that also contributes towards data debt in sort of a way. So that is also something that we need to tackle and put it in our roadmap on how do we handle that in our strategy.
See, actually, connecting to this point, it is very important actually. During our project in last 1 or 2 years, a small properties like our hotel, one of the branch, they have holding 8 to 9 TB of data, which is they are asking me to migrate to the cloud. Because as he said, there is lots of things, they just dumped it. We are calling as dark data. So that We don't know, even they don't know, even the operational department, which one need to keep for another 6 months, or another 1 month, or another 5 years. We don't know. Even if it is not only related to digital, even the files, some companies who is long years in the industry, if you go there, warehouses or somewhere, or the storeroom, you can see the files which is lying from minimum 20 to 25 years old. So this area, really the focusing is not happen. So in our concern, each department, like we have front office, we have reservation, we have financial department, they are all keeping their own individual spreadsheets, individual data and all things. Whatever they are updating, the next department is not getting that. So there is a lot of duplication, there is a lot of lack of centralization.
Yeah, I think summary will be data governance. We need to have proper data governance. So, Raisat, do you want to add something to it?
Yeah, so data, as we know, is the new oil. So everyone is aware of the importance of data and how decision making, it can help with the decision making. And if the data governance is not there, definitely you will have bad data, which will end up in bad decision making. Today, the world has changed. If we look into history, it used to be facts, figures, maybe numbers and characters. But now it has evolved into different forms of data. We are also talking about the digital format, which is like, even your videos, your audios, all this is forming the new shapes of data. And again, if this is not properly managed, it will end up in negative information, negative decision making, and that's definitely a loss. Today, all these data sets are connected to your new systems, and those are like your CRM systems, your DSS systems. All these are backed up by these data. And again, governance has got a very important role to play into this.
Thank you. And Sunil, coming from SI perspective, how do you think the clients can prioritize and justify investments into modernizing legacy systems and addressing data debt?
So I'll just give a generalizing example. So you're all veterans in the technology industry, and I think so you are the best people to say about how to deal with data debt, technological aspects of it. But I put it in a very simple manner. All of we must have some point of time must have tried to change your house, right? So if you want to shift our house, and if you wanted to move those things into the new place, you would realize the kind of junk what we accumulated, and also how do we most of the time we don't know what is required and what is not required in this journey. Because if I look at, see, some of your friends must have come, some of your cousins must have come, some of your relatives must have come, they would have brought something, they would have put some files, their certificates must have been there, there's some stuff belonging to them would be there. You don't know whether, you should keep them or, that is, and some of them may not be available to you. So you're forced to carry all this along with you. And unless and until you properly store them in a structured cupboard in a systematic manner, you would actually carry that same thing. And then this is exactly happens from a technology perspective as well. From our experience, working with a lot of organizations, I'll give two different perspectives to it. We've been working with many organizations in their data journey. We at Finesse as a company itself specializes in the entire data, leveraging the data, taking value out of the data. And I think that is what the focus organization has to look at it. Data debt is today's problem, what you have it. Okay, you wanted to implement a new solution, or you want to embrace digital transformation, and you wanted to bring in whatever those right information, and you have this junk data. What do you do with those accumulated, not the right data? So that's data debt. But what you have to look at is from how do you leverage on the data? If you really look at it, those organizations who has actually leveraged on the data are the ones who have succeeded. All of us can, look at the history of Google or, Facebook or, say for example, Twitter or Instagram or any of them. So look at, leave those, if you want to call it as, pure internet companies, take the examples of whether it is Starbucks or Coca-Cola or, many of them like that. Those who leveraged on the data has actually been able to survive and able to grow. And let's look at an example over here. I'm a vivid reader, and then I read 2 newspapers every day. Morning I read Gulf News and I read Khaleej Times in the night. Of course, we subscribe to the National and other couple of Arabic newspapers also in the office. And for me now there's a problem because on Saturdays and Sundays, Gulf News and Khaleej Times stop publishing it. Those who are so addicted or been, as a practice they read it, it's a very difficult issue for them, those who read it. And then now Saturdays and Sundays I walk across to the petrol pump and look for Gulf Today and buy it, pay money and then buy it and come. Why I'm saying that here is that, why did this happen to the oldest dailies over here? I think in my personal opinion, they have not leveraged the data the way what they wanted to be. And also, whereas those who actually leverage the data, those who actually leverage the content has actually bypassed them. So this is a problem you will have to look at it. Unless and until you do not able to, you put a strategy to leverage on your data, you will stand out in this. So I think that is first you have to put it as a strategy, not as addressing your current problem. Yes, you have to address the current problem, but more than that, how do you want it to grow beyond it? Rather than seeing it as a technology problem, today what you have it, even if there are, like for example, if you want to convince your stakeholders, if you want to convince your senior management onto it, take the value what you can leverage out of the data, and take the customer satisfaction what you can get out of it, take the additional business what you can get out of it, and these are the things what you'll have to focus on, in my opinion.
I really like the analogy what he gave about the shifting of houses, but coming to with respect to leveraging the data, right? So data depth is the actual counterweight. So the ROI that you're trying to achieve from leveraging the data, from giving the analytics and the insights, it has an inverse proportional aspect with data depth. So how badly your data is organized or how it is not structured, the amount of time and effort that it is going to take you to put that in order and to cleanse. So basically it has an inverse proportional value to what you're trying to leverage. So the easiest, not definition, but the easiest analogy we can take from what we spoke today is data depth is actually your counterweight to what you can leverage from your ROI.
See, connecting to this point, actually, the leveraging of data or the correct utilization, in our industry, hospitality especially, we are dealing with the guest profiles and guest informations, their preferences very, very much. See, as an example, how a hotel can success in the industry. It is not something like you are just giving a luxury services or anything. Yes, it is important, but more than that, we need to acquire our repeated guest. This is our important thing. A recent example, I can just say, in our forum, our community recent meeting, we just discussed about a post which is done by a guest, okay, in LinkedIn platform. He just shared an example. I'm just using little time to share that thing, how much important the sharing of the data. See, while he's staying in the hotel, the room attendant, he just found a mouth ulcer ointment, which is which is he's using in the room. Okay, so what happened, this room attendant, it's a simple thing for him. He just shared that information in our quality management system, so which is sharing all the operational department. So what happened, the front office team, they just notify that, just a comment he update in the system. They communicate with our F&B department. They sent a, honey, lemon, hot water into the room with a message. Okay, a small cup of, amenity. They send with a message that we hear this honey lemon water can cure mouth ulcer easily. This message went to the room. So what happened, it's a premium property in the industry, in Dubai itself. So what he did, once he checked out from the hotel, he put in his platform this picture and message that it's a simple thing, the guest feel that enthralling experience. So this way, the system has to be worked. As I mentioned earlier, our reservation system or sales department, they are updating daily basis their connection with the travel agent, guest, repeated guest, OTA platforms like Booking.com, Agoda and all things. But internally, it is not properly communicating. So it is very important to leverage the data, to fine-tune the data and use it in the proper way.
Right, thank you. Right, so how do companies that have legacy systems, how do they modernize their data and the systems to move away from legacy to new systems?
So an important thing in this will be where do you want to be? If you are a paper-driven society, for example, you don't need to bother much about it. You will keep your papers as it is. But if you want to grow, if you want to be successful in the future, definitely you need to move your legacy systems into the new systems. So today, if somebody is living even in an older system, legacy system, they will not be able to progress and go well with the day-to-day requirements of today. Previously, it used to be only, like I mentioned, it was only the numbers and maybe characters, but now it has evolved into new forms of data. That includes the videos and the digital formats in which the new data is coming. And if you are still running with the legacy system, you will not be able to survive in the new world. I will give an example of, since I'm coming from the ports, but it's not limited to the ports, it's even related to all the industries. The companies which have been running on legacy systems and they have old systems. I remember when we were moving from a green system backed by IBM AS400, we were moving into SAP, for example. There were a lot of challenges which we came across, but then it ended up in something really tangible and it resulted into great business results. Today, it's not only that, but the metaverse and the new forms of technology which have come up, they are helping the new business environment. And if those technologies are not adopted and if the systems are not capable of ingesting that kind of data, then it's a failure for the organizations. I believe so.
Thank you. I think we are slightly running short of time. So the last question would be on the change management. I think all of us can contribute on that topic. How do we manage the change from legacy to modern day systems?
Let me just share my concern. Actually, we in our industry normally, we have very limited number of legacy systems, which is long years in the industry. And even, I don't want to name it a particular system, but even I saw a presentation by Oracle, and most of the big share in hospitality industry and all the leaders which we are using the same system from them. As I said, we talk about a lot of transformation things and all, but still in our industry, we can say just 1 or 2 or maximum 3 systems which is commonly used all the major hotels or either it is international or local. And even these systems, like the other industries, we don't have a full-fledged systems. Like to run an entire hotel operation in a day, we don't have a single system. So always it is working with the collaboration with the other modules. Like if I go with one system which is handling the front office and the reservation and the channel management system, which is not suitable to work with the sales and marketing. So these different modules, in my hotel, I can say I'm using 13 interfaces to achieve my daily operations. So here what is happening, the data is dumping in each and every sessions. And even if it is shared, it is not shared in the secure platform. Yes, they are giving us a lot of certifications internationally accepted like GDPR, ISO, a lot of things. But still, I think because of this lack of a single system, they are continuing still with that legacy, concept. We are missing a lot of, data here and there, and its security and utilization. So I hope we will get a revolution on that, and we will get back with good solutions.
What about change management? And we'd like to talk about.
So basically, change management is the sort of Pandora's box opener for any project. I mean, whether it be data, non-data, ERP. Change management, I believe with most of my peers, I will agree, is the first thing that you face is resistance. So foremost and priority is basically you need to have a stakeholder audience who believes in the initiatives that you're getting into, who need to be well aware that what is the return on investment or return of value that they're going to see for this initiative that we are getting into. So them being on board, them being very constantly updated with communication, having a proper communication and plan and strategy for any initiative that you're rolling out within your organization. Ensuring that you're having, I mean, these are all the fundamentals, right? So ensuring that you're having your steering committees and set up to face challenges that's going to come out. But I just wanted to focus on the part that having your stakeholder buy-in from day one, because typically as these initiatives mostly are driven from top down, but you would see that the buy-in, the adoption, all of it needs to be happening from bottom up. And that's where the recognition, the awards, the training, workshops, making sure that they see value in what they're doing and they welcome your solutions and your rollouts. So I just wanted to focus on that aspect of change management, which I believe is critical.
Yeah, thank you, JJ. Raisa?
Yeah, I think I agree with Gigi on this. If it is from top to bottom, definitely the change will be enforced. But again, it is the adoption. The end user are the final people who are going to adopt the change. The strategy may come, the implementation may happen, but if it is not adopted by the end user community properly, then we will be at loss. And one of the major things for this is the driver for change. If we know organization-wide and it is communicated properly to everyone, what is the driver for this change? What are we trying to achieve? Where are we trying to reach? That is what will decide whether the change will be adopted by the people or not. And again, we should also look into the resistance to change. What is the reason that people are not ready to adopt to that change, or they are not accepting the change? So there are fears, people are afraid, and one of the big things which we found out during our new system implementations or deployment of new technologies was the people's knowledge. So if proper training plans are in place and people are given adequate training, as the projects or implementations happen or the technologies are deployed, people will be adopted to that. Thank you.
Okay, we are run out of time, sorry. Thank you, panelists. It's been a fantastic discussion. And I'd like to just conclude by saying that as we discussed and also the previous session, data is a new oil. And nowadays, companies and people are making decisions not just on intuition, but more on data. So thank you, everybody, and thanks for listening. Thank you for being a fantastic audience, and we'll be happy to answer any questions after the break. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you to Jacob Matthew and his esteemed panel for sharing that as well. And that's the first time I've heard that pacemaker going off. I thought it was mine. Beep, beep, beep. Very nice. I was getting worried then. Okay, well, it's good to see you. A lot of people coming in from outside as well. It's extra bright. A lot of people doing business out there, which is fantastic. I'm going to see our many sponsors to see how they can connect and do business in the coming future as well. Are you enjoying yourself so far? Yes? Yes, a few people saying yes. A couple people at the back going, don't make that noise, you're on YouTube. Just telling you now. Okay, so with that, one of the things that we do here is we reward everybody. We like to make sure that everybody who comes here walks away with something special. And that's what we're going to be talking about next, because the Middle East Annual CISO Conclave has been hosted by the Global CISO Forum. And we're going to bring together top CISOs and security heads from the Middle East, Asia, Africa, and Europe to celebrate, engage, and socialize with our many partners and peers in Baku in Azerbaijan. How many people are going to join us in Baku? A couple of people. How many people are still going to try and put in a request at work for somebody to pay for it? Start now. Just say it's really important, and when you go there, it's going to change the way that the business runs from now on. Just tell them that. Doesn't matter. We'll make it up as we go along. In fact, Ronak will write it for you if you want to. Just make sure that it all happens. So this is a rundown. It's going to be an amazing event. We've got various winners, various people that we're going to be awarding to from Saudi, Qatar, and UAE. We've got the UAE people here today. And it's a rundown from 3 countries and the roadshows that were conducted in May, from which only the top 10 security heads from each country made it to the finale, which is amazing. From the UAE edition, we have a few winners with us today who made it to the finale, and I'm not sure how many are on stage and can join us, and how many are out there doing business, and how many are stuck in traffic, but we'll try it anyway. Now, in order to bring them on stage, they get their tickets. Now, the tickets are, wait for it, this deserves a woo. When they get their ticket is all expenses paid trip to Baku in Azerbaijan. Give me a woo. Not bad. How many people want one of them? Nobody. You're so rich. CIO is the highest paid job in the world, quite clearly. And if you are a winner, by the way, and you come up and collect it, I've just had a chat with Ronak. It does not include minibar. Just saying, okay, before you go crazy. So, Ronak, would you like to join us on stage? I will read out the names of the people who are going to join us on stage and collect their tickets. Have you been given the tickets to hand out? No, we've got the tickets there. Excellent. On a silver tray as well. Fantastic. Excellent. And one woman will give that to you. So, very exciting. We know who the people are, but do they know they're coming to join us? So let's bring them up. I know that Adam El Adama. I'll give a round of applause to Adam El Adama and Prashant Nair are not here. But they're watching on YouTube, which is okay. And if we can possibly turn the music up, then we won't hear anything at all. That's a really good idea. Drop music slightly. Drop music. Very good. Thank you so much. Right, so then I'd like to bring on Mohammed Galoom. There's Mohammed Galoom. There you go, Mohammed. Round of applause, Mohammed. Now you put the music up. Excellent. And the photos, there's our cameraman taking our pictures. There he is over there, hiding at the back. He was just busy on his playing Fortnite before this happened. Okay, get your photo and you get your ticket as well. And also, I think we've got, where's the other microphones going? We've got microphones here. Okay, well done. Do you want to get the group photo with everybody? So, yeah, Mohammed, don't go too far. We're going to get all the winners together. So don't, stay there. We'll get you back. Don't leave. And next up, Sakar Al-Ali. Sakar Al-Ali, where's Sakar? Yes, no? No? Okay, Wakas Haider. Wakas Haider. Where's Wakas? There you go, round of applause! a bit of a run there as well. Fantastic. Congratulations. I'll stand to one side, get the photo taken. Mohammed, would like to join us on stage? We're going to get a group photo that I can actually join in with this one. No, don't leave. Wakas, come back. Wakas, come back. I need to talk to you in a moment. So Mohammed as well. And first of all, how do you feel? Just to ask you, do you feel excited about your ticket?
Thank you so much.
Is it on? Just checking in.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity, and it gives me immense pleasure, and I think this is a wonderful opportunity to be recognized by the annual CISO Conclave, by the World CIO 200 Summit Forum. Specifically, there has been a really tremendous, work by this organization in terms of bringing people together, in terms of resolving the key challenges, helping the people to understand today's problem and supporting them in terms of enabling them and providing them the environment where we can work together. So it gives me immense pleasure to be here, part of this event. Thank you.
Fantastic.
And
Don't leave yet. Round of applause. Very good. And Mohammed, would you like to give your thoughts on it as well? Then we'll take a group photo. So your thoughts, please.
I would like to thank you everyone here first, and also CIO so far. And also I would like to thank you, my entity, it's Ministry of Health, for the great opportunity to be one of the people who's standing here in front of you guys. And they give me a great opportunity to go ahead, especially in the risk field, risk and business continuity. And I was one of the, we can say, champions in the last event, which one it was in the address also, Dubai Mall. And it is a great opportunity, and it motivates me more to work more than what I did in the governance and business continuity field, and I am going to do it more, inshallah. And I am very happy to be one of the final in Baku. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Round of applause, Mohammed. Ronak, do you want to say anything about what we're going to expect in Baku at the very least?
No, I really can't spin the wheels, I'm being ziplock, so
okay,
I cannot. But yeah, all I can say, you can, as GEC, we always multiply 10x, 100x from the last year, so you can imagine what's going to happen.
It's going to be exciting, just like Mission Impossible. So we get a group photo. Where's the cameraman gone? There you go. Get everybody. You want to come a bit closer so you got that sign in as well. Come a bit closer. I don't bite. It's my day off. I can join in. Fantastic. There we go. We're done. Give us a wave when we're finished. Where's he gone? Done. Excellent. Give him a round of applause. Well done, gentlemen. Fantastic. Looking forward to seeing you in Baku. And for anybody who hasn't booked their ticket to Baku, get it sorted out. It's amazing. I've been there many times. It's a really exciting place to be. Wonderful people, and the food is fantastic. Lots of fish dishes, stuff like that, if you like fish. Okay, then. So with that, it's time now to get another speaker on to share with you some real insights about the art of possible. And so I'd like to invite on stage the founder and CEO for 0 and 1. Please put your hands together for Mr. Ali El Kontar. Ali.
Hello. Well, I have today for you 6 photos with 6 keywords that we will put them together to demystify the art of possible. There was an old village long time ago where they missed rain for like 3 years, and people are starving, there is no water coming, no rain around, and then they decided to come all together from different religions, however you want, come, just pray for the rain. And that night, everyone came to that field under a moonlight at night, however you want, just pray. And then suddenly there was this small, interesting little girl running with an umbrella. And then the villagers were like, what are you doing, right? We're praying for rain. We have never seen rain. She said, yeah, because the rain is coming. And that's our first keyword, faith. So everyone knows, maybe or not, I started my company in 2017 officially as an incorporated company, right, 0 and 1. But I booked and bought the domain name of that company in March 2015, which was my umbrella. I had faith when I was trying to build something. And I went even one step beyond. I branded 0 and 1. Okay, this is the old, it's not as mature as today, but I branded it. You know, I was still an employee within my company, but this was my umbrella. And it was 2015, 2 years before. So this was our first keyword. Now, I don't know if you know, I'm from Lebanon. I come from a country where the economical situation was not really coping well back in 2017, and we know what happened with the banking system, the political conflict. But I had dreams that kept me alive. I had bigger dreams. I had one word that kept me alive. It was very hard to be unemployed, trying to build a company with 2 kids in schools, with house loan and a super expensive wife. But it was hope that kept me alive to survive. And one of my favorite movies, all-time movies, I'm not sure if you've watched the Shawshank Redemption before, but Morgan Freeman, who was the red character, right? He mentions like, fear holds you prisoner, hope sets you free. So I had my own fears, I just mentioned them, but it's only hope who kept me alive all this time until today. And my dream was, I want to build the top leading AWS partner in the whole region. I was in Lebanon. What are you talking about? And with all these hopes and dreams, managed to become the first premier partner for AWS, to attract one of the big 4 investors, and to sign 5-year strategic agreement with AWS as the only partner. So hope led us to here. Now, the third image. When I met the earliest kind of angel investor, like, or friends and family, if you're familiar with 3F, friends, families, and fools, right? So those are the people who invest in you when you start. So I had milestones, timeline. I was showing them all what I want to do. And one of these milestones was like closing one of the biggest enterprises in the region with a 7 billion of revenue and 15 country presence, big retailer. And he said, how are you going to do that? You're just starting and the whole technology is new. What are you building? And I said, confidence. No? And this was the thing that I believed in. Confidence is really key when you want to build the next big thing or wherever is your dream of. Confidence is a key. I met a friend back in 2017, again, when I was starting, and he said, I signed this new contract to build the next kind of Deliveroo app. It was 2017. It wasn't very famous, and it was called Rush Up. I said, can I build it? I've never built a mobile app in my life. And I was like, I want to use a new technology I just heard of. It's called serverless technology powered by AWS. And he said, are you sure? I said, I'm 100% sure. And I did it. And this company was sold after a couple of years. But confidence. The fourth keyword, I saw this T-shirt with an old, 80 years old guy, and it had, I'm 16 years old with 64 years of experience. Do you know what is this? Anyone? This is attitude, guys. And without the right attitude, you cannot move. You know, you need faith and hope at the early stage, and then you need the confidence, but you need the right attitude. So one of the nicest quotes I've ever heard, which was Denzel, who's again one of my favorite actors, the first Afro-American to win an Oscar, right? And he said, commitment gets you started, but more importantly, it's consistency who takes you to the end. And this is the attitude that we need to have if we want to build something, right? So there is something internally I always share, that we hire for attitude, we fire for skills. So technically, attitude is what we need. We need to have synergy. We need to have people who share the same value, the same attitude, the ownership, right? The customer obsession. And those are the things that we promote, but we need to hire based on these same values and attitudes. Now, let's see. When we throw kids, right, they are happy, smiling, right? You're throwing them, right? Imagine now someone is throwing you, right? But you know why they are happy and smiling and laughing? They know you will catch them back. And that's trust. You need to trust your partners. You need to trust the people you hire. You need to trust the process. Trust is the glue of organizations. With trust, your people will be empowered to make decisions and to take you beyond where you thought you would be. Don't look like the smartest guy in the room. You will never go anywhere. We hire those smart people with the attitude, the right one, and empower them with full trust. And then they will be your wings there flying without you knowing. So trust is our fifth keyword. Now, I have a nice story. This is the sixth keyword, the last one. A young boy, long time, came to Socrates. And he said, "Oh, great Socrates, I'm seeking knowledge." Socrates walked him. They walked by the beach side, and when I neared the water, Socrates pushed him down in the water. And after a few seconds, he pulled him out. He said, "Can you repeat what do you want?" He said, "Oh, great, only knowledge." Pushed him back, but this time for extra seconds. And then he said, "Can you again tell me what you want?" He said, "Knowledge." Pushed him back, pulled him out. He said, air, I only want air." He said, "Good answer. Only when you want knowledge as much as you wanted air, then you will get it." There is no two ways about how to get something if you badly want it. You will always find the willpower and desire to do it. And that's only if you develop passion. Passion is what nourish our relations. Passion is what makes us stay late and wake up early in the morning. Passion brings to our life power, energy, meaning. There is no greatness if you don't have passion to be great. Let's try to wrap all these keywords together. 1, always bring your umbrella and have faith. Dream big and hope for better future and better things. Do not let the fears lock you in, and fly through your hope. Make sure to trust the process, to have confidence through the way. Empower yourself with the confidence to do what you want to do, what you want to achieve. Trust the process, trust the people around you, trust your partners, trust your employees. Project this trust so people can empower you and help you. I've switched them. Have the right attitude. There's no screen in front of me. Yeah. Have the proper attitude, and let me remind you with the proper attitude. Commitment gets you started. Consistency, what gets you to the end. When you have the fire within your soul, every impossibility will vanish. Do not underestimate the power of passion. So, ladies and gentlemen, with faith, hope, attitude, trust, confidence, and passion, that's how you can master the art of possible. Thank you.
What an amazing and beautiful presentation. Please put your hands together for Ali El Kontar. Brilliant, motivational as well. Here's one of the things I find so fascinating, and they really sort of highlighted it. The real power that's in this room is not just embracing the new tech that's coming through, it's embracing the relationships that you create and the understanding with the people that are working within your organizations. You are at the central point of all that. And previously, over the years before, you didn't have to worry about that. HR would take care of it, the CEO would take care of it, but now you're pivotal. It's like Mr. Spock talking to other members of a ship. That ability to understand is essential. And the way I do it as a speaker is a phrase that I think will work for you. What I do when I train people to be great speakers is I get them to understand the Wi-Fi code of your audience. That's what you have to do with every single member of your organization. Work out their Wi-Fi code. Once you've got that and you've connected, everything you share goes straight in and stays there. If you don't get their Wi-Fi code, you'll keep missing them, and they'll feel like they're left out, they'll feel stupid, they'll feel unwanted. But they'll really appreciate it when you take the time and make that connection. Talking about connections, next up to the big screen, we're going to be talking about CAS and sustainability. And our next speaker is up here. We're going to see him very shortly. So please put your hands together. He is watching, and he is here all the time. In fact, to be honest with you, I was watching the video cameras out there just moving as I was walking to the bathroom and back. He's watching everything. So please put your hands together for Mr. Manoj Saxena. On the big screen.
Hi everyone, this is Manoj from the sunny city of Singapore, and wishing all of you the very best, right? If you all recall, we had a very good launch in November 2022 of IMCASs across all geographies, right? US, UAE, Dubai, and other countries, Saudi Arabia, India, and Singapore, right? So I do play a part from representing IMCAS CIO service from Asia with this Singapore here, right? So as we all know that it's very important that we as leaders wanted a neutral platform, and wanted to leverage best practices and also implement solutions which is more of a neutral and a neutral say. So very excited to be part of this, and which you and I can make a difference and can take it beyond events and not just a random event where we meet and we cannot continue with that conversation, but we can always go through the projects, best practices, standards. So I, in particular, am interested in two things to contribute back to the CIO and the tech community. One is sustainability, green economy, and ESG, supporting the United Nations goals, right? Be a responsible consumer to save your people, planet, and profit with purpose, right? So we should go with that as leaders, start thinking right from home and from your family, your children, and your leadership roles, what you play. And we are very keen on building this from a CSR to an actual ESG framework in terms of standards. So the two things which we are working on, one is trying to build that foundation of where a company or individuals can start on a sustainability journey, and how are standards influencing this. One key program which we are driving from Singapore with working with the government, industry and education institution is the Trade Trust, where we are trying to create cross-border standards with blockchain and other document verification process, which can save a lot of working towards a green economy and paper documents, for example, and contributing back to sustainability, right? And with this note, I would like to end by saying, be a responsible consumer. Don't consume more than what you own, and let's all contribute to the United Nations goal for 2030. And see you soon. Wishing you very good wishes from Singapore.
And there we go. That would normally get a round of applause. Thank you to Manoj, who would love to be with us, but unfortunately he's also in Silicon Valley, where they're building a canal. I think. Not quite sure about that. Right then, we've got loads to get through before we have the LUNCH word. If you can't work it out, then you've got no chance of going to enjoy it. Next up, we've got our panel. And we're going to be talking about business transformation versus digital transformation, which is a key subject for everybody in this room. You're going to join us as our panelists discuss the fine line between business transformation, digital transformation, and how CIOs can effectively drive that change. To join us on stage and moderating everything from HP Aruba Networking, please put your hands together for Zishan Hadi. Zishan. You got your microphone and stuff? Okay, it's up to, we've got microphones here. Have we got the microphones on the way? Otherwise we have to shout. We'll get everyone to come here and just bring their chairs. Be a lot easier. We've got one microphone here. If you take this one, and we'll make sure that everyone else gets, we've got a couple here, make sure everybody else gets them as well. Yep, just moving the chairs forward. There we go, look at that. And if anybody's wondering if you could get access to these chairs, IKEA. It's very good. Special deal, as you can see, 4 chairs for, I think it was 50 dirhams, wasn't it? Something like that. So get them while they're hot. But you've got to make them yourself. I got splinters all over my fingers from just this morning. I got here at 5 o'clock making chairs, myself and Ronak and Anushri. It's true. So there we go. Can we get a round of applause for all the staff here who carry all the chairs and work really hard? Unsung heroes. There you go. What a nice man. There you go. Excellent. Okay, I'm going to hand it over to you then. Zishan Hadi, over to you. Round of applause. Give it up.
All right, thank you very much. This is a really important topic. I mean, we talk about it, we hear about it, we read about it. I'm not sure if we know what it is exactly, because I hear different definitions every single time I meet a customer, a CIO, and an executive. And to help me understand and share their opinions, we have 4 fantastic panelists in the group. I would like to invite Stacey Samuel from Ishaq Hospitality to help us give his perspective on what hospitality is doing in terms of transformation. Asal Zubaidi from MBC Group. He's a transformation leader. He's done multiple projects and has very, very strong insights in what he's been doing in the industry. Mr. Syed Ashar Ahmed from one of the iconic brands in the country, Emaar Malls. We all love the malls. We know what they're doing. We all love going there and spending our hard-earned money. So let's pick his brain a little bit on what he thinks we should be doing next. And finally, a company that's been born in the cloud, coffee app, Mr. Shahood, who's the CTO of the organization. Let's give them a round of applause before we get the question started. All right, thank you. So, digital transformation, does everyone know what it is, or business transformation? Any hands? Okay, then this is a really good, interesting panel because we'll try to share what our knowledge is. Now, the interesting thing is 90% of my job predominantly is about talking to customers and listening, right? It's 10% is about giving solutions, but most of it is about actually listening to what they want to achieve. That conversation has been pivoting over the last 5 to 6 years. Pre-pandemic, we heard a lot of retail organizations that were being impacted with, e-commerce companies, Amazon, hammering retail organizations year after year. In the pandemic, we saw more resiliency in organizations transforming to keep their businesses alive, resiliency, sustainability, etc. Today, we talk about new initiatives with AI, cybersecurity, and COP28 being top of mind for our customers. But in all of these, I think the overarching topic is how are our businesses changing? And I think to give that a little bit clarity on what that actually means, I would like to start off with Os. Os, what is business transformation, and is digital transformation really a different thing? Is it one and the same? Is it different? Help us out here.
Thank you, Zishan. Pleasure being here with you guys. Honestly, these days it's becoming extremely complex to differentiate the two terms. For one simple reason, the technology has advanced and is invading every single aspect of our life. Most often, both terms are interlinked. So business transformation, when a company decides to change its strategy, its culture, its operating model, define new revenue streams for various reasons, because there is a new competitor, there is a change in the customer habit, there's new dynamics in the market. While digital transformation, on the other hand, is the realization that there is a missing piece of technology. There is an opportunity to utilize technical aspect to modify the way you operate. And today, more than ever, digital transformation is leading the business transformation. And I can give you dozens of examples. I'll start with the way we operate. So MBC stands for Middle East Broadcasting Center. We are the largest media and entertainment provider in the Middle East. Dozens of satellite channels, radio stations, and a video-on-demand platform called Shahid. So a few years ago, if you recall, everyone was watching TV on a standard definition, a very low-quality format. Now, technology has changed, where LED and plasma screens invaded our houses, and we had to transform our business by moving it to 4K. Now, that might sound simple, but in reality, it's a complete shift of every single process in your organization. From the way you acquire content, to the way you produce content, to the way you broadcast and transmit. And then a few years later, we discovered, back when Netflix was early on, that viewers don't spend that time on TV anymore. We used to spend 10, 12 hours a day. Now that time shrank to 2 to 3 hours maximum because of the advancement of technology. Internet speeds get better and better. Mobile phones were more powerful. Hence, we thought we need to transform our business one more time by hosting our content on a new digital ecosystem, by moving to the cloud, by providing multiple ways for our audience to interact with our superstars, with our celebrities, and goes on and on. With the pandemic, another opportunity to transform. Within hours, you had to ask thousands of employees to start working from home. Is your infrastructure ready for this shift? You have enough internet bandwidth, you have enough VPN, bring your own device policy doesn't work anymore. Your attack surface expanded exponentially, where every single source of data becomes a new attack vector. Again, the use cases are endless, and more the CIO plays a very, very vital role in driving these discussions with the CEO. Historically, IT was always an implementer of technology. Nowadays, we bring new ideas to the table. We leverage our knowledge, our understanding of the technology to shift the focus at the board level.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting one, right? I mean, I started off by saying retail was going through a transformation. Media has gone through a very distinctive transformation, almost for its existence. I mean, if you look at what has happened in the last 5 to 6 years, by the way, Netflix also went through a transformation. They were selling cassettes and subscriptions, and they moved from that to digital media. But the kind of conversations that I'm pretty sure, Ross, you're having now is about how to deliver content to as many devices as possible. And most of these devices are moving around. I mean, we consume most of our content from our hand, right? While we're sitting for a coffee, etc. It's completely changed the paradigm. So phenomenal example, I mean, of an organization like MBC that we know it. I mean, we grew up with MBC. We know exactly what it is, but to what is happening with them in the back end, how they're competing with this new age. I think your platform is called Shahid. So fantastic. I mean, it comes preloaded on my Samsung just like Netflix. I mean, it's now in my mind. I'm never going to forget it. Fantastic example. So Stacy, I mean, when we think hospitality, we still think rooms, beaches, and amenities. What does it mean to you? I mean, what are you transforming in hospitality? What's changing there?
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me in the forum. Zishan, business transformation versus digital transformation. Now, in hospitality, how do you stay ahead of other hotels? How do you stay ahead of other competitors in the market? So that's where business transformation comes in. We as the leaders in the hospitality industry have to find out how well or how best can we focus on our guest needs and our guest experiences. So our key word here is guest experience. So how do you use your company to provide that kind of an edge over the other competition? So there are different ways of business transformation. You can be sustainable. You can have digital transformation, which is one of our main topics here. Now, a lot of our guests want to have that personalized effect when they come into our properties, right? So when we actually provide that kind of a change, apart from what the other hotel industry peers are doing, that's when the whole life cycle of a guest in a hotel changes. So it's not, as you said, it's not just the usual room, internet, restaurant and all that nowadays. It's much more and beyond. If I do something special for the guests, that's how we transform our business. Now, in our industry, I would like to say 40 to 45% should be return guests. How do guests return back? If you provide that kind of transformational change during their stay. Now, since we are talking about IT, I'll talk about digital transformation. Now, how do you make his life in the hotel easier? That's what is more important. How seamless can his arrival and his stay and his post-stay be? That is very important. So when you go ahead and do changes in the industry, changes in your hospitality sector, we have to always keep the guest first in mind. And that's predominant with any industry, for example. I mean, MBC has their guests, the viewers are their guests. For me, I meet them, face to face, I talk to them, I understand them, I get their preferences. That's data for me. So as soon as I start dealing with them in a very seamless manner, I'm able to go ahead and transform their stay using certain technologies. If I have an amazing Wi-Fi, after which we connect to our guest experience modules in the hotel, where my guest can use his own device, bring your own device, and go ahead and do room service, change the, open the curtains in the room, switch off the AC, switch on the lights, everything if you do it on a mobile, and it's handy to you, right? So you don't want, especially after pandemic, and you know that our touch points, there are a lot of touch points inside the room, right? So we always want to keep it simple and go ahead and transform and make it easy for the guests. So for me, I would want the guests to go ahead and experience the luxury of staying in a hotel, plus make it simple for them in terms of technology. And that will encourage him to come back to the hotel. And that's what business transformation is all about. That's what brings back the guest, and that's what generates revenue for us.
Awesome. So I think if I were to summarize it, keep the customer experience right at the top, make sure that they are center stage of everything that you're doing, hyper-focused, and bring in operational efficiencies to both save costs and actually, well, be more efficient, really. So,
I mean, also on top of that, we should not forget what our country stands for in this year. It's the year of sustainability. So whatever we do, if you're able to save on that carbon footprint, able to reduce that much of printing, able to, bring it digitally where the guest can use his mobile and use it very agile and easy, that would be the best way going forward. I mean, keep it simple. That's what I would say.
yeah, and I think that's also a theme that we hear from hospitality customers around the world, depending on which segment they're in. There are only that many organic special strawberries people can import, right? I mean, that's been the differentiator in the past. Today, I think customers are talking about completely AI-driven concierge or butler who travels with you. So think of a virtual butler that looks like a person you want it to look like, who talks like a person who wants you to, in the accent that you prefer. We were talking about accents today morning. And he's completely personalized from Mauritius to Dubai. So he knows that, hey, listen, when you were at the beach, you picked up that drink, you enjoyed it at a 34-degree temperature, and changes the way that he talks to you. Instead of saying, hey, listen, there is an offer for this drink, it comes and says, hey, Stacy, you know what? I think this is a good time to have a drink. Actually changes the way it actually interacts with you. And that's, I think, where a lot of our customers from hospitality are talking to us. They're asking us to imagine a future that they've not imagined in the past. Fantastic. Now, hopefully we've got that clarified. So next time we ask a question about business transformation, the whole room goes up and says, I know what it is. Moving on. Usher, you represent a large organization, Dubai's icon, Emaar. When you talk about transformation, how do you know that the company is ready for it? How do you get buy-in? Who's leading this conversation? So what's happening there?
So if I talk about our organization, things are a bit different. I think so. We are equally, I will say, pressed from the top and from the below when we talk about transformation. So definitely it is coming from the top. We need to keep on transforming things. I think so if you see during the COVID, we were very early adopters of many things. When the COVID has hit us, we started selling properties online. We transformed the way people were shopping with us. And simultaneously, our business, there is a continuous push from the below because they want to be more efficient, they want to be more cost savvy, they need to understand like how the costs are spending. So this is where there is a huge push which is coming to IT. So it's not like old times where IT was trying to push business that, okay, fine, we have a new technology piece, do you want to implement, or we are pushing them. Now it's a reverse pressure on our side. So this is where we are transforming our customer journeys, like how people, if you have experienced Dubai Mall, you really know that you can navigate, you can do that, you can find a shop, you can exactly know where you are going to. But implementing all these technologies, the biggest challenge, as you have highlighted, is change management. And this is where, like, I think so we have a core philosophy in the organization or a methodology that how we are going to change that. So we have gone through massive transformation in the last 3 years. One of them we were discussing just on a coffee in the morning was around the ERP. So this is where we try to onboard business on the, I will say, on the first leg itself. We don't do and cook the whole recipe in the kitchen, come back and try to tell them, yes, everything is done, now please can you come and eat the dish. Yeah. And this is where they tell you that, oh, sorry, I wanted to eat something else, or there is more salt. No. So we involve them from the day one. We try to make them understand why this transformation piece is happening. And this is your request because you want to change, you want to be more agile, you want to be more faster, you want to take products more faster in the market. So this is where that onboarding happens much earlier. And we take them through the whole journey. We take the whole hand-holding until the end where that things become part of our organizational DNA. So this is where I think so, and for the past 2 decades, like I have been working on very large programs and large technology pieces, and I always say, it's not the complexity of the technology, it's not like how you are handling those complex programs, it's how you are handling the people and the change process within your organization. So if you are able to handle that efficiently, you are able to make everyone on the organization and on the board understand what it is bringing for you, I think so making that change will become much easier for you, and that will become much more easier to get absorbed in the organization.
All right, that's fantastic. So you touched on F&B, so I'm going to pivot from F&B to F&B. Shahud, your organization is born in the cloud. So transformation may be meaning something different for you. And the number one thing that we hear from companies that are born in the cloud, they're trying to change paradigm. They're trying to, well, not transform their business, they're trying to transform the actual strategy or the segment that they're playing business in. So same question off to you. Who's making those decisions? What is the role of the CIO there? And how do you ensure that you have picked up the right time to, introduce what you're going to do? So what's your take on this?
So you're absolutely right. Here in startup, the transformation is like from both sides, right? It's not only the internal organizational transformation, it's like thinking about more transforming the life of the customers, because coffee is a lifestyle application, ultimately. So it's a super application where you can basically order on-demand coffee, you can have coffee drinks, you can buy coffee beans. So, but ordering coffee is like a very simple process. What exactly you can transform it, right? So what we did, we actually tried to transform the whole curbside experience. We transformed the way to order coffee, right? So you can order using CarPlay, you can order using your watch, you can order and have the barista on time. So we are using geofencing, and these are the things basically bringing more ideas to transform the lifestyle of the customers. So this is exactly what I can say, like in the digital transformation phase, in the startup, I think it's more focused on the end user. Yeah.
All right, that's fantastic. So we got two complete polar opposites, right? We have one organization that's embracing all of the digital technologies, trying to augment from a physical and digital, the phygital world, to make sure that they are, competing with the future. And here on the other side, we have a completely application-driven organization, which is trying to actually change the overarching interaction that you have with your coffee in that particular use case. Now, Stacy, I'll come back to you. So we spoke about the involvement of business. We spoke about, and I think the other panels also spoke about the IT being closer to business, right? So, but when it comes to actually strategizing, so there is a business strategy and there are IT initiatives. How do we bring them together and make sure that they're not disjointed? I mean, do we need help from our business leaders to make sure that they're 100% in? Or do we, as IT executives, go back to our business leadership and say, hey, you know what, we should be doing this? Who starts first?
Yes, so as you said, when you want to do any kind of change or transformational change, we need to actually have a clear vision and a strategy in place. So this vision basically is most of the time drilled down as ideas from your senior executives, right? Like for example, in my scenario, I have my CEO who is actually all for change. He loves sustainable change. He loves digital change. He is actually a person who is actually motivating me to do more in terms of digital change. Now, in that way, when you have that kind of personality sitting on the top and enabling you to do that kind of change, obviously as the IT leader, I will want to accept it and I will want to do something furthermore in terms of digital technology. Now, as I said, a vision is very important on how the company moves forward, right? A strategy on how or where the changes have to be done is very important as well. Secondly, we need to buy in the support of all the senior leaders and all the departments as well. So when you are about to go ahead and do a strategic change in the company, we actually have to go ahead and involve all the senior leaderships. So if it's a sustainable technology change, if it's a digital technology change, if it's a saving of carbon footprint, or whatever it is, as a matter of fact, anything new that is done, first and foremost, the team has to be collaborated together. So vision, strategy, team management, team collaboration. The next comes into the interoperability between the departments as well. Now, I need to know what, for example, if it's an, I'm predominantly talking about the hospitality industry here. So you have the operational departments, you have the front office department, you have the F&B department, you have the engineering department. So many departments are involved in the day-to-day activities of the hotel, as any normal company as such. Now, in this scenario, when we go ahead and bring in the ideas of all stakeholders, basically. I mean, in my brand, we have actually started something called a digital transformation company. We call it HEART. So what is in the heart of everything? The heart of everything is guest experience. So why do we call it heart? We call it heart because anything that we do has to come from the heart. We are hoteliers. So it's not just technology alone. Whatever we do has to come from within. So that's one thing. So when you have that perspective of a guest and how we enable his amazing experience with our brand, we go ahead and collaborate with the entire team that is within the hotel itself. So that's how a leader should perform. A leader has to go ahead and collaborate with the entire team management as such, and that's how we go forward with the right technology also. Yes, maybe they don't understand the actuals of what is going to happen, but they have a vision in mind. Okay, I need seamless check-in. I need free Wi-Fi. I need, touch points where we can do it digitally via the mobile. So this is the endpoint result. Now, how do we do it is our collaboration with the different teams in behind. Change is difficult, as Said said already, but how do we manage change? It's between the collaboration of the departments. And we have when you have the buy-in of the senior executives of the brand, it's easier to push it through also. And again, it's not a one-day process or a 10-day process. It's a transformation, so it takes its time.
Yeah. So, Zishan, if I add something here. When you talk about alignment specifically between business and IT, what I found that worked really well at our organization is we have tried to adopt the software development methodology. Back in the days, 20 years ago, it was waterfall model. So a strategy unit creates a 5-10-year strategy and you have to follow it. These days it's agile. So the strategy changes every quarter because of the changes in the market dynamics, because of new market insights. I mean, November, ChatGPT was released. It was an iPhone moment. Brought with it unlimited possibilities and changes your dynamics.
Yeah, and I think there are 2 points that are very interesting. One, the technologies that are driving it. I'm going to park that question for a minute. But also having agility. Again, we hear similar themes depending on, regardless of which panel it is. We hear about transformation, we hear about AI, agility, and I think all of it is true. As a matter of fact, I'll encourage all of you to read an interview that the CEO of Home Depot did in 2017. That's before we all heard about the word digital transformation. And it's a phenomenal story. I think some of you in the group must have heard it. He goes to the board after hitting $100 billion, which they've never hit in their life. So that's their primary objective, to hit $100 billion. He goes to the board goes and asks him, how do you hit 110? Right? So instead of saying thank you, obviously he gets a massive bonus check. The question is, how do you hit 110? The first time I ever read the word digital transformation was from his interaction with the board. These are business people talking to each other and saying that the next version of our growth will come through digitization. And what he didn't mean a technology, he did not mean a product, he did not mean people. He basically laid out a 3-year plan and spent $11 billion in transforming every digital asset he had. He were hyper-focused on every purchases they made, every decisions they made for that time was only focused on one thing, to be agile, to be able to make decisions real time and to use systems to do systems jobs. This is before all the AI hype, before all of our transformation conversations. So I would encourage everyone to read that because it's a fantastic story and it actually helped us talk to our customers about it. Spoiler alert, in 2019, right before COVID, the guy doesn't hit 110 billion, he hits 150 billion. Because the unrealized potential of these projects is something that we cannot map upfront. And hence, these transformation conversations are so powerful. Now, let's come back to your technology part. There has been an acceleration on certain topics. We all know it. We heard it on ChatGPT, but there is also risk. So let me break this question into 2 parts. What are the other, you mentioned ChatGPT, what else is happening in the industry that is helping us drive this transformation? And then maybe we can talk about the risk after that as well.
I would like to talk about 2 specific areas, domains. So cybersecurity and maybe generative AI. With generative AI, ChatGPT just opened Pandora box, as simple as that. I mean, now it's easier than ever to create your own chatbot based on large language models. You are able to automate most of the manual processes. And I'll give you a few use cases that we use today at MBC Group. So you interact with Netflix, Shahid, and usually there is a recommendation engine. Now imagine you start talking with a chatbot on WhatsApp or on web or on your phone that start asking questions. What do you like to watch today? Or I have noticed that your wife, your son watched this football match yesterday. Today there is another football match. Once you start aggregating data inputs from multiple sources, you start getting into the hyper-personalization era, as simple as that. Now, recruitment is another area that has been transformed at our group. So typically, you use on LinkedIn, recruiter, bait, and you get thousands of CVs for every single opening. Now, we have built a tool, a chatbot, to analyze thousands of CVs in a matter of minutes to highlight the most relevant applicant for your job description. This wasn't possible, honestly, before, when you had to integrate multiple data sources. Now I'm able to do this on the fly. Sports productions, one more area, where you broadcast a football match, a 90 minutes, a 2 hours football match, and historically you had agents watching every single event. Now, the creation of the highlights, how many goals, how many red cards, penalties, has been automated. And AI is doing extremely well with the video indexing of the content. Cybersecurity, another area that got transformed massively. I mean, I can talk about, honestly, dozens of use cases, how to use this, honestly. But one comes to mind is the aggregation of alerts and incidents, and how to utilize that platform to minimize the false positives and then somehow automate penetration testing. I have seen massive success, honestly, at our level, to the level where I don't have to do an annual penetration testing. I'm able to do it on the fly, on a weekly and a monthly basis, using AI.
Right. Fantastic. Shahud, the flip side of it, I mean, we are transforming, we're going digital, data is the new oil, data is going to be on our balance sheet, so all of this conversation is on the side, but it kind of scares us too. Remember Terminator? We've all seen it, right? So how do we make sure that our friend Arnold Schwarzenegger is actually on the side? I mean, you have 100% online presence. Payments are a problem. I don't trust things. I don't know why, but being a technology, that's kind of a counterintuitive thing to say. How do we protect ourselves in that part?
I totally agree. So right now what we are doing is transforming the lifestyle, so which means that we are enabling people to do 100% online transactions, right? So payment is, of course, number one thing to make sure that it is secure. So we are 100% depending on the partners. So we are making sure that it's not only like payment gateways who are responsible to make sure that the payments are secure, but we are having 3 different partners to do a cross-check of each and every transactions. So this is one thing. And of course, like securing the data of the customers, like we have around like 8 million customers at the moment, and across 4 different countries. So every different country has different regulation. Saudi wants to have their own, the data inside Saudi, right? So there's more complexity regarding the data. So we have different processes to secure, yeah.
So I will leave the last word with you, Usher. Transformation, by definition, is about change, going from A to B, something that we have not done, something that we have not seen. But we still have to deal with people, things, systems, and processes. How do we manage this change? How do we come out of this successful and still aspire people that, this is the right direction? What do we do?
So I think so, this is an extension, what I was explaining the last time, that I think so the goals have to be very, very clear when you are instilling any new change within the organization. It has to be a buy-in from the top. And definitely, I always say, I think so 80% buy-in has to be there from the business side, because at the end of the day, we are transforming business, right? So we are changing the way how people work. We change the work design. We change the systems. We change the applications. And then definitely we are somewhere changing how customers deal with us, right? So whether this is B2C or B2B. So this is where we have to create a very, very right recipe, and we need to make sure that ingredients are right before we are hitting on any large change transformation program. So this is where we have our own, I will say, an internal playbook basically, which we do. So we always go by that recipe basically. We always look at like what kind of things are getting impacted, what kind of things we are going to change, how we are, changing those things. And definitely the bigger piece, comes from the people itself basically, because I always say that if someone wants to drink water, and I have a whole jug, but he's not ready to drink it, I can't make him drink, right? So definitely that change, the business has to be hungry for a change. And I think so right now, post-COVID, how the market is reacting, how the competition is there in the market, how he has explained, they are changing on the MBC side, and how the hospitality industry is changing. And if you see in EMR Group, we are in multiple line of businesses. So we are seeing the impact in our different line of businesses, that how things are changing. So I think so business is at the forefront of it. They are definitely asking for it, pushing for it. And I think so the right agenda and the right recipe will make sure that those change management things are getting implemented effectively.
Awesome. And with that, please drink a lot of water. I think that's what I got out of that. Thank you, Stacy, Oz, Asher, and Shahood for being fantastic panelists. I hope you guys enjoyed that session. Please give them a round of applause, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Fantastic. What an amazing panel. Thank you, Zishan and the team. I learned loads watching that. It's such a fascinating and really interesting time to be in business. I think that the fourth industrial revolution that we're talking about is well and truly here, but also what makes it even more exciting is to be involved in the forefront of the changes that are going to be made that will have echoes onto the future as well. So well done to all our team there, sharing all those insights. We're live on YouTube, by the way, just in case you want to check out where we are. And you can tell your friends. And then also, if you are a panelist or you are a speaker or you just want to share the content, then later on you can go back and repackage it and send it out and share it with your networks to prove that you have been here and you are rocking the big stage. We will be having a break in about 20 minutes or so, but before that, something amazing to share with you. I want you to get ready. First of all, what I'd like to do is, before we get on to our next speaker, give yourselves a massive round of applause for the excitement and the energy still in this room. Give it up. Go on, give yourselves a round of applause. Wonderful. Nice to see. Excellent. Get ready for another captivating keynote speech as we're going to welcome our distinguished speaker from Dell Technology to share his insights on a topic which is going to leave you inspired. And I would normally go on and say, well, put your hands together for Charbel and so on. But I'm going to invite my dear friend Natalie to do it instead. So on the big screen, put your hands together for Natalie. Give it up.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us at the UAE edition of the Global CIO Forum, and a big thank you for GEC Media Group for the organization. Now fasten your seatbelts and get ready to embark on an exhilarating journey into the captivating world of artificial intelligence. My name is Nathalie, and I am here today to introduce to you an amazing and seasoned speaker who brings with him an impressive 23 years of experience in the dynamic realm of IT. He has traversed the ever-evolving landscapes of technology, witnessing the remarkable advancements that have shaped the digital age. This won't be just another ordinary presentation. Our speaker believes in infusing his presentation with a delightful dose of fun, creating an engaging atmosphere that captivates minds and sparks imagination. Through his storytelling approach, he will transport us today to the world of AI, a world to which I actually belong, and where robots learn to dance and algorithms learn to tell jokes that even make Alexa and Siri laugh. So without further ado, join me in welcoming the one and only Charbel Ziri Ibi from Dell Technologies.
Oh, this is blinding. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you today? Hello, hello. Hi, Abdurrahman. Good. So, I said you can go now. All right. You can start timing from now, right? Good. All right. So, it's the last session before lunch, and you've been all day now here without a break. So I want to give you a break at the start of my session. How about that? Yeah? Great. So I want you all to close your eyes. I promise it's not a hypnosis exercise, all right? I'm not gonna like take your secrets away from you. And if I do, I will not tell your wives. But really, close your eyes, close your eyes. Now, as you close your eyes, imagine you're somewhere on an island alone, just disconnected from the world. You don't have your smartphone, you don't have your laptop, you have nothing to care about. You're just there relaxing. How does it feel? Open your eyes. Who's gonna tell me, how does it feel? Great? So, awesome. Well, you'd be on the sand dunes doing that. All right, so, really, a day without connectivity is something that we all dream of. But in fact, if we look back at the world today without connectivity, do we really want to live in that world? Are the things that we've been doing for the last 10 to 15 years possible without connectivity? So looking back in time to when the internet was created, it was a massive moment in IT. It was a massive moment that changed the world, the way we live. It changed the world. It changed the way we do business. It even changed the way we socialize with each other. Dave earlier was telling us how to connect with each other using WhatsApp. And I actually joined his WhatsApp group, and I have access to more than 250 people just with the press of a button. Imagine that. So it was really a massive moment that we cannot live without. And if we look at artificial intelligence, it is the biggest and the most massive moment that is being created today. And in a few years from now, we're going to be saying the same thing as we said about the internet. We're not going to be able to live without it. Now, in this room and everywhere, there will always be somebody who's skeptical. There will always be somebody who's going to wait. What's going to happen with AI to adopt it? And there will always be those visionaries, the ones who are going to lead from the front and who's going to adopt AI from now. And what I'm going to walk you through today is actually a high-level view of what is AI, why AI, and how Dell Technologies can help you in that field. And to put a context to Dell Technologies, what's life without a purpose? And today at Dell, we have set ourselves, what is our purpose? We have defined it. And our purpose is to innovate, to drive human progress. And to give more definition to that, because human progress is a huge word, we've put 4 pillars, and we set 4 goals that we want to achieve by 2030. These goals are about transforming lives through the technologies that we build every day, the technologies that our customers, you are using today. We want to continue advancing sustainability, and I heard it from the panel and in the presentation that sustainability is another hot topic that we're looking at. And we've set goals of 50% of all of our components by 2030 will be made of recyclable or renewable material, and 100% of our packaging is going to be done from recyclable material. And there's a lot of other initiatives that we're doing there. We also are looking at diversity and inclusion. And it is different from region to region, but globally, we want by 2030 that 40% of our employees to be, 40% of our leadership to be female employees and 50% of the overall Dell population to be female. So we're putting those goals and we want to achieve them. And that's why I am proud to belong to a company like Dell Technologies. Now, to do that, innovation is at the heart of everything. And today we innovate in 2 ways. An inorganic innovation through the mergers and acquisitions that we do, and through ventures that we actually participate in. Today, as we speak, Dell Technologies, since 2020, has invested in more than 200 startups, with more than 2,000 projects that are actually being built to drive human progress. One of the examples I can give you is building a phone application that can help the blind navigate. And there's a video about it which is not here, but you can go and see it on YouTube. And we also innovate organically. So we still want to drive research and development for everything that you are using today as our customers. And every year we're spending around $4 billion in terms of R&D to make that happen. But as we continue to drive and the innovation to help you drive the hybrid workplace, modernizing your infrastructure and so on, we're looking a little bit ahead. And we're starting to also drive innovations in what we believe is going to be driving the future, and actually the near future, not the far future. So we're talking today into the next 5 years. And these are nothing but multi-cloud. So we all know that cloud is here to stay, and there's a lot of new things that are going to be out there coming in the multi-cloud world. And what enabled the multi-cloud is the edge. And the edge is actually transforming the way we live as well and we do business, because it's becoming decentralized. What makes that happen is connectivity. And connectivity is important because it enables us to do things that we could not do before because of the latency that we used to have. Today, 5G is almost zero latency. And in 2026, we're going to see the birth of 6G, which comes with a lot of huge promises to even zero latency. So let's see if that's going to happen. But if it happens, it's going to really, really create a revolution in the way we do business. And then there is AI. And AI today is at the heart of everything that we do. And most of the enterprises today are starting to look at how they can really use AI to drive their business, to be out there in the market, and to be the first in the market and capture the biggest share for their business. So, what is artificial intelligence? Anybody? Can we reduce those lights a little bit so I can see the audience? Okay, everybody's hungry. So, artificial intelligence is not something new. Actually, it goes back to the 1950s. It was the first time, I can't remember exactly the date, but it was the first time that we created some form of artificial intelligence. And it is actually nothing but a machine mimicking a human behavior. That's the easiest way to define it. Now, artificial intelligence, or AI, is the umbrella. Under that umbrella, there are actually subsets. One of them, which is the most common one, is machine learning. And machine learning uses data science in order to create statistical models and use these models to actually take a decision. So basically, today, if you look at your phones with facial recognition, that's a sort of machine learning. Your laptops with like a battery optimizer, some sort of a battery optimizing application, that's machine learning. Then we go deeper, and there is deep learning, where multiple algorithms actually are being formed and creating what we call a neural network. And deep learning is about not just training the AI, but the AI gets trained itself. And a good example is the smartwatch. Anybody who does not wear a smartwatch? I mean, I recently moved to a smartwatch. Well, good. But a smartwatch, and I'll give you a funny example. Yesterday, I landed at 1 a.m. And I was lucky the flight was full, so I got upgraded to business class. And I was like, oh my God, I love Emirates Airlines, you know? They gave me a free upgrade. But as soon as we landed, you know, Emirates Airlines, you have to exit from Terminal 3, and the gate that we stopped at was C7, which is the last gate probably in Terminal 1. So actually, I forgot the whole business trip, the business class trip, because I had to walk 25 minutes and did probably around 6,000 steps to reach the luggage belt. Now, jokes aside, my watch was surprised because it asked me, are you exercising? Do you want to record this as an outdoor walk or an indoor walk? And then it asked me a question, is this really you or somebody's wearing your watch? Because, I mean, it knows I don't exercise much, yeah? So, but long story short, that's a form of deep learning, all right? And the examples are many. And then we go to generative AI. And actually, Natalie, my AI friend, is generative AI. And I've heard the gentleman talking about ChatGPT. So actually, if you want to know, I went to ChatGPT and I said, introduce a speaker in a nice and fun way. So I got the text, copied it, and then I went to another website called synthetica.io, where I created this video, and I input the text, and then she read it. So that was the point of the video. It's not about me just showing off. So this is generative AI and the power of generative AI. Now, we defined AI. Why, if AI has been there for so long, why now? Because today, we have what we call the rule of the 3 C's. Today, we have the ability to create algorithms that we could not create before, and this is calculus. We have the computing, which is now so powerful. We have CPUs and GPUs and FGPAs and so many things, that actually create performance that we could not have before. And then there's the culture, because today the culture is about data, and AI thrives on data. And AI is as good as the data you feed it. And this is why today things are possible when they were not really before. So why artificial intelligence? And why now? If we look at any stat, you see that organizations who started adopting AI are starting to see benefit, whether in terms of cost savings or profit. And that's important. And because AI is the next big thing, you need to be the first to adopt AI so you can really capture the biggest market share in your own business. And if we ask any organization, at least 2/3, they started deciding to have some sort of AI in their workplace. And based on PwC's stats, AI is going to contribute by $15.7 trillion from now till 2030, which is like almost 6 years down the line. The economy today is around 70 trillion globally. So imagine how big this amount is going to be, and it's going to only be driven by AI. And this is why the time for AI is now. Now, everything good comes with a challenge. And AI has a lot of obstacles and a lot of challenges. And we have customers that will face more than one challenge. And the challenges are many. It can be the bias, because data, if it is managed by a human being, it could be biased. Then AI becomes biased. It can be unethical, yes. But if we look back at the internet also had its challenges. But the pros outweighed the cons. And this is actually every stats today about AI. But the biggest challenge that we could see today from AI is the skill set. Today, there's a big lack of skill set of data scientists. So when I heard this morning that the CIO is the highest paid job, with all due respect, I think data scientists today are the highest paid in the IT industry. So if you have time and you want to learn something new, go get certified as a data scientist, and I assure you that in the next 10 years, you're going to be making a lot of money. Or you can start your own business, but it's up to you. And this is why we created this AI Maturity Index, because at any point in time of that maturity journey, every single one of us, all our customers, are going to face one or more obstacles, and this is why we want to be there to help our customers overcome those. How do we do that? We want to democratize AI. We want to make it affordable, we want to make it easily accessible, and we want to make sure that it's consumable. And for years now at Dell, we had an AI strategy which actually we summarize in 3 points. I still have 3 minutes. AI on, which are the ready solutions that we create, which are solutions that come directly to you, to your data center, and where you can start testing your AI applications. AI in, and for the last 5 years, every single product from Dell Technologies had some form of AI. And AI 4, we actually tested it on ourselves. We have more than 5,000 consultants today globally who are ready for you to help you do what we have been doing at Dell. And today we have more than 500 AI applications that us as employees, we use, even sometimes without even realizing it. Quickly, it's about thinking small, thinking big, starting small, and scaling. And this is how we can help you, by identifying the use cases that you want, by implementing those cutting-edge solutions that are going to enable those use cases, and helping you deliver more success at scale once you start with your first use case. And from a generative AI, and this is what I will end with. Also, I heard a lot about ChatGPT today. It's very important that I share this with you. You might be out there using ChatGPT. Your employees might be using ChatGPT. I don't think anyone who did not yet use ChatGPT. But guess what? Every single information you put on ChatGPT becomes the property of OpenAI. And this is why the likes of Samsung had big issues, because now they have proprietary information that is owned by OpenAI, and OpenAI can use it to whatever it wants, because everyone who uses ChatGPT agrees to that before starting using ChatGPT. And that's why generative AI in the organization is important, and it's important that you create your own use case, and you create your own generative AI. And that's why we have partnered with the likes of NVIDIA to deliver a new solution to the market that is, and it is actually the first server that has 8 GPUs. And it comes ready for you to test your AI use cases. I know I don't have a lot of time. I'm around if you want to discuss more details, and I can put you in touch with more expertise from our consulting team. So find me around, and I'll be happy to chat with you. So this concludes my speech. May the artificial intelligence be with you. And Natalie wants to say bye. Any questions? Yeah, well, sorry, Natalie, but you're on mute, so. All right. Any questions? No?
They're very well behaved.
Either I was boring or I was very clear, right, Dave?
It's perfect.
All right. Thank you. Enjoy the day.
Shabbat was amazing. Thank you so much. And it's fascinating. Here's one of the things that most people don't know about just before we go for a break for lunch. How many people actually know that I'm a hypnotist by trade? I've been a hypnotist for about 20 years or so. Here's the thing. When you do a stage hypnosis show or you work as a therapist of people, the programming that you use to be able to help people to think differently, stop smoking, lose weight, do crazy things on stage, are exactly the same kind of format you use for artificial intelligence. It's really interesting. NLP and all the rest of it, that ability to code and see reactions are the same as you use on a live stage. And maybe at some time in the future I'll share that with you. We've got awards to give out, we've got some amazing speakers, but more importantly than anything, we have food waiting for you right now. So here's what I suggest. We've got about an hour to go. Everyone back in their seats or near enough. You can eat in here, by the way. If you want to find food and bring it back in here, you're very welcome to. Do the networking thing. Do the selfie, WhatsApp stuff I showed you earlier, and have the most amazing break. Don't waste it. Connect with people and make sure you enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much. Catch you very soon and see you back in this room in an hour's time. Thank you.
someone noticing something. Not right, but intriguing. A spike of unusual activity or an irregular cost shift. It makes us think, or rather rethink, what we thought we knew. And suddenly seeing, like seeing for the first time, we see differently. We see possibility. A smarter way of doing things. More respectful of our world. Like using digitalization to improve sustainability. Cybersecurity to increase customer access to data safely. And the cloud to shape your future. Like transforming quantum computing from dream to reality. We're building a better way forward for generations to come, because we believe that the future is one of expanding possibilities. We are evident. The best is yet to come. Something. Not right, but intriguing. A spike of unusual activity or an irregular cost shift. It makes us think, or rather rethink, what we thought we knew. And suddenly seeing, like seeing for the first time, we see differently. We see possibility. A smarter way of doing things. More respectful of our world. Like using digitalization to improve sustainability. Cybersecurity to increase customer access to data safely. And the cloud to shape your future. Like transforming quantum computing from dream to reality. We're building a better way forward for generations to come, because we believe that the future is one of expanding possibilities. We are evident. The best is yet to come. It all starts with a spark. Someone noticing something. Not right, but intriguing. A spike of unusual activity or an irregular cost shift. It makes us think, or rather rethink, what we thought we knew. And suddenly seeing, like seeing for the first time, we see differently. We see possibility. A smarter way of doing things. More respectful of our world. Like using digitalization to improve sustainability. Cybersecurity to increase customer access to data safely. And the cloud to shape your future. Like transforming quantum computing from dream to reality. We're building a better way forward for generations to come, because we believe that the future is one of expanding possibilities. We are evident. The best is yet to come. It all starts with a spark. Someone noticing something. Not right, but intriguing. A spike of unusual activity or an irregular cost shift. It makes us think, or rather rethink, what we thought we knew. And suddenly seeing, like seeing for the first time, we see differently. We see possibility. A smarter way of doing things. More respectful of our world. Like using digitalization to improve sustainability. Cybersecurity to increase customer access to data safely. And the cloud to shape your future. Like transforming quantum computing from dream to reality. We're building a better way forward for generations to come, because we believe that the future is one of expanding possibilities. We are evident. The best is yet to come.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I request everyone to please be seated. We will start shortly. We'll begin in the next 1 minute.
Any, do. And the lights go on, and everybody's woken up. Well, not quite everybody. There's still a few people packing in their lunch, which is still okay. And a few people are outside doing business and making millions and billions from the conversations I've been joined in. I love when people tell me how many billions they're making, but they don't give me any of it. That's always fun to hear. But here, before we start anything, I know that for many of you, some people have just arrived for the first time. I don't know what you call that. And if your award was on earlier and you're wondering where it is, it's on eBay. So don't even ask. I'm just telling you now. All right, so what we'll start like we started off this morning to make sure everybody's in a good mood. We'll just pretend that we're all related. We're all from the same family. So same mums and, well, different dads, but you know what I mean. So I'll say, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Oh, dear, that was worse than this morning. Let's try it one more time. Remember, you are being watched on YouTube. So if you tell your friends or family or colleagues or boss or whatever it is that you were here, and they said, yes, I was watching on YouTube, and you were rubbish, you'll know why. So let's try that one more time. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. It was the same as the first one. Why do I bother? Not to worry. We're here. We're going to have fun. There's loads of stuff to do today. How many people got an award earlier? Okay, a couple of people got their award earlier and stayed, which is good. Because normally you go, thank you, goodbye, like that. But no, and how many people haven't won anything yet, haven't been awarded anything yet? A couple of people, yes, and that's why you're still here. Yeah, I know, no. We're just checking. So we've got loads to get through, some amazing speakers, some incredible panels, and the future of tech and AI and all the rest of it will be debated and shared here, which is fantastic. And of course, the awards, which will be coming up soon. Now we're going to start off with a high. We're going to keep that high going all the way through, a legal high. I've got to say that because of all YouTube being here. Okay? And we're going to start off talking, we've got a brilliant keynote speaker talking about innovation redefined and leveraging AI to shape the future of work. Now, this gentleman's going to come on stage from the fastest growing HR tech unicorn in the world, valued at $1 billion already. Give me a woo! A couple of people from that company clapping. Everybody else is going, oh, it's only $1 billion. Yes, $1 billion. We have a lot at Scrabble and Monopoly, just in case you don't play those games. He's a co-founder, not co-funder, co-funder. I don't know what a co-funder is. The co-founder, can you tell I had a lot of dessert? Without looking, thank you. The co-founder and product head of Darwinbox. Please put your hands together for Chaitanya Peddy. We can edit that on the video. Chaitanya.
Yeah, I'm here.
There you go. Congratulations on your successes.
Thank you. So just to add, $1 billion is just valuation. So people think I'm very rich, but all the investors ensure founders won't get any money. So, just to give a little bit intro, many of you wouldn't know Darwinbox. So we are an 8-year-old company. 3 of us started. I'm one of the co-founders. I manage product and tech for Darwinbox. This is our 8th year. We are a pure play HR tech platform. So 8 years back, if you go and tell anyone, I want to build another HR platform, it was not pursued as a great idea. It's a very crowded space, very, very big guys are there. But still, we were very convinced because all the players out there, they focus on the breadth. They pretty much build everything. So if you look at this platform, this is probably the only platform that touches everyone in the company. You are a CEO or a last mile employee, everyone uses this platform. So we felt a good focus and attention is required in building this platform. That's how we started this. So as a company, we manage the complete employee life cycle. So hire to retire, pretty much everything gets consolidated onto Darwinbox. And second is our focus is also enterprises. So typical client size is around 4,000 employees. So one thing I just want to call out is in software, typical thing people do is they build software and go and sell in US. So we've taken a very counterintuitive approach. So we felt Asia has its enough context, and we need to build a software that works very well in this region. So as a company, our focus is primarily India, Middle East, and Southeast Asia. So these are the only nations we operate, and these are the countries we do quite well. So just want to call out probably the only company from Asia listed on Gartner's Magic Quadrant for HCM players. And I just want to, okay. Sorry, I thought someone else would change the slides. I didn't realize it's in my hand. So probably only company invested by both Salesforce and Microsoft. So doing a lot of innovation along with Microsoft. That is a little bit of Darwinbox. So these are the modules. Few clients I just want to highlight. So we started this region 2 years back. So people have been very, very kind. We're able to convert very good logos here and very, very optimistic about future as well. So before getting on to the actual session, just as a warm-up, I just want to show you some images. Not so happy images, right? So this is relatively happier. So can anyone guess what is the common thing among all these images? Any answers? Sorry? Yeah, that is correct. So all these images, none of them are real people. They were all generated by AI. So if you look at it, it's hard to even imagine that. So just want to set the context. So that is where AI probably already reached or heading towards. So we are heading to the times where it will be hard to imagine the difference between whether a task is completed by AI or a human being. So with that, let us get into the today's discussion. So I just don't want to cover everything. AI is a buzz, and lots so in work technology as well. Just want to talk about certain practical things that are possible as on today that we as company doing. Probably a lot of other people are also doing. Just want to touch upon those practical examples. So I'm going to talk only about 4 things that are very, very contextual to work technology or HR. So talent management. So the essence of talent management, if you ask at a fundamental level, it is ensuring a person with the right skills is sitting in the right job. So very, very fundamental stuff. So how do you make sure that is happening very, very effectively with AI? So that is the problem that we are solving here. At the heart of it lies your skills foundation. So if you look at jobs as things that you need to fill with the right people, consider the whole thing as a marketplace, then these jobs need to be filled by people, either internal people, who are your employees, or external people who are candidates in the recruitment. So the common trading thing is basically the common currency is the skills. So that is at the center of this whole thing. So if you look at, so if you look at the whole stuff, there are 3 constructs here. The job has job description, so which has all the skills and proficiencies that are required. And every person would have talent profile in the system, so where his skills are captured. And the candidate who applied to you, he applies to you with a CV, where again, his skills are captured. So when you look at the matching, the search and match is at the heart of this problem. The intersection is matching. So for example, when you match employees, when you match, probably CVs to JDs, it is basically stack ranking in recruitment. When you match, talent profile to jobs, it becomes, your candidate thing, etc. So essentially, the heart of it is how do you match, how do you search and match very, very effectively. So that is at the heart of it. So we are probably the first company used GraphDB to put, this whole thing, the whole mesh, the skills and, jobs, job descriptions, and people talent profiles and CVs, and enable very, very good search and match. Because, so if you take an example, so here you need to emulate a human being, right? I mean, when you look at a CV and when you look at a JD, a recruiter can very well say, what CV is probably a good match. So to that JD, how do you emulate that using intelligence? So that is at the heart of it. So certain use cases, I just want to talk about it. So how do you stack rank people? You have, thousands of applicants for a job. So it is impossible to go through every CV and shortlist, whereas AI can stack rank it very beautifully, so that out of 1,000 applicants, you can probably look at top 20. Similarly, how do you create or help employees to curate custom career paths, so which are very related to their skills and their aspirations? That also can be done very well with AI. Similarly, so one second. The whole skills gap in the organization as well. So now it is not a static thing, right? I mean, it is a dynamic thing. What skills are required today may not be relevant for the future. How do you see, what are the skill gaps that are there, so that you can very targetedly focus on, learning interventions? All these things are possible. So very well, using the whole skills and search and match at the heart of the problem. So second is refining or redefining efficiency. How do you ensure certain things are automated very well, so that you save a lot of bandwidth that can be utilized elsewhere? So certain practical examples. So when it comes to generative AI or OpenAI, it is so good at generating content. So, and also, summarizing text. So if you look at examples, so say there are a lot of interview feedbacks that are available at a candidate. So you can summarize it quite well and take, a right decision. Similarly, throughout the year, there is a lot of peer-to-peer feedback. So going through that feedback and interpreting it is very difficult. So it can summarize quite well the whole feedback, so that your performance management process would be very, very effective. So if you look at it, summarizing text, it does, quite well, and the number of use cases are, so many. So similarly, so even computer vision also has taken big leaps last year or in last few years. So one example is facial recognition. So earlier, attendance capture, while it sounds very operational, fundamental, it's still a big problem. So how do you use facial recognition to pretty much replace your biometric devices? So that is one example. So a lot of clients today, they don't use biometric. So facial recognition, it is very accurate. So combining that with your geo-tagging, so you can essentially don't need biometric, very accurately and effectively capture attendance. And another thing is, in our business, in HR, probably for any tool, so when you have a geographical distribution, when you have end users sitting in so many countries, so you need to read and interpret so many documents. For example, every country would have its own, ID cards, social security numbers, passports, visas, and then, expenses, languages, etc. So someone having to verify all these things, so it used to be a very manual drudgery. So now, very easily, using OCR, you can read data from all these receipts as a platform capability. And if there are any differences, for example, the name that was entered in the system and the name that is there in the passport, say it is not matching. So you can quickly, raise an alarm. So it gives the HR people also exactly the records where they need to focus on, rather than having to manually verify, a lot of stuff. So this is probably my favorite. So the contextual intelligence here. Just I want to give an example. So a lot of people and pretty much all of us build analytics dashboards. The biggest challenge is reading a dashboard. It is not easy. It looks very, very clean. So there is a big dashboard. There are 6 or 9 or 3 data cuts over there. It looks very clean. But what is the story that the dashboard is telling us? So giving you an example. So say there is an attrition dashboard or employee engagement dashboard. A CEO is looking at it. So your attrition is 8% per year, pretty healthy by industry standards. Your NPS score is probably plus 10. That is also very healthy. So just by looking at it, so you think, okay, there is no problem at all. My attrition is in control and my engagement is pretty high. But deep inside, probably there is one segment in the organization. For example, this happened in Darwin-Box itself. So a female employees in Mumbai location, 30 to 35 years age, so they were not engaged. So why? Because we mandated coming to office, and in Mumbai city traffic is very, very high. So how do we even know? For example, just applying filters, drilling down, will you be able to identify that particular segment and take a right intervention? So you won't be. So that is where, so summarizing or contextualizing or clustering. So if you look at a dashboard, so identify the clusters. So where there is a problem, even positive clusters too. So where the clusters are very highly engaged, and then so converting the problem of that cluster into understandable text. So simply saying female employees in engineering department, 30 to 35 years age, in Mumbai location, disengaged because of your work from home policy, work from office policy. Just go and take the targeted intervention. So this whole clustering of the data, be it on the dashboards or engagement data or any sort of data, so and converting the clusters into a readable language. So AI does quite well. So I was also amazed by the quality at which this conversion is being done. So the last is employee experience. We keep talking about employee experience. So in the morning also we were discussing this. So there will be, we are heading to the times where so people won't go to a module and then do a 3 clicks and then take an action, etc. So they want a uniform sort of interface. So probably that interface can become Microsoft Teams or a WhatsApp or maybe Slack. So people just say what they want. So you need to interpret that and revert or respond to what they are asking. So the response can be a text response or probably some action that they need to complete or interpretation of a policy. So this whole service delivery, so this got transformed like there is no tomorrow. So earlier you need to have a separate bot platform, you need to create an intent, you need to train it, there is a lot of manual stuff. So today, you just feed the data and that's it, the bot is ready. You can build the bot in 10 minutes. So thanks to large language models. So reading through or interpreting policy documents are a lot of text or a lot of knowledge that is accumulated inside the organization, tacit knowledge. So reading that and answering employee very effectively. So it became very, very easy. So it is very ambitious statement when I said it would be very ambitious statement if I say the earlier bot platforms are pretty much dead. They're no longer relevant now. So now, it's just feed the data and bot is ready. The whole creating the workflow and training it, etc., everything is unnecessary. So the service delivery is becoming more and more omni-channel. So there will be very few interfaces employees will use basically to interact with the organization, not only a HR system or a CRM system or a finance system. So they just interface with those applications and ask what they want. In the back end, all the utterance to intent conversation or conversations to intent conversation and rendering everything will happen. So that is where we are heading to. So with that, I'm just closing. So a lot more is happening. Just, tried attempting a little. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Slightly delayed. I was just checking on my crypto. And the good news, it's okay. So continue. But very good. Can we have a massive round of applause for the team from Darwin Box and Mr. Peddy? There you go. No, can we do a proper round of applause, please? Make it matter. And of course, at menti.com, you get to choose and vote and so on, and put the scores down as well. A lot of stuff going on, a lot of stuff moving around, a lot of new additions to make sure that you get the very best out of this afternoon. Make sure as well that you contact your office or whoever holds money in your company and get yourself booked into Baku. Lots of people coming up to me saying, have you got a spare ticket? I haven't got mine yet. Just wait. We'll see. So looking forward to that. Okay, next up on stage, then we're talking about the role of AI and machine learning and digital transformation. And to talk about that is going to be the head of advanced computing for Meta, Evident. And to tell you about that as well, we'll take the stage to explore the crucial role of AI and machine learning in driving successful digital transformations for you and your business. So if that's a subject that's close to your heart, you want to be taking notes, and you want to make sure you connect with our next speaker, please put your hands together for K.O. Joshi.
It all starts with a spark. Someone noticing something. Not right, but intriguing. A spike of unusual activity or an irregular cost shift. It makes us think, or rather rethink, what we thought we knew. And suddenly seeing, like seeing for the first time, we see differently. We see possibility. A smarter way of doing things. More respectful of our world. Like using digitalization to improve sustainability. Cybersecurity to increase customer access to data safely. And the cloud to shape your future. Like transforming quantum computing from dream to reality. We're building a better way forward for generations to come. Because we believe that the future is one of expanding possibilities. We are Evident. The best is yet to come.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Is the slide coming up? Yes, thank you. So again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm K.O. Joshi. I head the advanced computing business for Evident in the Meta region. And I'm here with you today to speak about, AI in digital transformation, right? We all know AI is a buzzword, right? And we are probably interacting with AI on a daily basis. And we don't even, it has become so integral part of our lives that we don't even realize it, be it smartphones, people having Alexa in their homes, Hey Siri, right? So AI has become so mainstream today that, on a subconscious level, we don't even realize the impact that it is having in our day-to-day lives. So it is not right to say that it's high time, but I think it is right to say that in a tech world, businesses should start considering how to, incorporate AI into their workflows. But let's start from the beginning, right? We are at a point today where we are witnessing the rise of AI. But when I look about the rise of AI, it reminds me about the rise of literacy, right? A couple of 100 years back, people thought that, hey, not everyone needs to know how to read and write. It's not necessary, right? People were doing agriculture, people were tending to farms and sheeps, and there was not a lot of requirement for people to, write and communicate with each other. So the skill of writing and reading was limited only to the high priest, priestesses, the monks, who would read from the holy books, and we would probably go and sit in the temple or church and listen to them. That was the concept of literacy a couple of 100 years back. Lucky for us, we realized that we can build a much richer and a stronger society if a lot of people could read and write. Right? We realized that, we incorporated that, and today we are a much stronger society. What we are witnessing in AI is something similar, right? Today, these AI developers are the high priest and priestesses. And most of these AI developers work for big tech companies, big tech organizations, right? It is not still an integral part of the small businesses. So why is that? Why is this perception still lingering on? There are two main reasons, right? The first reason being that there is still a misconception that, okay, if I want to incorporate AI, I'll probably need to hire AI developers. I need a lot of data, a lot of spend. It will take a lot of time. It is a hassle I don't want to get in. It is going to be too expensive for my business. And the second point being that CIOs today, the business today, they are still trying to tackle the data deluge, as we would call it, the big data problem, right? Which is not wrong. I mean, trying to tackle that is definitely something that everyone should aim for. Why? Because in the next decade or even 5 years, the data that we have today is going to see an exponential is an understatement, an exponential increase where the complexities of handling data as we witness now are going to multiply in the next 5 years, right? So what do we do? I mean, we are seeing on one hand, businesses are moving into platform, right? Well, all traditional businesses, the traditional modes of businesses have been broken down. You have Uber, you have Careem, you have Netflix. These are platform-based businesses, right? How do you compete in this business model? You have a ton of data. You have businesses moving onto the platform. And the second thing is, everything is just a click away, right? Everything, I mean, right from products, right from customers, everything is a click away. And for a particular product, you have nearly 15 competitors. So how do you differentiate your business? How do you innovate yourself with all of this data lying around and with all of the competition in the marketplace, right? Some people rightly say that the answer to that is big data, right? You want to analyze your customer trends, you want to track their spending, you want to track their whereabouts, track, and keep tracking, and that's the answer to all of these questions, big data, right? But here is the problem with big data. Big data is like the rear view mirror of your car, right? Big data tells me what happened yesterday. The successful businesses, they tend towards customer leadership, not customer management. Right? What did my customer do yesterday is customer management. What Steve Jobs did with launching an iPhone was customer leadership. Customers today want to be led, right? A successful business, a successful CIO would want to know where my business will be tomorrow, next week, next month, probably next year, with a very accurate, forecast. How do you end up achieving that, right? How do you tend to, forecast these kind of things? And this is exactly what the big tech businesses have realized. This is exactly where they have hit on the spot. And that brings us to the second wave of AI, right? Which is the generative AI. We are witnessing the second wave as of now. What was the first wave, if you ask? The first wave was, rule-based AI. You call the SEO of Google. You call the simple, tasks that you ask Siri on your iPhone. Rule-based AI was the first wave of AI, which kind of went through. It has become so, incorporated in our lives. But the second wave of AI is something else, generative AI. What is generative AI? It is about generating content based on the rules that had been created. You are modeling those rules to generate content. This content is beneficial to your business, to your society, to your life as a whole, right? This is what we are witnessing right now, a trend in generative AI. Now, it is, this image is probably something that has been going around for quite some time, but look at the power of an AI, right? All of these images are AI generated. In fact, there is a web page which gives you 1 million images, human faces, which are not real. Now, the reason I put this through is suppose you are running a small business. You want to have a professional model photography. You would end up spending anywhere between $5,000 to $50,000, right, going to a studio, assigning a model, getting out the snaps. This, on the other hand, can be done for as low as $5, right? So what you visualize and what you get is almost 15 minutes away, which was absolutely impossible yesterday, right? So this is just images. Talk about search engine optimizations using generative AI. Talk about us using virtual backgrounds on Teams, on any other communication channel. Talk about automated driving vehicles. Talk about flying taxis that have been, launched in Dubai, right? So the question is, where does it end, right? Where does it end? What are the limits? What can AI not do, right? You want to take a selfie, right, with Elvis Presley, Mahatma Gandhi, or, even Elon Musk and, Steve Jobs playing Holi? It's still possible, right? So it's a bold statement, but it's not a false statement that the limits of AI is basically restricted by our imagination and not by the technology, right? What AI can achieve today is limited by our imagination. That's the predominant limitation and not the technology itself. So the big question, right? We now know that there is pretty much, it is, I would not say limitless, but the limits are endless when it comes to AI and what it can do in our workflows, in businesses, in operations. So the big questions, typically most of the people ask is, okay, when do I start it? Is it the right time? Is it a hype that is being built up, right? How do I enter in? What is the entry point? Where do I enter in with the AI adoption for my digital transformation journey? Well, the first thing is, the AI wave is not a crypto wave, right? I mean, what has happened with us is, we have witnessed these waves. We have witnessed the cloud wave. We have witnessed the crypto waves. And the waves have gone down. But what we are witnessing here is a much sustainable technology wave, which is creating impact in our day-to-day lives, right? So when do you start? People ask me, when do I start? The clock is already ticking, right? We should be starting yesterday. AI adoption in businesses should have started yesterday. And there is no other answer to this question, right? If you aim your business to be successful, if you aim your business to have a successful business model, the businesses that adopt AI are predominantly bound to succeed. There is no magic formula behind this. Now, when you witness the role of AI in digital transformation, right, you see multiple use cases that can be adopted inside the strategy. So let's take a very small example, and this is again a misconception that, as I said earlier, that incorporating AI into my typical business workflows would be an expensive affair. I would need a lot of data scientists, I need a lot of data. But let's take a small workflow, right? AI can be incorporated on a very small basis, on a very small subset of your business, and still end up saving costs. Let's say, for example, suppliers, right? Most of the business have suppliers, either you buy or you sell. How much would it cost for a machine learning to understand what your supplier pricings are based on your past and current market trends? And the AI predicts and tells you that if your supplier is overcharging you by 2%, weekly or monthly, and then you see on an year, how much have you reduced cost in terms of, giving out to your supplier? AI is again playing a role, but in a very, very small subset of your business. So what I mean to say is that AI can be incorporated in a very small segment. It need not be a huge digital transformation taking over, years and years with, dozen of resources. It can be as small as this. It can be as small as, finding out what are the hotspots in a retail or a hotel segment. Okay, where are the people getting accumulated? Where is there a higher bounce rate in a bank, for example, right? Do you need to have more stalls? It can be as small as this, but it is still an AI. It is still assisting your business, right? So, as I said, that the scope of implementing AI in the businesses are limitless, right? So, what we need to also understand is there has to be a point where we take control over this adoption of AI. Now, what do I mean by that? We all know that there are some big tech companies who basically sell their AI models. And what we need to do is not be an AI user, but an AI value creator. Now, what do I mean by an AI value creator? Imagine your business, you getting an AI model from a tech company and leveraging that AI model in your business. You basically have no control on the data sets that have been used inside. You have no control over the governance of those AI models. Do you really want your business to run on that AI model? Or you take your own data sets, right? You build your own model on that data sets, right? And you implement that AI model in your business, which means you have complete governance and control of that AI model. And believe me, this fundamental model will be a key asset for your organization, even compared to any data that you have, because you own that AI model, right? And based on, if you start using and developing your own AI model, you basically open up doors for multiple entry points into your organization to adopt AI. But if you rely as an AI user to a third-party organization, you are forced to, stick to whatever governance policies that have been set up, right? So the key is always to be an AI value creator than be a typical AI user. So very quickly, let me, show you how can we assist you, right, to be an AI value creator, right, as a VIDEN. So as you see, as an organization, we are spread across advanced computing and cybersecurity, but with AI and machine learning at the core of our business. What do we do as an organization is assist organizations to move from their legacy infrastructure, be it on the cloud, how to optimize the organization's data between cloud and on-prem, maybe a hybrid strategy, how to automate businesses, how to digitally transform a complete legacy, driven businesses into a modern, business transformation, and massively distributed architecture, let's say over edge, 5G for telco or for bankings. Now, how do we go ahead doing this? Is by predominantly answering the three questions, right? The three major questions: the why, the what, and the where. Why is, your industry basically challenges. It's not a Swiss Army knife where one solution fits all. Banks have a certain set of problems. The hotels have a certain set of problems. Public sector have a certain set of problems. So we basically provide consultancy services answering these questions of why. Why do you need to adopt this strategy? Why AI into your business? What would be the shortest route without impacting critical business that your business can potentially adopt, right? And where can we adopt these solutions? Maybe 100% cloud is not a good option for you. Maybe having a widespread AI strategy is not a good option for you. Your business is running on mainframes. AI might not suit you. So these are the kind of services that we provide. And we also understand that not everything about AI is rosy, right? It comes with its own risk. While AI is smart, cybercrime is getting smarter as well. So we envelop the complete consultancy and the offerings with a very smart layer of cybersecurity to make sure that every step you take is not a step in the dark. All the angles are covered, right? I think I'm right on time, and I would be more than happy to have this discussion with you offline. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you so much. K.R. Joshi. Yep. Brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Excellent. Can you imagine having these conversations? Because AI came in, November? Can you imagine having this kind of presentation 7 odd months ago, 8 months ago, and we're just having the same content? It would just blow your mind. But now when we talk about AI, it's like, oh, yeah, it fits in. Yeah, of course it's there. But it's so hard to describe until you actually have it, and it's all changing everything. I find it fascinating. Our next panel is going to be talking about leadership do's and don'ts. And our panel are going to be sharing their ideas of what you need to do, offering valuable insights based on their own experiences. And for those of us in a leadership role, which should be every single person in this room, I'm sure you're going to learn a lot. And also make sure you network and connect with everybody that you meet here. Do that thing I showed you earlier with the selfies and WhatsApp, so you never ever have to look for a business card ever again. And you've got a direct connection to those who are going to help you to grow your business. So to bring together everybody Our moderator for this engaging discussion is the Deputy Vice President at 3i Infotech. Please put your hands together for Rajat Goel. Over to you. Cheers.
Hello, can you hear me? It's just me? All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Rajat, and I'm here to discuss on a very critical topic. As my friend said, CIO's do's and don'ts. And let's wake up. I'm sure that you guys had great food, not sleepy. I can dance for you. You still want to wake up? Looking for a discussion. So, do I have to announce everyone one by one? Oh, okay. All right. So I invite Mr. Allen. Can you please come on the stage? Director IT, Ittihad. Up to you. Yes. Okay. Can I invite Mr. Jairaj, Group Head of IT, Ronak Group of Companies. All right. Can I invite Mr. Akshay Lama, CDO for Kalam Telecom. Hey. And yes, can we invite please Ms. Mubaraka, Acting CIO, Emirates Health Services. All right. Thank you so much for coming here to have this discussion. So to start with, I think I truly believe that IT is the backbone for any business, right? And it has to be healthy, it has to transform, to take the load of the business, to grow the business, right? And I think CIO is the doctor for this IT backbone, right? And so I think a very, very critical topic today, we all know what we have to do, what we are supposed to do, how do we grow the business. But on the same side, it is very, very critical what we are not supposed to do, okay? And what do we learn from the things we have done in the past, realign ourselves, our strategies to meet the expectation of our stakeholders, customers, vendors, and entire ecosystem. That's the topic for today. Now, without wasting much time, let me start with the question, which is, I think, very, very important. What are the common mistakes that a CIO, make in their leadership role, okay? And how they can avoid and overcome them. So, Mr. Jairaj, if I put this question to you, so probably you would not like to start with don'ts, okay? But it's still very, very important, right? So please share your insight on this.
Very good afternoon, everyone. It is actually a very good topic to discuss in the afternoon. And it is more generic, and it will be useful for everyone also. And it is a well-known topic as well, and thanks for selecting this. IT leaders, CIOs, like any other leaders, actually, they bring in a lot of experience, and there are a lot of, they actually turn the technology to work for the organization. And they also actually sometimes, they tend to make mistakes like anyone, any other leaders. There are a few don'ts that we can see here. The first and foremost thing, actually not aligning to the business goal. So if CIOs, they take their IT department silo, isolated from the business, and they will not be able to deliver anything that is useful for the business. So the first and foremost thing, actually, the CIOs, they should get to know the business well, and what is required for the business, what is the business goals, and they have to align their IT department and the technology to support the business.
The second, we can see that actually they are not being strategic. Not having any long-term strategic plan is another mistake. There are a few CEOs do. So actually, as soon as we know the business goal, the next actually we should build a strategic plan that align to the business goal to support the business. And another important thing that we can see that not being collaborative, because IT is entirely kind of what I can say, it is not a day-to-day business. We support business, but actually we focus more on technology. IT CIOs should not isolate themselves to being only the technological front. They should coordinate with the business leaders and business counterparts on day-to-day to know their pain points and being collaborative with them to understand actually what is the pain points and build the solution to support the business need. The next one I can say that not developing the technical skills for the team or not developing the team. So any leader can succeed only if he has a strong team, either new hire or actually developing the existing team with the development programs, things like that. There are many things actually, few more I can take, another few don'ts. Nowadays actually the more important threat is cyber threats. So CIOs not only concentrating on the technology, they should be concentrating on the cyber threats also to be more resilient to the cyber threats to safeguard the organization.
No, thank you so much, Jayaraj. And it's very, very important, right? I think strategy alone cannot take you anywhere, right? It has to align with people, with technology, and you have to really communicate it effectively and also measure yourself where you stand today, right? So thanks for that. And I think good, you also mentioned about security. It makes me happy, that security is a part of, CIO strategy or the roadmap and the thought process, right? Thanks for that, Jayaraj. Probably as you said, how do we communicate this effectively in the organization, right? And how do we ensure that, we align everyone, just not technology, but people, but skill set, processes is very, very critical, right? To make the strategy successful. So my next question is on the similar lines, how can CIOs effectively communicate and collaborate with other executives, okay, and business leaders to align technology initiatives with organizational goals and drive digital transformation? So Ms. Mubaraka, I would like to ask this question to you. Probably it will help us to figure out the don'ts which our friend, he has mentioned here.
Thank you very much first for hosting me. Regarding how can CIOs collaboratively work with their peers, well, there is a lot of, if you ask me here, there's two aspects to the questions, that we need to collaborate and we need to align. So we need to be actually open to have the business C-level to be included in our business. So what happened is that before, the CIO was taking the lead in doing the things, but we need to change that because the CIO as a role has been expanded to be part of the business itself. So what we're trying to do now is to have a communication along with the business itself, which is the C-level, so that you can understand how we can develop the business models that's going to be effective within your organizations. So there is a lot of things that has been done within EHS regarding that. I'm going to give you an examples of what we have done in the EHS to be able to validate this communication actually internally. What we have done for that part is we have actually included the C-level in our communications. We have established internally a digital transformation committee, where we have to, to get the people to understand when you do a digital transformation is not only the IT, it's actually starting from the business and the IT together for them to be able to do the whole digital transformation. So in this committee that we have established, we have opened the door for us to discuss all the new strategies that should be there, and we are aligning it with our objectives as a strategy objective for the EHS. Going forward with that. What we also have done is actually we're having an open discussion with our peers from other industries where we'll be able actually to learn from them and understand where we're going to be moving in the next level. So there is a lot of things that we can do in the collaboration aspect that we feel that it can be helpful for us to be very effective when it comes to the communication. So these are part of the things that we have done, establishing the strategy aligned with our business, with our digital, with the business itself, establishing the committee. We have also established in the long run, a committee at the level of the UAE itself. There are other committees that's working in that direction too. Thank you.
No, that's really great, Probably a follow-up question to you, Ms. Mubaraka, right? We always say that, we need one neck to catch, right? So that's the one way to drive anything very effectively. And as you rightly said, that you have formed the digital transformation, separate entity altogether within the company to probably make sure that we are on the same, we are achieving what we want to achieve, right? And also, it's very, very important, right? If it really flows from top to down, okay? And I really have seen, it is just flowing top to down for one LOB, and you're not open for the discussion, and that's very tough to flow it back from bottom top, right? So the open discussion and the separate entity altogether, the department altogether to track this is very, very important, right? Thanks for that. Just follow-up question on this, right? So transformation is itself a very expensive affair, right? It's not easy to bring the transformation, right? Because you really have to make sure that you are really spending every dollar in a right way, okay? And have you faced any challenge as such, oh, okay, you're already spending a lot on the transformation, okay, and all those stuff, right? Or whatever you want to do on a day-to-day basis. So how do we actually achieve this, forming another entity, probably a governance body, to take care of this?
Well, when it comes to digital transformation, everybody knows it's going to be having a risk associated to it. So when you talk about digital transformation and aligning it with your business, you should be very delicate of what are the innovations that you should be actually venturing on. So what happened is that when you talk about innovations, you need to look into two things. You need to look into your employees, how to empower them to think outside the box and adopt innovations and get them to be secure that let them innovate. Sometimes they might get mistakes, sometimes they might fail at it, but innovation goes around this spot. Another thing is that we need to encompass a culture of innovation. If that is not there within the organization, it's really very difficult for you to be able to innovate within your company itself. So, going forward, what we have done as the government of UAE, and I'm really proud to say that actually the innovation is part of the government direction in the UAE. So what happened is that now we, as an entities, we are actually required that we're going to be having certain innovation at the level of any organization, so that we'll be able later on to showcase these innovations at the level of the UAE, because we have every year the Innovation Month, what happens in February. In the Innovation Month, every of the federal entities actually, they showcase their innovations. Depending on that, they get adopted and they will be able to implement it. So you need to have an environment where you foster these innovations. You need to encourage your employees to do that and get them the confidence that it's okay to make mistake and fail. And also, you need to involve the people who are innovating itself. So what we have done in the EHS, I'm sorry, but I'm talking from my experience because we've actually done a lot around the innovation, is that we have established an innovation strategy, and it's actually published in our website. So you can see the innovation strategy, and it's the work of the whole establishment itself, organization as an EHS. That's one thing. The second thing is that we are actually looking that every person within the establishment be part of the innovation. So what we have done is we have established a platform. So each of the individuals, employee, they can go online and they can, put their ideas. And then we'll be studying their ideas later on, depending on a framework that we need to know if this innovation will be an added value for us to implement or not. After that, what we're doing is that internally, we're actually, after they voice it out, we have a budget that we are actually making this innovation. And this budget is aligned with the direction of the government that each entity should have at least 1% of their total budget that is actually going to be supporting the innovation within the establishment itself. So, and also we've established the internally the discussion that we have in a yearly basis with the Prime Minister Office of discussing these innovations and having them as an accelerators to be implemented within time frame so that it will be actually, we're seeing the added value that's going to happen in the UAE itself. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think it's, again, a very important point, right? We always hear this, you know, your culture eats the strategy, right? Doesn't matter what kind of strategy you have, but if everyone is not aligned, it's not going to help you out, right? And the culture can be an effective culture only and only when everyone is participating into that, right? It's just not the leadership team go and execute the strategy. Everyone has to participate and build the right culture, you know, to achieve what we want to achieve from that strategy, right? And I think my next question is on similar lines, right? So how can a CIO, right, foster a culture of innovation within the organization, right, while still maintaining the focus on operational stability and the risk management, right? So Akshay, to you, like, what do you think?
So thanks, first of all, thank you for having me here. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm sorry, but I'm going to look down the floor because the lights are just way too bright to look up there. So yeah, you know, as a digital leader, innovation plays probably the most critical role, in our ecosystem. One of the things that I always tell my board members is when we talk about creating, you know, and you spoke about the culture of innovation, that is essential. And what that really means is we as leaders have to get, thank you so much for that. We as leaders really have to get comfortable with failure. Innovation has to mean a certain amount of failure. And we have to be extremely comfortable with that, and two, have to be supportive with the team on that topic, right? The traditional culture of, you know, X number of projects has to be, you know, these have to be successful. That model will not work when it comes to innovation. That's one. Two, as an operator especially, you know, we really work very closely with our ecosystem partners to innovate. So it becomes really critical that we have a very strong partnership ecosystem. It becomes very important that our partners take shared risks with us, not just in the marketplace, but also to innovate products and capabilities, right? Especially on the cutting edge of tech. You know, so when we talk about risk management, right, that entire innovation space, that risk management is really done by sharing risk. So you share those risks and you share the upsides. And at least as an operator, that's how we look at it. Does that help?
No, that makes sense, right? Because, you know, when people talk about partner ecosystem, it's just not your team, it's just not your customer, right? It includes your vendors or, you know, left and right, who really helps you to you know, deliver what you want to deliver to your, you know, ultimately your customers, right? And your either internal or external, right? So that's very important, actually.
So
thanks for that.
If I may just add to that, I think the biggest challenge that we must address as leaders when it comes to innovation is people's appetite for change, right? Innovation will lead to change. That's inherent in that game. I think most, if not everybody in this room, knows how much people love change, you know, and drive towards it. So yeah, that entire change management probably plays the most critical part when it comes to assimilating innovation and converting it into useful business outcomes.
No, fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much, actually. That's really, really important, right? So probably, you know, the next question, you know, more precisely, yes, we know what we are supposed to do, what we're not supposed to do, right? If I ask, you know, what are the top 3, okay, key do's and don'ts, for CIO when it comes to effective leadership in the digital age, right? Because there are so many do's and don'ts for sure, right? But I think that really become very volatile when we are doing the same mistake in the digital age, right? We have no time, right? We have no time to do something and go back. The going back time is really no longer, right? So, Mr. Allen, what do you think? What are key do's and don'ts when it comes to effective leadership in the digital age?
Thank you, Rajat. Thank you, everyone, and it's a pleasure to be on this on the stage and on this panel. You asked for the top 3, or do you need a few more?
4, 5, after you.
When I was busy preparing this during the course of last week, there's a whole lot of do's and don'ts, and I'm sure that anybody can hop onto the net and go and ask ChatGPT to come up with a whole lot of do's and don'ts. So I'm not going to sit here and lecture everyone on the top do's and don'ts. I'm just going to write down a few of them that I believe have certainly helped me in my 40-year career within logistics and within IT. So, and particularly as our CIO, there's many of them that we can consider. What do you do if you're taking up a new position? What are you expected to do in the first 30 days? What are you expected to do in the first 90 days, 180 days, in the first year? What is your executive expecting of you? Okay? And there's also no distinctive right way to manage your department. You'll eventually get that feel. So I'm just going to share a few of these points. So the first don't is don't think that you can wing it without a clear plan or a mission. In other words, without a strategy. Okay. Take a top-down approach to your digital initiatives and your activities that you've got. Major activities should be sponsored and driven by your CEO. Very, very important. Okay. These initiatives need to be led by the senior executive and stakeholders in your organization and the projects that you are currently delivering. So those are the do's. Okay. Also, take into account organizational silos. Very important. Okay. There's a huge potential for error, and digital transformation attempts can either worsen or bridge corporate silos, particularly when it comes to mobilizing your efforts doing these digital transformation initiatives. So from the start, it's essential to establish clear and easy to follow processes. The next don't is don't think that you can do all the things on your own. You're not Superman and you're not Wonder Woman. Okay. Surround yourself with really bright domain experts. Very important. As much as we like to think that we know everything, we can handle everything, and we're fully equipped to manage with our in-depth knowledge of all aspects of IT, we're not. Ali got on stage earlier on and he was talking about hiring people. Okay? Hire people with passion. Hire people with creativity. So your PQ plus your CQ will always be greater than your IQ. I'm not saying that a person with a PhD is going to be the right person for the position. Hire a person that comes out there that's got the right passion, the right creativity, and put them in that position. Then empower them. Trust them. Okay? And let them get on with their job. Don't hire them, put them on a pedestal and say, I've got a guy that's got a PhD, tie their hands behind their back, and then continue the instructions. That's not the way you're going to succeed. It's teamwork that gets the job done. There's no I in the word team. Also, don't make a big don't, is don't become scarce. Your team needs your leadership. They need your guidance. Okay, so a do is make yourself available, be seen. Even though you've employed these capable people, they still require your guidance. They still require your directives. Okay, enable them and support them in those efforts. A big don't, and a lot of technology is being spoken about today. Don't invest in tools and technologies without a clear purpose. make sure that purpose is absolutely clear. It's always easy to be over-enthusiastic about new technologies and speaking to your executive to invest in this, but make sure they are absolutely, that these tools that are available, and only invest in those that will help your organization meet its needs, okay? Also, a big do is try to ensure that every tool, process, and strategy revolves around the three major perspectives of efficiency, reliability, and scalability. Those three, vitally important. The last 2 points, and we touched upon it earlier on, and if security is within your responsibility, don't put security on the back burner, not at all. Digital transformation enables businesses to work smarter, but it also makes them more vulnerable to cyber threats and security issues. And today's remote workforce obviously exacerbates that particular point. So the last point that is not on anyone's digital agenda, I can guarantee, apart from CAS, is don't neglect your health.
Yeah.
Don't take your health for granted. We're not getting any younger. Take good care of yourself. And if not for you, for your family. Find a work-life balance. Vitally important. With a healthy body comes a healthy mind. And you'll be able to concentrate, work a lot harder, and provide your organization with a really smart person, yourself. Okay? Take time out to exercise every single day, if you can, or often as you can. Be it one day or day one, you decide, but keep healthy. There was a topic that was discussed at the summit we had in Thailand last year, and it's become my mantra, and I can't remember the gentleman who actually said it, but it is to become more human being and less human doing. So I've just shared some of the don'ts and some of the do's, and I hope that you take some of these pointers away in terms of your next digital transformation and your projects that you're currently handling. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It's fantastic do's and don'ts, right? And I think I take the health one first, okay? Very, very critical. I promised myself today morning, I'm going to sleep 7 hours from tomorrow. Hopefully I would achieve that. So thanks for that. And then you're right, that it's just not individual can achieve anything, right? Everyone has to collaborate and work together. Strategy should really, come from top to bottom, right? Probably a follow-up question on this to Jairaj, to you, right? I myself have seen this, okay? And I talk to a lot of, leaders on day-to-day basis, CIOs, CISOs, and all those people, right? We have strategy on papers. We know what we want to do. We really take it down from top to bottom. But somewhere in between, we are lost, okay? Because the kind of visibility leaders or the CIOs has is very important. That same kind of visibility or different version of visibility should transform to every layer in the organization, right? Top, middle, and then the bottom, everyone, right? So what do you think, how this can be implemented, right? How do you ensure that whatever you're performing today, wherever your strategies are going, whatever you're learning, failing, everyone should have the view, visibility, so that we can all learn together. It's not just one learning or individual learning, right? So what do you think, how we can implement this, that every layer in the organization have the visibility so that we can work together?
See, the most important thing is collaboration here. So we should, as I said initially when we start with actually, the CIOs need to closely work with the business. So they should understand actually what is the business goal and what is the tangible output that we are going to get for implementing such a project. And as some of my colleagues clearly said, we should not measure the success based on the number of projects implemented. They rightly said, rightly pointed out in this point in time, we should measure actually what is the outcome that we brought in for the business. So we believe in actually working with, measuring, before taking any project, we generally actually work with the business leaders, stakeholders, and understand what is the actual business benefit is expected out of it. and ROI, return on investment. And then actually we prioritize that particular projects and we go for the execution. So if anything need to be reprioritized, yes, we need to reprioritize to get that particular business benefit. I'll just take one simple example of a simple task. So we just need to plant trees on the road, on the side of the roads. Okay. So there are various people involved. Somebody actually digging the land for actually allowing to put the seed. So it is been operated by some department. So they will be keep digging all over the road. And actually, now the IT department, you've been given a task to plant the seed. And you outsource this particular activity some partner. And for some or other reason actually it didn't turn up.
Yeah.
So we have to take immediate action actually how we can actually mitigate this particular thing and how this particular work can be carried out. If you need to be communicate to your business saying that this need to be delayed, yes, you need to immediately stand up and say this need to be delayed. Otherwise what will happen? The next department will come and close everything, all the holes, and the other department will come and pour water. And we have other department, they will keep monitoring and saying where is the tree? Nothing will be there. There is no plant because there is no seed is been laid. So the communication, it is not just actually to communicate the success, we need to communicate the failures. Or if there is a project delays, we should not hesitate actually to get up and say there is a delay, this need to be replanned. So again, what I'm trying to say is actually the communication and collaboration is the key for the success.
No, thank you, Jay. I think we're running out of time. We need at least 3 hours next time GC Media. 30 minutes are not enough to have this very meaningful conversation. But if I really conclude this, right, as I said, the CIOs plays very, very important role for any transformation, for the success of the business, etc., etc. Of course, probably not conclude in do's and don'ts, but yes, we really have to ensure that strategy is just not clear with CIOs. It has to be clear by every individual in the organization, right? That's very, very critical. Second, it doesn't matter what kind of strategy you have, what technology you have, what people you have, you really have to build a culture, right? If you have a solid culture in place, then I'm sure that your culture will not eat the strategy, right? It's going to help you to achieve what you want to achieve out of it. And of course, third is very, very important thing, that the participation, right? And it depends what kind of participation we are having, right? The participation from HRs, from finance, from IT, from business teams, everyone has to participate to achieve, to ensure that they really do what they're supposed to do to meet the final goal, right? So I think that's the summary. Probably, we should really do, and the opposite we should not do, right? And of course, the last one, which I really remind myself every day, please, take care of your health. Sleep well, exercise well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Excellent. What an amazing panel. Thank you very much, by the way, for being on stage and sharing all those incredible leadership insights. So much to go through and so much to digest. There's not enough to be done in one day, really. There's so much other stuff going on. Is everybody okay? Yay! A few people going, yay! A couple of other people going, oh, I don't know. It feels, you know what? Since we've been in here, there's actually been a zombie holocaust that happened outside, and they've cleaned it all up. We're back to normal again. So you're lucky. It's all right, isn't it? We've got all our awards to do now. First, second part of awards. And that means we're going to get you up in a minute, doesn't it? So if you're excited about it, then fantastic. It could be your name we're going to bring out. I'm going to go and sort of hide over here, because for the next 2.5 hours plus, it's probably about, 7, 8 hours of this next set of awards, 25 hours of, no, it's not really. So we have our next set of awards, by the way. And first of all, before we do anything, I'd like to invite up my very dear friends. I'm going to move this to one side because it's creepy. My very dear friend, Anushri Dixit, who's the Global Head of Strategic Alliances for GEC, to join us on stage. A round of applause for Anushri. There you go. Wonderful. Work so hard, worth 20 times what they're paying you, by the way, just thought I'd tell you. Okay, so before we start our our legend stuff, there's a gentleman who needs to pick up his award as well. And you saw him earlier speaking on one of the panels, really fascinating when he shares his story and the amazing insights into what his business is doing to pick up his award as a leader for a coffee app. Please put your hands together for Shahud Siddiqui. There you go. Big smile, there you go, congratulations, well done. So next up, by the way, is going to be our legend category for this year. The sustainability criteria introduced in this year's nomination is a critical cornerstone for Global CIO Forum's vision to be a catalyst for global carbon footprint reduction. Now, this aspect will have a very special importance on the grand finale, as the GCF team will be presenting a state-of-the-art carbon emission and reduction report based on the CIO projects. And so we're proud to present our legend category for the CIOs this year. So let's get them through as we start off with our legend from the Altair Group. Please put your hands together for Amir Khan. Amir. That's what we want. You're going to smile when you get your award. Not look like you've won the lottery, but you gave it back. Fantastic. Next up for Emirates National Schools, Abdul Rahman Kawi. Abdul Rahman Kawi. Our next legend from Zaka Marine International, very dear friend of mine, and my brother from another mother. Please give it up for Aditya Kaushik. Also a very talented writer, and his new book comes out by the end of the year. So thank you, Aditya. Looking forward to reading that. And next on stage for Horizon Terminals Limited, HTL, our legend is Ahmed Al-Madani. Ahmed Al-Hardani. Next up, our legend from Millennium Hotels and Resorts, Ahmed Sharkey. Ahmed Sharkey. Excellent. Next up, our legend from Druce International, Ajay Rafi. Ajay Rafi. Ajay? No. A few people walking around just to tease me, but not walking towards the stage. Next up, then, we'll have to change it. Our next one, our legend from Kalam Telecom, is Akshay Lamba. Akshay Lamba. All right, man. By the way, make sure you look after your trophies when you get them. They're worth about 2,000 dirhams, that's right, for each pile of 20,000 of them. So make sure you Thank you. Next up on stage, representing our legend from Etihad Rail, please put it up for Alan Broad. Alan, taking over the world. Thomas the Tank Engine never had it so good. Excellent. Next up, our legend for Canadian Specialist Hotel, Ali Ghunaim. Ali Ghunaim. By the way, if I announce your name wrongly, but it kind of sounds about 70% right, that's the best I can do. So I'm apologizing in advance. I'm doing it the best I can. Next up, representing Oman Fasteners, our legend is Amar Sadaka. Amar Sadaka. No? And if by some chance you do collect the wrong one because the name wasn't quite right, hold on to it and sell it to the original person later. That's what I'd do. Just a thought. Next up, a legend for Emirates Investment Bank, Anand Krishnan. Anand Krishnan. No. Next up, a legend for Danube Group, Anil Pace. Anil Pace. Okay, next up for Shamal Holding, our legend is Anindo Banerjee. Anindo Banerjee. And when they do turn up, give them a round of applause for being here. Thank you so much. Very happy. Congratulations. Next up is our legend from the Skelmore Group, put your hands together for Anish Varghese. Anish Varghese. There we go. Congratulations. Next up is our legend from Gulf News. Put your hands together for Anup Kumar. Anup Kumar. And by the way, we're going live onto YouTube from that camera right at the very back. So if you want to take photos, I would suggest do it from the side, because otherwise people at home can only see the back of your head. Just a suggestion. Not that it's the back of your head, it's very nice, it's just a thing. All right, next up on stage, the legend for the FJ Group is Arun Kumar Mota. Arun Kumar Mota. Sorry? Mahota. Oh, sorry, my Mahota. It says Mote, but I'm wrong. My apologies. He forgives me, he's got an award. Next up for the Kent Group, our legend is Damien O'Gara. Damien O'Gara. Nope. Next up for Smart Selim, our legend is Dr. Joseph George. There you are. Congratulations. Can I ask a quick question before we announce the next one? You know when the lights are flashing and it gets exciting, does it look exciting for you over there as we do it? Because it's freaking me out on stage. It's worth it for you, I'm just saying, because I feel like I'm at a rave. Sober. All right, next up, by the way, a legend for the Mantrack, Man Capital, Mansour Group is Fadi Sleiman. Fadi Sleiman. Our next legend representing Sober Realty is Fahad Deshmukh. Fahad Deshmukh. Nope. Okay. Next up, our legend representing Siha Abu Dhabi Health Services Co. is Faisal Syed. Faisal Syed. There we go. Thanks, Syed. Nice to see you. He's going to take a selfie. Watch, he'll take a selfie. I just know he will. Don't worry, YouTube's got everything else. Thank you. Next legend for Al Yusuf Group. Give it up for Fayaz Badubay. Fayaz Badubay. Fayaz. Good to see you. You know what, these flashing lights, I won't be able to sleep tonight and I'm going to sue for post-traumatic stress disorder. It's like when I was in Nam. Kind of. Congratulations, well done. I've been to Nam, it's really nice. Next up, our legend for Damat Group is Francis Arul. Francis Arul, there we are. You get 2 trophies for sitting near the front. This music's good, nice and tuneful, thank you. Next up, a legend from AMSI is George Akras. George Akras. Maybe our first video speaker was listening to this when he was speaking. Remember, it was like that at the beginning. I'm just a thing. And our next speaker represents, our next legend, by the way, representing Emirates Health Services. Her Excellency, Mubaraka Ibrahim. I'm behaving now, I'm saying nothing now. Congratulations. The one thing I will say is we need more female CIOs in the industry. So everybody who's not promoting, you need to change the game. There you go. All right, so I'm going to thank you, by the way, Anushri, for being on. Unless you want to stay on longer. We'd like to stay there for another hour. No? Give a round of applause, Anushri. Well done. Taking a well-earned break. I'd like to invite on stage now Richa Samantaray, Head of Sales for GEC. Richa? Yeah. See this pile of names here? That's yours. You might want a chair. And you know, just saying. So next we move into the master category. And our first master is for DMCC Authority, that's Abdallah Al-Ali. Abdallah Al-Ali. Keep clapping, come on. Otherwise, when it's your turn, none of us are going to clap. You'll feel really weird. Our next master representing the Sober Group is Akash Lal. Akash Lal. Richard, did you choose this music yourself? This is from your Spotify account. I'll take that as a maybe. Our next master for Yas Takaful FJSC is Ali Abedi. Ali Abedi. Congratulations. I should remember to send my CV to all the CIOs in this room, because the way that tech is going, you'll be the only ones with jobs in 2 years. So congratulations for that. Next up, a master for the DAPA group is Ali Katkadi. Ali Katkadi. Kakada. Start again. Ali Kakada. Is that right last time? Okay, there we go. Ali! There you go. Congratulations. Sorry about that.
Let me have a selfie with you.
My pleasure. Nice tie, by the way. Very nice tie. Cheers, fella. Thank you. Our next master is for Food Fund International. That's Ali Akbar Fatwa. Ali Akbar Patwa is that. Ali Akbar Patwa. So it's really small writing. No? Yes, no? Can't tell these gentlemen are moving towards the stage or just sitting down. Right, if anybody else is playing musical chairs while we're doing the... Stop it. When the music stops, you don't swap. Just stay where... Smile. You've won, all right? Next up, by the way, a master for MBC, Middle East Broadcasting Corporation, is Os Al-Zubaydi. Os Al-Zubaydi. It was up earlier on stage. Os, are you still here?
These guys are tripping out.
From MBC? Nope. Okay, next up, our master from Al Masood National General Contracting LLC is Ayman Medaka. Ayman Medaka, or Ayman Medaka. Okay, next up, the master from Melia is Baiju Philip. Baiju Philip. Good to see you. You've made me happy again. Good fella, nice one. Strong hands, it's good.
These guys are tripping out.
Thank you. By the way, if anybody doesn't like the music, a couple of years ago, do you remember we had Pirates of the Caribbean for 2 hours? This is good, trust me. Okay, next up, our master from Sober Constructions is Karine D'Souza. Karine D'Souza. No? Okay, our next master from KEO International Consultants, Damir Jaksi. Damir Jaksik, I think it is Jaksik. No? Is it because I've got the name wrong? You're not coming up in protest, or you're just not here? Well, we're not going to answer anyway. Okay, next up, by the way, our master from El Tizam Group is Daryanand Shetty. Daryanand Shetty. Good to see you. Just think the way that technology is going in the next 5 to 10 years, we won't do awards. It'll just be a hologram that goes bing in front of you. You go, hey! And you put it on your Instagram or your Twitter. My Twitter won't be there then, will it? Threads. Sorry, Elon. Next up, by the way, representing Jotun, no, not that one. Representing Al Rams Corporation is Iyad Kashkash. Iyad Kashkash. No. Okay. Next up, representing Etihad International Investments, our master is Gigi Thomas. Gigi Thomas. Good to see you. Thank you. Congratulations. Just thinking that, isn't it amazing how the world's changed? 2 years ago, if you shook hands with somebody, you'd be spraying it like that because of Samantaray. Now you go, hello, how are you? Well, I do anyway. You're probably going to spray your own hand after saying hello to them. Just saying. All right, next up, by the way, representing Amorphia Group is Hemant Shetty. Hemant Shetty. Excellent. Next up, representing as a master from Falcon and Associates, Hicham Chaya. Hicham Chaya. Nope. Next up, representing Abu Dhabi National Hotels, the master is Hussam Mahmood. Hussam Mahmood. It's Hussam. You know what's really weird from this side of the room is when we've got the flashing lights and I'm looking for somebody who's moving, everybody's moving when these lights are on. Just the thing. Quite like the music though. I used to be a DJ for many years, which is why I can't read and I can't hear anything. All right, next up, representing Emerald Services, LLC, Hussein Saifuddin. Hussein Saifuddin. Is it Saifuddin or Saifuddin? Oh, good, thank you. I got the Hussein bit right anyway. Congratulations. Next up on stage, our master representing the Belhassa International Group, Imad Taha. Imad Taha. Next up, representing the HSA Group, our master is Kashif Rana. Kashif Rana. Going, and... Is that you? No, he's not. Is it you? It's not, is it? Is it? It's not you. No, it's not. You're just waving to say hi. Yeah, thank you. Makes my job so much easier when you do that. I'm just saying. Thank you so much. Next up, by the way, our master from BDO is Madan Mohan. Madan Mohan. Excellent, well done. And next up, representing the Icarus Golf, is Makirim Molana. Makirim Molana. At the back, coming down. Next up, representing Q Holding, is Mansoor Khan. Mansoor Khan. There we are. Like a sprinter. Oh no, he's not. Changed his mind. Oh, he's come back again. Bit like a pinball machine. He's coming? Not coming. That is okay. You're just teasing me, aren't you? Oh, stop it. You know, got excited. Cheers, fella. Nice one. So that's 50 names down, 300 still to go. That's okay, isn't it? Joking, it's not that bad. Thank you. So then we're going to take a little break, which is a great reason to give a round of applause to Richa. Thank you. You can go back there, have a coffee, and think about your life choices, which is normally what happens after standing on stage for that amount of time. As we move on now to our next presentation on stage, and to talk about the launch and establishment of CAS Saudi Arabia. Representing CAS Saudi Arabia, please put your hands together for Mohammed Manashi. Mohammed, where are you? There you are, sir. Whee! You should get an award as well, because you were there anyway, so might as well. I'm just going to sit down there, talk to my agent. That's all yours. Have you got a microphone as well? Is that mic on? Well, I don't know if it works.
Oh my God.
Oh, there we go. Perfect.
Hello, everyone. I want to say Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I think many people was with us or attending the event that was in Bangkok. And in that time, we was talking about a project. Well, actually, we sit down for several times discussing the issue that all of us as CIOs that we have, even if we are as individuals, or if we are as government or private entities. Once you start a project, and that project has many requirements, especially in the resources, you will find that your resources are varying. You start with 2, and in some parts you will need 10 persons, and at other part maybe you will need 1, or you are following up the project with some people, and the number keep indifferent. Once you go to the regulations or to hire people, no one will accept to be hired for 1 month or 2 weeks or 3 weeks or maybe 6 months. So you find yourself hiring people for 12 months at least, at least the regulation in Saudi Arabia, and I think in most of Gulf countries. So you hire someone for that time, and you start paying money for 2 or 3 or 6 or 12 months while you are using that person or that resource only for 2 months. The rest of 10 months, you try to find another project for that one. This is big issue, and you will make the projects from the private sector side going high, and the payments goes high, and the price of the project is going high. From other side, we are CIOs, we are skilled people, we are senior people. We have to manage time. We know that most of the time that we do the job is not at the office. We come for office for networking, for follow-up, but most of the work, the actual work, we are doing it from home. Our work is not only 8 hours, it's 24/7. From how to manage the extra time that we have. Because I have extra time, I don't know how to manage it. And if we spread and see that, okay, go to freelancing, if we go to freelancers' websites, we find that all things that there are not the same level as we are. They are for juniors, and we are seniors. They want someone who do all but we are doing management. We are doing strategic. That time, that came the idea of CAS to have CIO as a service. What if I find a service that can I hire a CIO that work for me? He is a senior level to any level of seniority. That CIO is registered with a well-known organization. That organization will make sure that this skills is there and will propose the right names within the right time with a reasonable price. So we will give our CIOs, which is who are they, me and you, we will have the exact task that satisfy our needs, that satisfies our skills. And from the other side, we are giving a high value and professional service to the companies or government that they need with the skilled people, and they will pay as they go. They will pay to the service they are getting. So this is the idea, the main idea. And at the time, one guy said, okay, is that an Uber? Is it Uber concept? I say it's an Uber concept. On Uber, I have my private car, and and it has extra time. I want someone that could allow me to give a service the time that I want, in the way that I want, and in a professional way to the normal user than the taxes that have been used. So we are not a freelancing platform. We are a comprehensive platform that is invented or created for the professionals, and that platform should start working in each and every country by its meaning. And that time in Bangkok, we started with a slogan that I am a CAS. And we have it make like that. I am a CAS, and we start announcing that one, and we have this badge. And at that time, we came back and we said, this is a good dream. Okay, we'll keep in this dream, and we don't know what time it will become a nightmare, or we forget about that dream. But after that, things start running. I start things booming here in UAE, booming there in Egypt, booming there in Bahrain, booming here and there. Then in US, and it came to Saudi Arabia also. And from Saudi Arabia, we started a CAS. CAS in Saudi Arabia is an entity. Yes, we start that one. And we start that one and finalize each and everything to be regulated and will be following all the systems and all the regulations in Saudi Arabia. So if you are a professional, you have a project in Saudi Arabia, nowadays you can go and start your project and work on that project in Saudi Arabia, and you will pay only as the service that you are offering. I believe CAS idea is not only succeed because we already started some projects in Saudi Arabia, and I know we started some projects in other countries like India, like Singapore, and here in UAE. And I believe each and every CIO should has an account on CAS. He go to the website of I am a CAS, register his name, he register his information. If your entity is there also, let them register, all for free. But we believe that if we have the enough number of expert people, we have the enough number of expertise, we could manage things together. Thank you for that thing, and I hope that I saw all of you as partner with us in CAS. Thank you very much.
Excellent, thank you. You're not allowed to leave the stage yet because you're going to be hosting the next panel, aren't you? Okay, well, you sit down, have a rest, check on your shares and stocks and investments, and then your crypto, and then come back again. As we get this gentleman here, is doing an amazing job to fold out all the chairs and make sure everything's in place for that. As we head towards the home straight of this day, which has been amazing, make sure, how many people are going to join us in Baku? Oh, less. How many people are not planning to go to Baku? We will talk about you behind your back. You know that? Or behind your baku. It's a joke. Let's see what I did there. No? Okay, fine. So next up, by the way, we're going to be exploring that whole experience, and our wonderful host, Mohammed Manashi, will be joining us back on stage. Our final panel discussion, actually, for today centers on the future as we look forward to 2024. And finally, you should talk about Saudi. I'm off to do some work in Saudi. Cityscape in about a month and a half. And yes, they pay me as much as Cristiano Ronaldo, which is all right. It's not bad. Not really. So we're going to be getting you back on stage to invite your group on stage to talk about some amazing things, the digital transformation and data management advisory stuff, and moderating our thought-provoking conversation. So the chairs are almost in place. That one's especially at an angle, which means that you can be king of everybody. Have you noticed that? It's like a royal one. It's just like they are your people. So you get one hand free to do the okie-kokie or the Macarena. So I'd like to invite you back on stage so you can invite your guests as well. Put your hands together for Mr. Mohammed Manashi. Thank you. And again, yes, I know. You don't get paid extra. They pay you for one go. That was it. It's split into twos. I know. You just... Your microphone's there. It's all yours.
Okay, I know we are the last one. Let me quickly welcome Mr. Ali Sagar Buhari, the Senior Director of Technology at Zulekha Hospital. Please join me on the stage. Mr. Buhari. Okay, we also have Mr. Faisal Saeed, Group Digital Transformation Manager at Sahat Abu Dhabi Health Services. Please join me, Mr. Faisal. Mr. Ali Katedka, Group CIO, Diba Group. Please, Mr. Ali. Mr. Kashif Rashid, IT and Digital Transformation Project Manager at Union Group, Union Corp. Mr. Kashif, please. Okay. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We'll go in this, as we know that looking over to 2024, we will discuss many things. I'll try to go quickly as we are in the last session. We'll talk about emerging technologies. We'll talk about the challenges that we face while implementing the digital transformation. We'll talk about the innovation also in digital transformation, what things that we do there. If you could have a chance to talk about cybersecurity, that will be great. And the key skills and that we have in that thing. I want to make it more open, but I want to start with Mr. Kashif to ask him a question about the emerging technologies or the trends that do you anticipate and will have the biggest impact on the IT landscape in the coming year. But we're trying to keep things just as small as that. What do you think the emerging technologies that will be coming within the next year?
First of all, thank you, Mr. Manashi, for your presence today and coming from Saudi Arabia and hosting this event. And this panel is amazing. And CAS is a very good idea, and I appreciate GEC and Global CIO Forum to bring the CAS CIO as a service, which definitely needing in the IT industry. You are talking about 2024 and upcoming year, about the trend. We heard from morning that artificial intelligence, some of my colleagues, they gave a very good presentation about AI, and I want to start from AI also, because if you are saying the trend, the generation is going toward AI. And I'm belonging to retail industry, so we also initiated the AI in our industry, in our organization. We are doing a lot of use cases to experiment AI in our digital journey. We have done that demand forecasting solution. Before, we were doing this inventory optimization and demand forecasting based on the user input based on the user entries, now which digitize, and now it's coming to the digital transformation through artificial intelligence and machine learning models. We have also implemented the customer journey experience through AI, and customer can interact the personalized shopping experience in our application. So these are the few examples which I can give for my industry, but definitely other colleagues and other peers, they can have their industry experience on the AI. Other than AI, if I will talk about the extended reality, which is augmented reality, virtual reality, mixed reality. So these are in trend. And to see this, we also started in our journey a few years before in Union Corp, and we have done the first Meta application we launched a few months before, which is you can shop through this application. It's like a physical store. It's a virtual store. It is available on Oculus. It's available on mobile, Android, and iOS version. But it's completely giving you the physical, experience at home. So this is a Meta, and it's going to be coming more and more in next coming year. We also see the cybersecurity. It's very important now. Each company, they should have a cybersecurity strategy, and they should have the vulnerability penetration testing on periodic basis. So these are the coming trend for the digital era. Also,
great. Let me go to Mr. Ali to ask him. Okay, we have all those things, and I know you have more. But how could you prepare your organization to leverage and to implement
I just want to just shed some light about, I'm from construction industry, and we are 4 group listed in London, Singapore, and NASDAQ. And we have really faced a lot of, the technology was growing, and it's like a natural progression of evolving, where we have cloud, virtualization, edge computing, 5G, etc., etc. And at one moment, we had a really emerging technology, which I believe it's away from all of that, which is the distribution ledger and the blockchain. I'm really believing this is a very, very fascinating technology, which is going to change the whole atmosphere of technologies, and it's going to play a big role, whether we are talking about metaverse or NFT technology and blockchain. And it comes with a lot of challenges, as you said. I think one of the big challenges is the governance and regulation, along with the human factor, the culture change, and the resistance of the user, where people get really afraid. You need to put really a proper strategy for the change management. Another big challenge of these new technology, I believe, is the scarcity of resources. We always believe there is a lot of opportunities, but really there is no people. There is no highly educated people. And I don't know, from people from academia, I'm always suffering. We have a program for a trainee, and I'm always suffering from a fresh graduate who have done a lot of projects in theoretical, really fully away from industry, from theoretical nature of project, which is fully disconnected from real life. And I think the resources, lack of quality resources, is one of the big challenges for our industry. Yeah.
Okay, and from there, these challenges and obstacles, if you could talk about that, Mr. Faisal, is how could we leverage, how could you fix that thing? We have many obstacles, we have many challenges now, as Mr. Kashif and Mr. Ali is talking about, and we try to implement the digital transformation within our organizations, and we are facing many problems. What are the strategies that you are see that we could do to overcome this thing? How to implement all those things that they talk about?
Thank you so much. The question actually bears in terms of the challenges. I've been working in my industry for almost 17 years, and the first time teleconsultation was used was in 1980s. But still today, you would not actually see teleconsultation easily being available in healthcare industry, because there is a considerable pushback both from the consumer and also from the provider that they don't believe that they can be reimbursed properly or they can utilize this service properly. I think what we need to do is, instead of pushing a technology completely as a sole solution, we need to actually provide technology as an option for the consumer to be able to adopt. Let me give you an example. I'm recently coming from London. Last week I was over there and I visited some of the banking branches over there. Some of the banking branches have got no more staff anymore. They've just put machines over there. You go ahead, deposit your cash or withdraw your cash, and you have nobody to talk to. I think that's too much extreme of a transformation, because sometimes end user needs to talk to somebody on the other side to be able to explain what service they need. So there has to be that human touch and human response that needs to be made available. Similarly, from our side, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, before COVID, when I started explaining in speaking arenas like this, that you will start to actually book 80% of our appointments using mobile application. At that time, nobody was willing to believe, because COVID had not actually struck at that time. Today, most of the healthcare industry has now got their own application. Whether it is Mediclinic, whether it is Mubadala Healthcare, whether it is Saha, or whether you name any other particular facility, they're working on their mobile platform, because they know that the customer actually wants to be able to do the booking using online mobile application platforms that are available, or WhatsApp. So what I'm trying to say is, in order to actually overcome the challenges, instead of actually pushing out a technology that this is the only platform, you can only book using mobile application, we don't offer any over the phone booking, that's not going to make it successful. We need to offer all channels so that patients or customers actually get the full experience that they need and have that when they need it, and at the same time make transactions easy from a provider perspective, that we're bringing in digital transformation so that it reduces the OPEX and the CAPEX element in the organization.
Again, Mr. Faisal, I know you are working with in Siha Dubai. I think that one is, or Abu Dhabi, that one is medical.
Yes.
And in medical, you are from the organizations that they early started using the technology, before the COVID, before everything. You have systems there, you have insurance, all these are depending on systems and depending on the internet. And you are from the early department that using technology to implement their work. And as I know that medical means privacy, from how could you see that, how could organizations nowadays, because even us, we are not like you in medical section or medical departments. We know that you have many constraints about the data privacy of the patients, the employees, and the people there. And using emerging technologies, using digital transformations, means that a risk is there. How could organizations mitigate this thing, going with digital transformation and preventing or keeping securing the data and the privacy and the cybersecurity there?
Thank you. So the answer to this question is actually very interesting. Both Google and Apple are actually fighting over a patent in the US, where the healthcare of a particular patient is supposed to be unlocked after a message being confirmed by the particular patient itself. So when you go into a clinic and you see a doctor, today what happens is when you go and you actually go to see a doctor, each clinic is maintaining their own EMR, electronic medical record, and you just log in your details, they keep your history, and they're accessing that record. What these patents or these giants are actually trying to propose as a system is that you keep a central system, just like your credit history or your credit card is there. You have a central system where your health record is actually being kept. Your health record is not accessible to every physician until they have your consent available. This is the only way you're going to be able to control medical record access, because the difference is huge between a credit card record and a medical record. Credit card, if it gets stolen, you can block it, you can stop the transactions. With a medical record being stolen, there is no stoppage over it. It can again be used at a certain stage. It can be used at a different facility. If it's an insurance card, it can be used until it is expired by somebody impersonating you. So what is important is, in today's world, is today the record is actually being kept decentralized in a repository at your provider level. What needs to happen is it needs to be centralized, and it needs to be kept in a place where it is only authorized by the patient themselves to be able to access a record. It will be the same way you call Amazon, Noon, or whoever it is, that when you say, okay, I made a...
So we are talking here about how to governance things.
Yes.
And how to make one more step of authentication or for confirmation for the data.
Yes.
This is one thing.
Your emergency cases are going to be different. In an emergency, yes, you should have access to patient record. But in a non-emergency cases, if I'm going to see my dermatologist or I'm going to see my ENT specialist, I should have the control of being able to allow access to my record or not allowing access to my record. If I'm not comfortable even with a physician or a nurse, whoever it is, and I don't want to see that particular physician, I don't want them having access to my record. So I should have the control over it.
I 100% agree, but I want to broaden the scope out of the medical or out of the health industry. Now, the regulator, even in Saudi, in the medical, I think there is several standards like HIBA and other regulation about the PII, the personalized identifiable information. The GDPR in EU is, which talk about the data privacy. In UAE, there is data protection law. In Saudi, they have similar data residency as well. All over industries, the cybersecurity and data residency is hot cookies, and all CIOs has to take care of it. Now, whether it's going to be centralized, there is an argument here. If it's centralized, it can be hacked. It's more dangerous. Or it's going to be decentralized, but you have the consent, as you said correctly, that I have the consent to give access to my data or my record, whether we keep it in with one particular providers, or we spread it around over several servers and data centers. That's a big argumental thing, especially now with the new decentralized and distributed ledgers. That could be really the future, right? Yeah.
Okay, and you know that which is the reality in cybersecurity, that we pay a lot of money to secure the infrastructure, and as we know that more than 90% of the attacks comes from inside the organization itself, from the employees themselves. This is also a fact. The awareness programs is the thing that we should look at and we should invest in, than to have the technology to prevent and to solve the things there. But could I go to Mr. Kashif with a question that about, okay, we see that rapid things. We talk about many technologies here. We talk about some challenges there and how could obstacles and all these things. But what could I do as an organization now? Okay, I have all those things. Should I go agile? Should I adapt something there? Should I wait? Should I have a strategic plan? Should I stop everything and wait till things finish? What is the right scenario?
Yes, this is a very valid question. Actually, we are talking about digital transformation. Yeah. We are talking about future. So we need to have a strategy of digital transformation. So what is the strategy? Actually, first the leadership, the IT leadership, they should provide the guideline to the team, to the IT staffing, give the proper knowledge, give the training to the staff, so the staff can lead, they can learn the new technology, emerging technology, and they can cope with the industry requirement. Also, agile approach, definitely, as you mentioned, agile. Because we were working before, I'm PMP qualified, I have done PMP, and I'm implementing the PMI approach for the project. But what I have seen in the recent trend, so it's going to be more agile. Now we are going to sprint-wise approach. We are going to Scrum methodology. So we are following stand-up meetings every day. So this is the trend, and we have to release the application in sprints. So user interaction with the user are more not like before waterfall approach when we were doing the development, entire development, then we were going to the user. Now
So-
we are sprint level release.
Okay, sorry, I see they are showing me the clock. I'll try to ask the question, which is, I know that you are highly skilled. The question is, what are the skills that CIO need for the near future? I'll not talk about something strategic. For us, we are, all of us, we are CIOs. What the advice that you will advise our audience and ourselves of the skills that we need for the near future, next year and the year after? Because I know whatever thing that we talk about this year will be totally changed after maybe 2 years from now. If I'll start, each of one of you will give me an advice.
CIO should have their strategy, as I said. Then they should have the right team. CIO should have the projects, whatever the project is going to be happen, they should have a cross-functional team. So they should not limit on IT staff only. They should have a cross-functional team. They should have business more involvement. They should have a business domain knowledge. The
In one
CIOs.
word,
Yes.
what should a CIO capitalize on?
Sorry again?
What should a CIO capitalize on as a skill? Give him one skill that he should capitalize on. I'll come to you, Mr. Ali.
Yes,
But
CIO should have a business.
I want that one
as
from
per my
Mr.
experience,
Kashif
CIO should have a business domain knowledge. Otherwise, it will be difficult to manage the team.
Okay, this is the advice from Mr. Kashif, Mr. Ali.
I think mentorship, anything other than technical. I mean, we used to teach and study object-oriented programming. We used to study relational database. Now, all of this is void. And I always tell my team, we are all fresh graduates right now. Now, any fresh graduate joining us in terms of knowledge is equal to us because it's all revolution technology. And all of us should sit and study this technology. And actually, if you are fresh, it's actually better and easier to study these technology rather than if you have the background of a traditional technology. For example, now, non-relational database, if you want to study it, it's better if you don't have a background of relational database. If like microservices, if you study it, it's better if you study it fresh rather than having an object-oriented. So the technology now is revolutionized, and it's always coming, not accumulative dimension. It's always coming with a revolution that really destroy everything before. So as a CIO, you have to really focus on mentoring and building relation and cooperative with other departments, understanding the business, rather than focusing on deep technology because it's
I'll
changing.
ask the same question that I asked to Mr. Kashif. What is, in one word, what is
Mentorship,
the skill
yeah.
that, mentorship, the skills is mentorship. Okay,
Right.
Mr. Faisal.
Okay,
The
the
same
one word-
question.
the one word-
Not one word. Just explain to us, then you have to summarize in one word.
Okay, thank you so much. From my perspective, it's actually predictability. CIO's job, in my opinion, is to be able to solve the problems of the business that it has today and prepare the business for the next 2 years, what is about to come. If you're not able to see that I will need 20% more computing power in the next 2 years, or I will need storage at this level, or I need to turn my business around in a way, as I was mentioning, that I need to have an online platform for taking bookings over the next 2 years. If you're not able to see, you're in the wrong job. You need to be able to make the business ready to be able to accept what is about to come in the near future. That's when you're doing your job really well as a leadership.
Thank you. So one word that's
Predictability. Predictability.
Okay, so I think we have Mr. Kashif, we have Mr. Ali, and Mr. Faisal, and all of us, we heard the summarization about and I think the benefit that we are looking for as CIO. So please go with their advice. I know they advised us very good thing. I don't want to put my opinion after them because they are the experts in this thing. But for us as CIO, I think we should be agile in our mind, agile in the way we are thinking about whatever thing that comes. We should not negotiate a lot. We should go and search directly. My advice to any CIO to be agile in his thinking also. I want to say thank you very much, Mr. Faisal Saeed from here, Mr. Ali, and Mr. Kashif Rashid for this panel discussion. And for me, I'm more than happy. And I hope that I have more time just to talk about many things there. I wrote short questions, but I have more questions to ask about. But inshallah, maybe in our next meeting in Baku, Azerbaijan, we'll meet and we complete discussion about things, and we'll see how things change and your opinion change from now till after 1 month from now. Because I know many things will come, and we'll hear things talk about AI, prompting, and those things. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you for your audience. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent, well done. Another fantastic, fascinating panel. And it's great to know things are happening in Saudi, and also that we'll continue this conversation in Baku. See how much I'm plugging it there? Baku, I've said Baku enough? Baku, yeah. Azerbaijan. Been there many times. It's a crazy place to be. It's not, it's just really nice. So there we go. Right, and next up on stage, by the way, we've got some more keynote speakers. We've got some chat about different areas about well-being and growth in digital. And then for anybody who hasn't picked up their awards yet, we've got another set of 2,000 awards for you to sit and enjoy. Okay, that's a lot of clapping. What I would do is I'd just fall asleep and pretend to go like that. I won't say anything, just enjoy, okay? Or record it, put it on your phone, leave a clapping noise on. That's fine as well. Okay, next up, to share with us the amazing things happening at Zozo Day and how you can enjoy digital rewards, we invite our next speaker, Naveen Hemana. Naveen. Do you get your microphone thingy? Have you got that? No?
All set.
Oh, well, we've got about 10,000. We've got one here. You can have that one. Oh, he's got one on. You're just crazy. You got Madonna mic. I know, the same hair. It's called Stalking Dave. Okay. But you look good.
All business is human. Employees, frontline staff, suppliers, sales, channel partners, gig workers, freelancers, customers, all are human. Humans are not robots. We value relations, respect, and recognition to drive results. We contribute better when we are emotionally invested. We crave for appreciation and thank you. We go the extra mile for recognition, praise, and rewards. We need motivation to become better versions of ourselves. Humans are not a resource. Humans are a possibility. Unfold this possibility. Say hello to Zozo Day. Make every day rewarding.
Perfect. So I think I'm not the last man standing away from your rewards and going home. So I'm just going to make it very quick. I think in today's discussion, we heard a lot about AI automations. So I think this discussion is going to be a bit more different, where we are bringing in the human back into the game, right? What motivates? I think even being in the IT, this is the first time for us being part of the CIO Summit, so I thank the team of GEC Media to kind of give us an opportunity to be in this part of the platform. So we've been talking a lot to employee engagements, to various different marketing heads, etc., talking how do you motivate. But it's interesting to know even the CIOs and the forums of IT leaders as well, talking about emotional intelligence. How do I kind of drive motivation? Because that's probably one of the keys, no matter how you do AI, automations, digitizations, the key to it is motivation. Motivating your customers, because the end buyers are still going to be humans, right? So we're putting human back. So, and then what is all about this rewards and incentives, how a small instrument is kind of changing the landscape of technology, how businesses are transforming themselves, right? So that's something interesting. So, and everybody have had an access, have actually given away some kind of a digital reward. in one form or the other, maybe for your birthday parties, maybe for your employees, maybe for your channels, etc. Right? So what is this market growing? So this is close to $1 trillion market in terms of gross merchandise value. So it's actually kind of taking away a lot of cash incentives which is being distributed today in a form of, it started off with a or a physical gift card. Maybe you would have used all of the Emirates gift cards because it's very convenient instead of giving away cash. Gives a bit of more control on where your end user is spending. But ultimately, when you have also quite a lot of restrictions coming in, because these gift cards had limitations, right? You could only go and spend, Lulu. You could only go spend on a MAF. So then moving away onto the digital transformation of a gift card is like how it transformed into a digital asset, which now can be expanded, explored, included into your various different consumer behaviors, drive a lot of referrals, etc., which kind of is the business transformation. So the overall theme of what we have today is what's business transformation versus digital transformation. Probably this is one of the simplest example. You take a small financial instrument, convert it into a digital, which is your digital transformation, but then how businesses drive some of the metrics, be it referrals, be it customer acquisitions, and new business, existing, maybe improving your CSAT, that probably would be a business metrics to measure. So this is something which is very interesting. I think we've been doing pretty well in the US, India, APAC markets. So Middle East is picking up very slowly, right? It is not right up there, but I think with the right set of support from leaders like yours, we see transformations around this happening very, very quickly. So what does this $1 trillion business constitute, right? So in your organizations, whether you're in your B2B, B2C, D2C, B2B2B, or B2B2C, there is one level of use cases exist one way or the other, right? The bulk of the use cases which you have not heard of is how crypto payout remittance are picking up, how early wage salaries are picking up using a digital reward, right? You see consumers, so that is also forms a pretty large segment wherein which you're driving various different behaviors of consumers, right? You want to get more customer referrals, or you want to have customer satisfaction, or you would want to drive some of the customer experience, build in loyalty. So various use cases you're marketing and driving, right, to give away, to drive those behaviors and encourage consumers to make a choice, right? So, and that's something where we help. You also see employees, which also form one of the core pillars of your organization, right? So you're probably giving away various different incentives as part of your HR total reward strategy, where rewards and recognition becomes one of the key aspects. So there is also a touch point for you. So be it also in your channel incentives, right? Various OEMs, various different organizations are relying on channels as a key distribution mechanisms, or wherein which you are expanding your network, right? So this is going to give you, so there is a lot of business opportunities out there. So, and then APIs and storefronts, if you have an access to pay it, and various different apps today, like the Talabats of the world, or it could be STCs and few others, everybody wants to include some kind of a marketplace. They want to hold the customers within their app, so where they can do, food delivery, groceries, book a taxi, but also buy marketplaces, gift cards, and send it out to your friends and families, right? It also acts like a remittance as well. So various use cases, which is possibilities, what a digital reward kind of opens up for businesses. So why digital? So what's so hype about it? Because as a business today, you're not catering to a local market. Your customers are across the globe. Your employees are across the globe. Your channels are across the globe. So how do you kind of have something which is personalized? How do you have something borderless? And how do I also give something away which is of free will, which means the power of choice? How do I make sure that all these three things come together? So that's one of the aspects of a digital reward. And what it also drives is various different efficiencies, is transparency. A lot of times, you want to know where am I spending my money, right? And I want to track audit each and every spend. Where has this been going on? What are they redeeming? Which also gives you a lot of analytics, saying that what are my consumers spending on, right? So then you can build various programs around it. It also drives a lot of, I would say, instant rewards, right? I mean, sending a reward today probably is a 5 minutes job. You know, you configure this, you can send it out via emails, SMS. So it's instant gratification. You don't have to wait for hours together to gratify somebody. So that brings the power of something which is digital in nature. And how are these things, how Zozo Day supports the whole business transformation of this digital asset. So as any tech company, so we are a technology companies, we are powering quite a lot of organizations today, which is all of them would definitely need something which is a great UI. So we are better UI for your consumers to interact, better UI to integrate along with your app flow, so various different aspects what we work on. More importantly is also what are the reward automations? What automations do we bring in terms of workflows, best practices? So all these engine is something which is pre-built within the platform, which makes your life much more easier. And then infrastructure-wise, everybody is on cloud. Everybody wants to have an API. So DevOps, so these things makes the platform much more reliable. Along with it, compiled with a global reward marketplace, which means right here, you could probably gratifying or motivating a customer who's based in the US in his own currency of his own choice. So that kind of becomes a very, very powerful proposition. And that also creates a very unique proposition and stands out your value proposition as compared to your competitors. Right? So is this, since we're talking all about IT, now if you look at it, is it building a siloed solutions? Great. So what we have done is we've worked over 4 or 5 years with various different partners in the ecosystems, be it on the integrations aspect of it, which drives a lot of business metrics, be it brand advocacy, be it customer acquisition. So we work with HRMS partners, with CRM partners, with the leads of HubSpot, Gusto, ERPs like SAP, Oracle. So that makes the proposition compelling because you take up a Salesforce today, they also have a loyalty engine behind it, which is running, which is powered by Zozo Day. So if you pick up some kind of a Salesforce, we are still in part of their ecosystem, but all of them are building marketplaces because there is some kind of a loyalty or accrual is embedded within all these different platforms. So which means that the business are moving towards a greater transformation to make it more transparent and more, I would say, control. I think what's also important is when you look at it, a cash reward as such is if you pay somebody 100 dirhams, is a perceived value is 100 dirhams and your actual cost is also 100 dirhams. When you take a digital context to it and then package it, the perceived value of a reward could be 1,000 dirhams. But actually a cost on you is probably 50 or 100, right? So that makes the reward compelling. That what feels the customer is getting more value out of the reward, yeah? So what Zozo Day solutions are probably threefold, which kind of targets primarily your 3 important dimensions of your growth, which are employees, which are your customers, and your sales and distribution channel. So we have 3 unique different solutions to address all these various variables and dimensions in your organization growth. One of the products is Plum. So it's a reward redemption complete marketplace. I think we are also working with GEC, and I think I also want to congratulate all the nominees of the CIO Awards, and as a gratitude, you would have received an email with with a token of appreciation from our end, so you can also clearly validate the power of what Zozo Day can bring in as a value proposition, right? So it's instant gratifications, global marketplace with about just rewards. You can book hotel bookings, travel, etc. So one marketplace to address all the global needs. So this can be integrated to your existing APIs, existing loyalty platforms. So you're building something new, we can assist you with that as well. Impulse is very much specific to drive employee engagement. We work with various different organizations to drive employee loyalty, we talk about employee loyalty. It touches upon multiple things, but the appreciations, what motivates employees to kind of deliver maximum? How do they feel aligned to the organization culture? These are certain things which are driven by the C-levels. And now they're investing in various different platforms today that how can I measure those behaviors? How can I drive those behaviors in my employees? Given that people are now working in multi-geography, you have a multi-talented people, a multi-generational workforce, and everybody needs instant gratification. So they're the Facebook, Instagram users, they want to see, post a picture, they want to see a like, right? So the same workforce is coming into your organization, and any small task what they do needs to be recognized and appreciated, which is probably the how, okay, one more minute. And Compass is interesting for us. So this is our sales commission and your channel incentive management platform. Today, probably you're running a lot of incentives, even for your existing sales or your distribution via Excel sheets. It's been very rudimentary. So how do we kind of completely automate, kind of give a real-time view for your sales and channel on your potential earnings, what they need to do to drive additional revenue. So these are the ways of how we have taken a small digital assets, converted into more or less like a business transformation where businesses are adopting to newer ways of working, and we see significant growth and ROI. So yeah, so this is what I have to share today. Thank you for your patience, and we'll catch up very soon, right? Thank you.
Excellent, Naveen. Thank you so much. Very interesting and very exciting times as well.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Cheers, brother. Thank you. Right then, next up on stage to share with us the CAS way to well-being, a gentleman who's fascinating me about how rail is going to take over the world. And you think I'm joking? I am not joking at all. This guy will be changing so many things, and you want to hear this and connect if you're not already connected as well. Please put your hands together. Mr. Alan Brouard.
Good afternoon, everyone, once again. Yeah, we're going to take over the world one train at a time. Thanks, Dave. I'm not going to take too much time. I'm going to talk about well-being at CAS, as it is an extremely important pillar for CAS. So what I'm going to ask everybody to do is just to wake themselves up. Can we all stand, please? I need everybody to stand. People at the back, stand. Right, 20 push-ups. No, just kidding. Please take a seat. At least it's woken everyone up. Quick one. We are planning quite a few activities that will be coming up more towards the end of summer. Obviously, it's pretty hot out there. These activities that we were planning during the summer will take place towards the end of it. We're also asking you to, when you get to Baku as well, we're going to be looking forward to some really, really good activities that are taking place there. In March this year, we had a really fantastic community turnout at the cycling event, and it's something that we're wanting to try and repeat towards the end of the year. Apparently, the bicycle shops saw a spike in bicycle sales in March. Nothing much since then. So if you can, as I said earlier on, it is a very, very important pillar for CAS. Let's take very, very good care of our health. Take the time out for yourself. As I said earlier on, if it's not for yourself, it's for your family. And that's vitally important. CAS is a family at the end of the day. So looking forward to seeing you in Baku. Some very good, exciting activities have been planned there. And we're also planning some good activities at the end of the year. Thank you.
Very exciting indeed. Looking forward again to talk about Baku. See, have I plugged it enough for you? How many people are definitely going to Baku now? Yeah, a few more added. See, just from a little plug commission. All right, just saying. No pressure. Commission. Just ring my agent, make sure they pay commission. Okay, thank you very much. All right then, so next up we've got two more presentations to go, and then 8,000 awards to look forward to. So anybody who's not got an award yet, then we will be calling your name out. Don't take it personal. It is, but don't take it that way. And if you haven't got an award, then that's you. And if you have got an award, and you see that nobody's come up for another award, get two. Just come up, pretend. I'll clap anyway. I'm not bothered. Sorry, is that the wrong thing to say? Probably is. Okay, moving on. So our next speaker is going to share with us competency framework and lots of different ideas related to that. In fact, there's actually two speakers who are going to come up from CAS Hospital Forum and the CAS Competency Framework. That's Sabine Subramaniam and also Mohammed Nufal, both from CAS. Where are you? Is that you two over there? You look like, you know when you see these cop shows like Starsky and Hutch? It was like that, like ninjas. Fantastic. I'm sorry if I got your name wrong, but if I walk away before you get me, I don't have to care, so I could just do this. There you go. Both got mic. You've got mic on. Do you want another one? Do you want a hand mic?
Hello. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Good afternoon to all. I know everyone is in wrap-up mood. Okay. So we don't want to take more time. You know, this is one of the biggest, display throughout the corridor today is CAS. And many of us are aware, and still some people are, not very much close the idea about CAS. So we are just talking about myself and Sabine. He's my colleague. We know last 14 years in the industry. We are just focusing on the hospitality sector of the CAS. Okay. So I will just point out four important, roadmap which is going to be happen under the banner of CAS. The first one is the collaboration and innovation. See, we actually plan to do, and the process is already started after the launching of CAS in Thailand. I hope everyone remember that. So we forward many more stages and steps, and we fine-tune a framework, unified framework, which is going to be submitted to the authority very soon. Plus, we have a community from the industry who is working as the leaders of, IT managers or directors from different international and local chains to get a unified process or standard operating procedures, which is going to be, published under the CAS label. And the second thing I'm talking about, the fine-tuning or the reducing the gap of skill set which is available. As per Mr. Tushar saying always, everyone has individually 10 or 15 plus years of experience. But while it is coming as a single platform, as a group, it may be thousands of years of experience, which we will bring together, and we will help our community members or each and every CIO who is the member of CAS should be get the benefit of that experience.
I just want to add on that. We just want to create a syllabus for the certified hospitality technology leaders. So the certification course also we are planning to implement.
Yes. And the third point, which is that unified standard operation procedures for hotels especially. We know that what are the shortfalls, which is even the big brands in the market. There is no any proper guidance like our Dubai government, SERA or something, which still is missing in hospitality industry. So we almost done the outline under the supervision of Vengi and Mr. Jayakumar and all. They are inputting a lot of research and case studies as a input for this framework, and which is in the final stage, which is going to be hope it will be get approved by the authorities, which will implement very soon.
For that, we are closely working with the Cybersecurity Council to implementing data privacy and cybersecurity framework for the hospitality industry, only for the hospitality domain.
Yes, exactly. The last one, as we said, under the tagline, it is people's community. Okay, so every CIO in the CAS, they are the stakeholders. And Mr. Tushar and Ronak always, they are saying about that. This is your own group. And as the tagline mentioned, again, I'm saying I am CAS and I'm here to help people. So everybody will, coordinate each other, and we will work for a single aim. And thank you for the time. This is going to be a revolutionized thing in the market. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Whoever is not joined, just go to I am cas.com, and please join.
Register.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Excellent. Thank you, gentlemen. Stop holding hands. Thank you. They weren't really. I just. All right, the next up, final presentation for the day. Oh, give me an oh. Nobody said that. Our final presentation is a dear friend of mine to talk about research as a service. He's a chief research officer from CAS, and he's coming back on stage again to give he gave the first keynote, and he's going to give the last one of today, and then we've got the awards as well. Jayakumar Mohanachandran. Where are you, sir? Jayakumar? Ah, there you are. Like a ninja. I didn't even see you then. Good to see you, sir. Excellent.
What an honor to do the first and the last one.
I know. I hope they're paying you enough for this.
Great. It's a pleasure to be back on the stage. And I know that I'll not take much time. It's the last few minutes of today's show. Brilliant it was. I hope you all enjoyed. And I'm not like Alan, where we are talking about well-being. It's a research, it's a little boring topic, where we don't have anything much to, spike the interest. But let me just try a little bit in terms of what we do and try to summarize that for the interest of everyone. So, as we say, we have seen today, we have heard today a lot of terminologies in terms of as a service. And in the first panel, whoever was listening to my first panel today, the most interesting thing on the takeaway was the common sense as a service. I think there's been a lot we have been talking about as a service, but research is something which we believe that there is a lot of potential for us as CIOs, because it's all about data. And data is, we spoke that data is the oil, data is the new gold. We can consume that information. We can use that information in many different formats. So that's it all about. The content which is created by or fueled by experts for experts. So that's our tagline. And, that's a picture of mine, so there's nothing more to talk. What we do over here in terms of the RAS services, just to give you a snapshot, we do the analysis and the research. We do the surveys and interviews. We have a CIO Academy, which is building up. We have expert sessions, which we conduct for organizations that we require. We do advisory board services. We also do IT audit and compliance. We do corporate trainings. We do academic research support, so research in all forms. We also do the RFP advisories. So that's in a nutshell in terms of the overall services snapshot. In terms of the business models, we work in different business models. We work directly with end customers. Predominantly, we work with partners to find out what their customers really need out of any product or service. We also work with major principals to understand or analyze the market sentiments, the go-to-market strategies, or any feedback about the product or services. We work with distributors to gauge the market penetration of any specific product or service. So basically, this is something which we focus at this stage towards principals, partners, distributors, and SIs to understand or to help them understand how the market is behaving towards any particular product, service, or if they want to introduce a new feature into an existing product, they still can subscribe to this. And we have a value proposition, which is, I'll talk about it. The building blocks of our journey, it's all about experimental and simulated data collection. So as we all know, any research requires a lot of methodology to be put behind. And we try to do that within our fraternity, which is technology leaders. And what we do is we created a tool. We have an in-house IP right now where we validate these questionnaires or surveys. And when we curate the research methodology, we also make sure that we define this with the industry leaders. So if an organization wants to know, if a client wants to know about a change that is happening within a retail industry, we focus specifically within the retail industry, and we run the research specifically for retail industry. But if you want a generic one, we can cut across and drive this across different industries. So the data collection is a very, very important topic. Why? Again, because people can do and enter garbage in, which means garbage out. So we validate that. We make sure that the data collection is happening in a very experimental manner. And the focused approach, what we have, which is all about the QA part of it, we make sure that we recalibrate every point in time with all the partners or the clients who are working closely with us, and also with the leaders who are actually working on this research internally. We have an well-architected framework on basis is which we operate this research. And the complementary support is all about, we actually work with them, not just for that one engagement. We make sure that the client is completely happy in terms to understand, whatever be the requirements, we serve them end to end, and we also make sure that we go above and beyond, not just handing over a white paper, not just handing over a presentation. That's not the objective. We also, that's the whole point of customer obsession, so we make sure that the customer is happy end of the day, and we try to do that within a very competitive landscape, So we know that there are a lot of players. I mean, the largest players, I'm not naming anyone, the largest players of the market, who actually does the same thing, but maybe, on a very huge cost, So we try to do that in a very competitive manner. So that's what we try to achieve. And that's all about the organization. So as we speak, I head this function, but I'm just a facilitator over here. I coordinate. It's been done by us, it's done by the technology leaders. So each research, each survey is different. Each, topic which we actually take on is completely different. So there will be multiple data points where we would be collecting and, working together, because that's important for us to make sure that we collaborate well. This community is the ones who create this information, which we actually, can make a lot of difference, because as customers, we have gone through a lot in our journey. And I can talk about this. I've been a CIO for so many years, more than 23, 24 years in the industry. So when we come out and when we talk about what we have as an experience, that has got a lot of value. And that's what we are trying to achieve with this. So the data points will be more precise. And we have this vertical heads. Again, if an organization, if a client wants to understand what exactly they need, if they need specifically about healthcare, about retail, about oil and gas, about manufacturing, we have the capability. We have the people from different industries within this room itself. So we make sure that all of you, those industry leaders, are part of this particular engagement. And we have a project manager, and we have an analyst under that, and research coordinators as well. So that's the organization structure. It's not just a one-man army who's trying to drive a research and trying to write a white paper. That's not going to happen. So it's you and me, it's us, we as friends, we work within the community. We make sure that we create some content. As I mentioned, the first tagline, the content which is created or fueled by experts for the experts. And that's in a nutshell in terms of what we do. We try to understand the client requirements, the literature review, develop the survey questionnaire, onboarding the survey participants. So you will all see those things coming up from the CAS and the RAS in terms of onboarding. The survey rollout and calibration. So as I said, there's a lot of calibration that is required throughout this engagement, because then only we would be able to kind of achieve the expectations of the client, And analyzing the survey results, again, there is a lot of QA activity that happens. Rather than just taking out a result and dumping it into a white paper, that's not what we do. We try to validate this as much as possible with, again, the specific industry leaders who are part of this engagement. And finally, presenting it in front of the client. Again, this is a very solid thing. We can just simply share a document, but instead of that, talking confidently about what we have learned over this exercise is something which will be invariable, or that's something which everyone wants to. So this is, in a nutshell, what we do, and that's it all about RAS. I'll be happy to take any questions offline. In the interest of time, I'll just summarize this over here. Thank you, everyone.
Jay Kumar, thank you so much once again. Excellent. Right then, for everybody who stayed with us, thank you so much, by the way. I know it was advertised to finish slightly earlier, but it's been amazing that we've had you all this time. I look forward to seeing you in Baku as well. For my own little private experience, my wife has been sending me pictures of my dinner and pictures of her feeding it to the dogs. So we're all good. Okay then, so next up we have our set of awards. Our final set of awards, hey! And I'd like to invite on stage to help us with the presentations a gentleman who shared with us an incredible presentation earlier, including lots of real, in-your-face artificial intelligence from a lady called Natalie, who doesn't exist, but you thought she did, which makes it all the more interesting for what's coming in the future. Representing Dell Technology, once again, please invite on stage Mr. Sharbel Zurabi. Sharbel, thank you. And you've got your own theme music. That's not bad, is it? Johnny Depp will be jealous. Right, next up for our legends. Let's get through them. Representing the government of Abu Dhabi entity, Jacob Matthew. There's Jacob. There you go, sir. Good to see you. First moderator of the day. Gotta move over a little bit. Is that all right? You sure it's okay? We can move a bit more if you want. No? Yes? Good. All right, excellent. Don't block YouTube, by the way. 100,000 people want to see what's going on in here. Give or take. Thank you. Brilliant. Next up, by the way, representing Prime Healthcare Group, Jaleel Rahman. Jaleel Rahman. Strobe lighting's back again. Thank you. Has anybody ever seen Poltergeist when the TV does that? No? Just me. All right, then, next up, representing a legend from Barakat Group of Companies, Jayaraj Perumal. Jayaraj Perumas. Jayaraj! Right, sir. There you go. We can edit it off YouTube. How do you say it again? Just tell me. Wait, before you take it. How do you say it? How do you say your name? No, your second name. How do you say it? Helmi. I was close. There you go. Him. Congratulations. Gets his award. And a massive round of applause for being a great sport. There you go. Are our photography guys happy, or do you need them over a bit? Because you were a bit fussy last time. Is that okay? Fantastic. We should put a big X on the spot so you know next time. All right, then, representing Abu Dhabi University, our legend is Joseph Ananias. Ananias. It's really dark on stage now. That's why I can't read anything. It's tiny writing, written by ants. Good to see you, sir. Thank you. Next up, representing Truebell Group of Companies, Karthikeyan Gurusamy. Karthikeyan Gurusamy. Nope. You're not kidding, I'm getting old. Thank you for that. You know I'm also a hypnotist. Are you going to Baku? Yeah. Yes, you are. Next up, Abu Dhabi National Insurance Company, Kashif Khan. Kashif Khan. It's all right. You're just looking good, chilled out, fantastic. All right, next up from Trudoc Healthcare Company, got Mahesh Merchandani. Mahesh Merchandani. Where's Mahesh? No. Okay, next up for, oh, by the way, if I read out your name and you miss your opportunity to come on stage, don't say I'm here now and get me to do it all again, because I put a line through it and it's tough. Okay, you have to ring my agent and we'll talk about it for next time. Maybe in Baku, maybe not. You know what? Sorry, I'm getting a bit excited here. Next up from Galadari Brothers, Manish Bindra. Manish Bindra. Don't clap yet. Hold on, wait. All right, next up from the Al Ghurair Group, Mario Foster. Mario Foster, there you go. Big round of applause for Mario. Excellent. Super. I was going to say Super Mario, but I won't, because that's the wrong, you know. Fantastic. Thank you, Mario. Charbel having to do some work now, look. Excellent. Next up, by the way, is from Zayed CHF, Our legend is Mohammed Taleb. Mohammed Taleb. No. All right. Next up from Dubai Community Management, our legend is Mohammed Shahzad. Mohammed Shahzad. Well done. Next up from Masafi LLC. Nope, no. Next up from Bloom Holding, the legend is Mubarak Hussain. Mubarak Hussain from Bloom Holding. Good to see you. Fantastic, thank you, Mubarak. Next up from Automet Group, the legend is Mustansir Aziz. Mustansir Aziz. Thank you. It's water, by the way, just before you ask. I know you think I'm taking a lot of it. It's really nice water. All right, next up from the Aquila Schools, our legend is Pradeep Nair. Pradeep Nair. No. Yes, no. There. Yay! Pradeep. Excellent. Pradeep, you've got a bit of a fan club. About 10 different cameras went up. It's either they love you or they're going to bribe you about something. I'm not sure. It's one of the two. But anyway, let's take the first one as the idea. Next up on stage for Al Ain University in Abu Dhabi. Put your hands together for Rawad Badr. Rawad Badr. Rawad, good to see you. Thank you. I like you very much, but I am married. What can I say? Still get excited. He didn't say that. No, you can't go. I've got another 2,000 before you get away. Serves you right for having such a good job that everybody wants their photo with you. Next up, we've only got 3 left to go. 3 left. Okay. Next up for Rack Ports is Riasa Ali. Riasa, good to see you, sir. All right, stop. We like him, but not that much. Just easy. Fantastic. Next up for Hutchinson Ports UAE, our legend is Robert Arinego. Robert Arinego. No, it's not. All right. Next up for OSN, our legend is Ronald Stewart Desar. Ronald Stewart Desar. Right, you can do what you want with the lights. If it's not coming, it's not coming. I'm telling you now, it doesn't change anything. It's just bright and annoying. Freaking me. Stop the lights! Stop! He's not coming! Stop! Easy, Tiger. You're not paying electric bill. See Tushar's face when he switches it on. He's not happy. Next up, by the way, do one more. The next person that comes, and then you're off the hook for our next victim on stage. Our next legend is from DBM's SC Steel, Shailesh Mani. Shailesh. There we go, fantastic. All the cameras are down there. You didn't know, but our cameraman used to be in a boy band. It's true. Call the cameras. It's true. The selfies. Please put your hands together, Mr. Jobel. Wow. You deserve an extra check for that. That was fantastic. Beautifully formed as well. I'd like to invite on stage, before we do any more awards, representing 0 and 1, Mr. Ali El Kontar. Ali, there you go. We're having a chat earlier. You see his presentation? Very good as well. Just going to prove that despite all the... Stop it with the lights! What is it? Just going to prove as well that the world is moving forward in the way we relate to each other, and that's an important part of what we do. So next up, there we go. If you find there's an X that marks a spot in your mind, there's nothing, it's just, there we are, it's down there. Right, so next up on stage, representing Lockton Meena Limited, Shivakumar Ventratatman. Shivakumar. That's close, thank you. No. That's a note from my wife. It's not really, I'm not going to tell you what it says until later on. Next up, by the way, representing Ishraq Hospitality in Dubai, Stacey Samuel. Stacey. There you go. Cheers. Thank you so much. Next up on stage, representing Dubai Holding Group, our legend is Sumit Bhatia. Sumit Bhatia. No. Nobody can't. No, can't. All right. Next up, then, representing the Adnet Group, our legend is Sanando Chowdhury. Sanando Chowdhury. Okay. Next up, representing Bin Dasmal Group, is Umesh Mulchandani. Umesh Mulchandani. Very good indeed. I'll read this out for you in a moment. Next up on stage, by the way, our legend for Kerzner International is Vikalp Shrivastava. Vikalp Shrivastava. There you go. Thank you. Cheers, fella. Thank you. Okay, before I announce the next one, I've got an announcement here. This is what was sent. It says, Dear Dave, please, if you want to come to Baku, drop your prices by at least 50%, because we're talking to Charbel, and he can get you digitally reproduced to be on the big stage and be funnier. Okay. Next up on stage, by the way, to win their award, put your hands together for our legend from Batil International LLC, Yaman Hamzi. Yaman Hamzi. But you should digitize all the people who don't come up so they just get something. I mean, clap a digital legend. All right, next up then. No Yaman? No? Okay. Next up, representing Union Cop, our legend is Ayman Othman. Ayman Othman. There we go. See, hey! Yeah, they're very particular. You have to be on the correct side. Otherwise, they change it around in Photoshop. Wonderful. Excellent. Well done. Next up, our master representing Sharjah Customs is Mohammed Al-Ajmani. Mohammed Al-Ajmani. Good to see you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. They don't clap, they don't care. They'll clap for you. Clap for him. See? If it was for me, zero. Nothing. Thank you, Mohammed. Next time I get stopped by Sharjah Customs, can you make sure they're nicer to me? None of that rubber glove business. I'm just saying. Thank you. No, they don't send you a Christmas card after either. Don't stay in contact. That's it. They just drop it. All right, next up, by the way, for the Lula Group... Did I just say that? I did, didn't I? Sorry. For Lula Group International LLC, Mohammed Anish. Mohammed Anish. There you go, Mohammed. Nice to see you. You move fast. You should be on Strictly Ballroom. Very good, sir. Nice to see you. Fantastic. Thank you. Down to the last 75 names now. Next up, a master for Marawid Holding Investments in Alpha Dhabi Holding is Mohammed Arif. Mohammed Arif. And a round of applause from everybody in the room. Excellent. Make sure when you put it on Facebook and LinkedIn and Instagram and Threads and Twitter, whatever you're using, that you tag us here at CIO. Thank you so much. All right, next up then for Neurospinal Hospital, our legend is Mohammed Naimuddin Akhtar. Mohammed Naimuddin Akhtar. Thank you, sir. I feel like I'm taking root, and I feel like Groot of Guardians of the Galaxy. Nobody, it's a tree. Doesn't matter. All right, next up, by the way, from the University of Sharjah, our master is Mohammed Rasool Al Saidat. Mohammed Rasool Al Saidat? No. I am Groot. Edge Group, next up, our master is Munir Abdul Majood. Munir, there we go, round of applause. Give it up. We should always respect to look after the people who are here. So whoever comes up, give them a massive round of applause. And if I read out the name of somebody who doesn't come up, delete them from your LinkedIn. Disconnect. Just a thought. You don't have to. It's just a thought. All right, then next up, representing the Al Wathba National Insurance Company, our master is Mohammed Tariq Siddiqui. Mohammed Tariq Siddiqui. Oh, there you are. There you go. See? Good to see you. Next up for Amity Education Middle East, our master is Nitin Geo Thomas. Nitin Geo Thomas. Yeah, thank you so much. Next up from Standard Carpets, our masters Pavan Pafak. Pavan Pafak. Coming down there, very good indeed, thank you. I don't mind the flashing lights, I've just realised at the beginning of Bourne Identity, Jason Bourne had that, didn't he? And then when he woke up, he couldn't remember he was married to my wife, and also he got martial arts. Result! Live on YouTube, Dave, don't say that. I'll be sleeping in the car tonight, again. Thank you so much. Good to see you, sir. Brilliant, brilliant. And next up from Majid Al Fatema Masters, Peter Gesper. Peter Gesper. Well done, Peter. Been very patiently waiting there, I know. Clapping for everybody. If you want to give a speech, you can do. I'd like to thank my agent. I'd like to thank all the people who are responsible for helping me get to this position. I'd like to thank all the many people who, come around my house and clap in the morning. Thank you, Peter. Cheers, fella. And guess what? I'm going to let you off the hook now. You can escape. Yeah, if you want to. You can stay if you want, but I know you don't want to. Please put your hands together for Ali. You're doing a great job there. Thank you, sir. Excellent. Which means that we've got to get the boss up to do some work. Where's he gone? Where's Ronak gone? Is he still here? Oh, look, he runs! I've never seen that before. Amazing. So I should do a big intro. Ladies, I'll do my movie voice. Ladies and gentlemen, a man representing one of the biggest organizations in the world to change tech and change people. Please put your hands together, Mr. Ronak Samantaray. Oh, yes. Who dresses better than me every time, and I hate it, I'm just saying, but no offense. Right then, our last few people, and I'll try and say the names if you can hear it over the music, which I doubt very much, but I'll try anyway. Representing Bloom Education LLC, our master, Prasenna Sanantham. Prasenna Sanantham. I think we'll turn the music up so you can't hear me mispronounce the noises and the names. Next up, from the Marriott International Group, we have our master, Sam Kumar V. Sam Kumar V. Nope. Next up, representing Burjeel Holdings PLC, our master is Sagir NK. Sagir NK. There you go. Next up, round of applause. Give it up. The more you clap, the sooner we'll be finished. So it works. Just have some more water. Thank you. If it's water, Dave, why has it got tonic in it? No reason. Right, next up, representing Abu Dhabi. Because the noise is out. Because the music's so loud, that's why I stopped talking. Right, sorry, I got a bit excited now. Next up, representing Abu Dhabi Social Support Authority, our master is Salim Hassan. Or not. Okay, Petrochem Middle East, Summit Jahar. Summit Jahar, there we go, there we are, thank you. Did I say it right? Is it Jahar right, or is it just Jah? Jah. Okay, sorry, I gave you an extra off for no reason. Anyone can make a mistake, said the Dalek climbing off a dustbin, which is a Doctor Who joke that some of you might get, and some of you might not. Google it. All right, next up, by the way, for Utmost Building Materials, our master is Sheikh Mahabub Basha. Round of applause from one person, so obviously know him very well. Next up, Cure Medical Centers, Cure Pharmacy, and Al Nokba Medical Center. Our master is Shijin Prasad. Shijin Prasad. There we go. By the way, a photo with Ronak is like $10,000 normally. You're getting it for free, so appreciate it, okay? Get it framed, put it on in front of a TV, stare at it every night. That's what I do. Next up for Concord Coridex Group, our master Sean Phillip. Sean Phillip, there you go. Nice to see it. Round of applause. Go on, it's good exercise. Just down to our last few names now in tonight's award bingo. Thank you, sir. Next up, representing Siemens, our master is Shrenik Jain. Shrenik Jain. Right, and next up is representing Ali and Sons Holding, we have Shumon A. Zaman. Shumon A. Zaman. No, I can't see. All right, next up representing the apparel group is Suresh Muthud Vadath. No? Get me all excited. You get up and you move to a different seat, and I'm just about to clap, and it's like my birthday last year. I didn't tell you about that, did I? I'm still in therapy about it. I just don't know. Don't bring it up. All right, next up representing the Kellogg Group, our master is Viral Thakkar. Viral Thakkar. I said that right, didn't I? Remember LinkedIn? All right. Last few ones now. Emirates Driving Institute. Emirates Driving Institute. Yusuf O'Day. Ah, wonderful. Round of applause. Thank you for making me feel worthwhile being here. Appreciate it. Cheers. Thank you. I was starting to take it personally then, but clearly not. Like a memo went around saying one thing we're not going to do is turn up for Dave. And so there we go. Next up, the Department of Municipality and Transport, Ziad Saleh. Ziad Saleh. No. Okay, and this is our final one of the day. Give me a woo! Yeah, yeah, yeah. Inside, I'm wooing as well. For Food Fund International, Ali Akbar Patwa. Ali Akbar Patwa. Good to see you. Excellent, thank you. Excellent. With that being said, thank you, Ronak. Yep. What we're going to have now, well, first of all, before we finish anything, I just want to say one thing very quickly before we invite everybody up for a group picture together. It's been an incredible day. I've really enjoyed being here. It's been an honor to host this event for you, and I hope you found immense value in all the many discussions, all the connections, the networking, and all the insights that were shared as well. The keynote speeches, celebrating the achievements of the outstanding CEOs and all the things that happened today. I have mentioned Baku, but before we bring everybody up for one final photo, that's everybody in the room who's involved with your award, if you have your award, or if not, just bring a coffee cup. It doesn't matter. We just want you on stage. We have our speakers. So in fact, Ronak, you're going to have to get back on stage. Where's Ronak gone? You can't disappear. I know you wanted to get away. I know, to check on your stocks and shares. We've got our votes in for the Best Speaker Award, and it's a tie, which is not just one of those things. It means equal from all the votes. And I'll mention who they are. So it's an equal tie between Sharbel Zurabi from Dell Technologies and Ali Al-Kontar from 0 and 1. Bring them both on stage. Give a round of applause. Well done. Where are you? Amazing. Congratulations. Get a group photo. Can I come in a photo with you guys? I always like to connect the speakers. Can I jump in a photo? Yeah, what we're going to do, let me just take a photo first, a before and after. All right, so let's get a photo. Everyone's smiling. There you go, thank you. You've got very warm hands, by the way. It's kind of nice, but I'm still married. Big smile. Yeah, you're now in the way blocking everybody and freaking them out. Excellent. Hold on. Right, take your time. Tweedledum, tweedledee. Thank you. Not yet. Right, excellent. So we're just wondering the best way to decide it. And has anybody ever seen MMA? Mixed martial arts. What we thought, no, we're joking. Yeah, push-ups. Get you to do 2,000 push-ups. We'll go to the pub, come back, and anybody who's still doing it, you can win. You've got vouchers in the post that are coming. Sorry? That's Natalie doing push-ups. What you do with Natalie in your private time is up to you. I'm not talking about it. But they both deserve a massive round of applause. Give it up to both our brilliant speakers and all our speakers today who are fantastic. Right then. So we're going to end with a group picture. Can we bring everybody on stage with your awards? This is the one that gets sent out to all the press across the planet. And all the people who didn't turn up get very jealous and they turn up next time. Whether that's Baku or back here, I don't know. But let's get everybody with your awards. We're going to have to set you out into a couple of different levels because people like me are really short and people who are really tall probably need to be on the floor a bit, and then we'll have it in layers. Look, where's our photography man who you'll need to tell us what to do, and I'll announce what everyone should be kind of standing and doing. So if you bring your awards back in, for everybody who got their awards and they're outside, just give them a shout. Come onto stage, bring your award wherever you are. It's a weird shape, isn't it? Do you want to be here? Do you want to be here? You want to be in the center because you are the only person who pays for everything. So ultimately, yeah, it would be easier to use the stairs, by the way. Just saying, there are stairs on either side, otherwise this goes on for a little while, and you pull my arms out. So let's get everybody probably in closer together. Where's our photography man? Oh, he's moving all the tables and chairs out of the way. Take it back to IKEA. Right, what? The way it should work is 2 levels. One group down here, the other level, others move forward, and then we have 2 levels together. That usually works. So if you're really tall, it's best to be at the front. Oh, well, it doesn't really matter, actually. Tall people at the front, yeah, that's better. Feel free to sit down if you want, if you're a bit bored. Ladies, are you going to get in? Otherwise, it looks like auditions for the village people. Yeah. Don't do that. Don't look at that. I've had enough trapdoors in my life. I'm moving. That's scary, that is, that step there. Right, is anybody not in the picture yet? For the gentleman from the camera crew, you have to let us know if you need us to move in a bit, go down a bit, up a bit. What do you think? We don't say much. I'm just talking to myself as usual. Is the photo okay? You have to stick your... Is that okay? Wait. Okay. You have to let me know if the photo's okay, and we'll get everyone to smile and say money. Or Cass. That's probably better. Is the photo good? Are we good? Okay, we're going to look into that camera with a gentleman who's on the left of where I'm looking now, and he's going to do it on the count of 3. So we're going to say Cass on the count of 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Cass! No. Is he taking it, smiling? Is that okay, boss? Okay, we're going to get another one now. Be careful, that's his gold-plated phone. It also, it doubles, it turns into a Porsche. James Bond's got one. Big smile. Right, you can say money this time. 1, 2, 3, money! He's dumped your phone. He's not taking it on the camera. What have you put his phone down for? You're not going to get hired again. Oh, here we are, big smile. I can't see what's happening. Waiting for the video man. Okay, so what are you going to do, video man? Are you going to zoom in, or are you just going to keep walking around in the background? Because I'm never really sure what you're doing. I mean, it's like it's doing a close-up of my nose. It's freaking me out a little bit. Put some music over it. Right, everyone smile and give a wave on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, wave! Wave! And I bet you wish you'd planned that run-up better. Do you want to do it? Wait, but stop. Let's do this properly. Start at the back, move your way forward, and we'll do a big wave like that, okay? Because that looks really good on the video. So everybody who didn't turn up is going to be so upset that they missed out on all the joy of being here. So Mr. Cameraman, you start moving. Don't need to move the tables. They can walk around it. Okay, so we'll go 1, 2, 3, and everyone does a Mexican wave like that. If you've got sweat patches underneath your jacket, don't lift your arms up too far, because it is quite warm in here. Okay? Are you ready? Right, keep going, wait for it. Start walking forwards, Mr. Cameraman, and we'll be ready for you. Take it, rolling. Ready? 3, 2, 1, big cheer! Hey! Look at that, he's very happy, Mr. Give yourselves a round of applause! Right then, 3 cheers for Baku. Hip, hip! Hip, hip! Hip, hip! All right, guys, have a wonderful afternoon. All the best. Safe journey back, and we'll catch up with you soon. Pleasure. And don't leave your awards in the back of a taxi, because we bring them back and recycle them. We melt them all down again, give them back to you next year.